van with more indications of what it was that he was targeting, if there was anything specific that he was going after? My mom's in a senior citizen training group through the years, and she's done it for 20 years now. And sometimes people take it way too seriously. Like, it's supposed to be fun, right? It's supposed to be a fun, light thing, like going to the dance hall, right? Mm-hmm. And when there's people that take it too seriously, I'm like, be careful that person. Because that's not normal. You're supposed to be doing it to have a good time. Well, listen, if you're not super socially involved, the older you get, those connections become harder and harder to keep and maintain or initiate in the first place. So the things that you do still have probably take on outsized importance in your head. Yeah. So in the event that a couple of people from your singing group get together, but you're not invited, or in this case, an invite-only dance to celebrate the Lunar New Year, and you're not invited. He had also said that he believed that people were trying to poison him, and that there were others who he suspected at the dance studio who may have been secretly ill with him. Yeah, this is just mental illness. That's what this is, right? Degradation and mental stability. All right, when we come back, we will talk pending everything everyone is talking about right here on Gary and Cannon. Critical thinkers. What it? KSI. KOSC 82. Los Angeles and County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. That's Toll Flying. John Jeff Mark live from KFI 24-hour news from the LA County Department of Public Health. Says one of the 4 patients from the mass shooting in Monterey Park has been treated at the County USC Medical Center has died from extensive injuries. The death toll is now 11. The man grabbed a handgun from the shooter in Monterey Park because he thought he was going to die. Brandon Kay says he was in the lobby of the Lilac Club in Alhambra when an Asian man walked in. He says he heard the front door creaking and then the sound of metal clinking together. When I turned around and saw that there was an Asian man holding a gun. My first thought was I was going to die here. Yesterday, Kay says he and the man got into a fight and eventually got the gun and threatened to shoot the man. He took off. LA County Sheriff Luna says the man had gone to the club in Alhambra Saturday night minutes after the shooting in Monterey Park. He's Gregory Codify News. Flowers and candles have been placed at the dance club where people were killed and hurt. Mayor Henry Rose says he is in disbelief over the violence in his city. We want to express our condolences to victims and their families, and moving forward, it is important that you do that for them. Governor Newsom and President Biden have both ordered flags to be flown at half-staff. Congresswoman Judy Chu, who represents the area, says she wants to know about the shooter's mental health status and whether or not he got guns legally. The number of mass shootings in the U.S. so far this year is now 36. ABC's Matt Rivers says the nonprofit Gun Violence Archives defines mass shootings as any specific incident where at least 4 or more people are shot. If you go back 5 years, go to 2018, that number, 336 for the whole year. Just last year, that number spiked to 647. The most recent mass shooting happened Saturday night, of course, in Monterey Park, where 10 people were killed. Actually, it's now 11 people killed at a ballroom dance club during Lunar New Year celebration. A man who arrested his team on former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's death has been convicted of participating in the January 6th attack on the Capitol in 2021. A jury found the man guilty on all 8 counts, including felony charges of civil disorder and obstruction of an official proceeding. A judge says the man can remain free on certain conditions until he is sentenced in May. A Delta flight attendant is being praised for comforting a passenger who is anxious about flying. This woman says she was flying from Charlotte to New York this month when she saw Floyd standing crouching next to a nervous passenger and assuring her that everything is going to be just fine. Every little noise, she goes, "What's that?" And she says, "Okay, let's just figure out where it's going away," or whatever the case may be, and that really helped her. She says the flight attendant sat next to the passenger and just come in and holding her hand and letting her know she was safe. Moscow's top diplomat says Russia was willing to negotiate with Ukraine in the early months of the war, but the U.S. and other Western nations advised Kyiv against the topic. Russia's foreign minister said by the end of last March, the two countries had agreed to settle the conflict, but Russia has repeatedly rejected Ukraine's demand that it withdrew its forces from the country. And today, January 23rd, is National Pie Day. Not pies in 3.14. Pies in the candy east. The kind of soup you failed.
on the face, the kind from the American Pie movie where the guy, never mind. NationalToday.com tells us National Pie Day was created in the 1970s by Charlie Papazian, a nuclear engineer who put it on his birthday. It's also sponsored by the American Pie Council, which exists. It promoted the 2014 romantic thriller Labor Day, which featured a pie-making scene for National Pie Day, but not 1999's American Pie because, never mind. Mark Ron, KFI News.
We're going to check out the 15 next. If you're ever injured in an accident, whether it's a car, motorcycle, truck, even a dog bite, call up has been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and winning.
They were talking about Sweet James accident attorney. Sweet James settled $188 million this last year alone for their injured clients. Best part is, every time they settle a case, they donate meals to those injured.
Having fed almost 80,000 people in the last year, most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident.
Listen, you may not be able to use your car. The injury may not allow you to go to work or take part in your normal everyday activities.
If it happens to you, just call Sweet James. Speak to someone who cares.
You have nothing to lose. Get the compassion you need to get help with medical treatment and the money and the justice you deserve.
So if you're getting hurt in an accident, call Sweet James, awarded best attorneys in America.
800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200. Or go to sweetjames.com.
The KFI financial report, the Dow is up 149, S&P 500 up 33, NASDAQ up 171, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.45. Southland weather from KFI sunny and windy with highs in the mid-60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid-60s in the valley, mid-40s to mid-50s in the Antelope Valley, 62 to 65 in Inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 58 in Tustin, the same in Mission Viejo, it's 60 in Van Nuys, and 54 in Chatsworth. There's sunken lanes on the 15 in Rancho Cucamonga. Let's look on that 15 northbound at Ashford Hill. First off, it's washer and dryer, and the one that is blocking the left lane, the other is partially blocking that off-ramp, and the car who dropped it is over the right shoulder. In Fontana, 210 eastbound right is here, got hit and run clearing over the right shoulder as well. It's saying roadwork slowing you down in Riverside. 215 north at Central, one lane closed for guardrail repair. You're going to be at a call coming away from Patrick. Also, it looks like in Norco, 15 northbound before you get to 6th Street. Got a ladder blocking the right lane. Also, Mid-City on 10 west at Los Angeles. So they dropped the cable. It's in the middle lane. And some of those on the 101 north side of Woodman, that crashed clear into the right shoulder. But I still see some debris in the lane there as well. You've got some delays from Coldwater Canyon. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm getting on it. This hour of the Gary and Shannon Show is brought to you by SolarMax Technology.
Get solar for $49.93 a month, 0 down, 0.99% APR.
Go to SolarMaxTech.com. What's for dinner, Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stool? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be ECI, but ECI can be in. Use the symptom checker on identifyeci.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyeci.com. Sponsored by Abby.
This is Jacob Emrod. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And I like radio station.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Coming up after done, what makes pop songs so catchy? Axl Rose in the news, along with Morissette, Aretha Franklin, we got it all.
Hey, we are giving you a gift certificate for a luxury 2-day getaway for two at Terranea Resort, the Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, situated on the 102 acres atop the Palos Verdes Peninsula, endless views of the Pacific Ocean.
Winners will stay in an ocean view suite, play a round of golf for two at the links, and have dinner at Catalina Kitchen.
You can unwind at the award-winning spa, the wellness center, hang out by one of the 4 ocean view pools, dine at their 8 distinctive on-site restaurants.
Go to Terranea.com to learn more about the resort and visit KFI AM 640 on Instagram. Enter the winner's stay at this luxury resort. It's right here at home and feels like a...
Time for What's Happening. to a different ballroom in Alhambra. And after he was disarmed, he ran out to the van, and he told you the story about Brandon Fay, the guy who wrestled the gun away from him, saw him jump into a white van and take off. That white van was eventually pulled over in Torrance yesterday morning, surrounded by officers, but the guy had already shot and killed himself inside. They eventually went in, and according to the sheriff, they did find some evidence inside the van that would tie him to handle a vigil for tonight to honor the victims. People are encouraged to bring flowers and candles to City Hall there in Monterey Park on Newmark Avenue at 7 o'clock.
South Carolina attorney Alex Murdaugh is going to trial for killing his wife and son. He told police back in 2021 that he found his wife Maggie and her son Paul dead outside their home, that he had been gone visiting his ailing father and mother, and then the investigators started looking into Alex Murdaugh. He was in deep financial trouble. He had a number of problems. Well, I guess one of his biggest was that he had stolen millions of dollars from his law firm and was hiding it. And I think that what happened was his wife found out, family found out, and he did not want to admit that he had mismanaged his life so grossly.
Like you said earlier, he knew something was going on, and maybe he was just getting set up.
Yeah.
Microsoft has announced a new multi-year, multi-billion-dollar investment with OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT. Now, this has been making headlines pretty significantly in the last couple of days. This is a recently released AI, is this ChatGPT, with the ability to mimic human writing. Now they're saying that ChatGPT has passed some of our most challenging professional exams. Yay! The school as we know it is over, officially over. You just type it in and, they said most recent research shows this chatbot could receive an MBA and could soon pass the notoriously difficult tests like the U.S. medical licensing exam and the bar exam.
I'm terrified of all the AI development.
I don't even want to play with it.
I don't either.
I don't want to mess. The two people type the, late night talk show host, but make it not funny. And it does a pretty bang up job of doing just that. We don't need to give this thing more fodder.
Spotify is joining the other tech companies in cutting its workforce. They say that they will cut 6% of its workforce to reduce costs. Of course, Amazon and Microsoft in the news recently for the same kind of cut. Are they just realizing that they can do more with less? Did they overstaff during the lockdown?
I think they overstaffed. Definitely other tech companies have done that same thing. Now realize that they could probably do without the people who don't show up to work, among other things. If you have not yet gotten your gas bill, mine was well over double what we paid in the month of December. So there is a concern, though, because we've already seen the warnings that the bills were going to be shockingly high. There's some fear that people are going to keep their down, and they're concerned that people are going to freeze to death.
Mine was $159.
I beat that.
You beat that by a lot.
And then obviously because of the cooler temperatures, the weather has been an issue, and we're seeing cooler than expected and dustier than expected conditions this week. Northeast winds in the forecast today, then again through Tuesday and Thursday, they said. So we do have high wind warnings and advisories are up through most of Southern California over the course of the next few hours. But they're saying that their strongest wind so far, the Magic Mountain Truck Trail recorded a 95-mile-an-hour gust early this morning.
Guys, true crime has gone too far. A young girl in Rhode Island has asked police to test a cookie for DNA to see if it was really Santa who ate the cookie. She wants to track Santa down using his DNA. That's too far from Marissa Hargitay. No more Law and Order for this little girl.
I took a sample of a cookie and carrot that I left for Santa and a reindeer on Christmas Eve, and was wondering if you could take a sample of DNA and see if Santa.
This is too far. Go play outside.
And she's got the little carrot.
Take that kid a Barbie. For the love of God. All right, coming up next. Patrick Mahomes beat the Bills with one leg.
He's going to play, man.
Yeah, he's going to play. I mean, a high ankle is sprained in 2 months, 3 months. But, I mean, he played early yesterday.
30 minutes.
Maybe.
Darian Shannon will continue in just a moment. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The death toll in mass shooting in Monterey Park has gone up to 11. Someone being treated at a hospital has died. 3 people have been hurt in a shooting at a youth center in Des Moines, Iowa. Cops say 2 of them are in critical condition. One's a teacher. The educational mentorship program is designed to help empower young people living in disadvantaged circumstances. A PBS station in Des Moines, 2 people have been arrested. And a new poll shows voters in LA City Council in Kevin De Leon's district 1 and 2 resign. The LA Times reports that 23% of them approve of the job he's doing, and more than half want him to leave office. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 10 in El Monte. Just that word of this one. This is only 10 left on right at Castle Road. About 5 cars involving this. It is blocking the left lane and the right lane is backed up. Right now they're doing a break getting everything over the right shoulder, but it's still going to be catch up from 605. In Newhall, 14 southbound at the corner, that's up still closed for some cleanup. 21 Compass Toronto on the 5 southbound at Unipero Road. Got a report of a fallen tree blocking the on-ramp. And in Tustin, 5 southbound for Tustin Ranch Road. The disabled vehicle is in the center rider area. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm getting on it.
Municipal is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. That is with youth or high school sports. Positive Coaching Alliance Cleanup. PTA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 pre-owned administrators. Visit PTACareZone.org.
Hey, Steve Sharp, California just changed the laws for solar, and sadly, it means new solar customers will get locked in the great rates of the current system. But
Start today at sunlock.com, sunlock.com. CFLB 100374.
is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business, and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost from digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. For yourself, dial #250 and say keyword great results. That's #250 and say great results.
Nearly 2,000 drivers die in car crashes each year. IRS seeks survival issues. Save lives. Your one-day hands-on driving school gives you experience in car control. New exercises that include emergency braking and skid recovery. Find a class near you at TireRack.com/survive. Calling the fighting museum Jack Graham. This is your New Year's resolution for the Bible. If you guys didn't already started Bible Jack Graham. This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. Listen to Bible in the Year with Jack Graham on your talk radio or wherever you get your podcast. It is mind-boggling. It's astonishing. You have to stop the flow of the truck. I mean, run around saying, oh, you're so cruel, you have no compassion. But they're dying, you moron. Are you insane? You steal off the border. You literally take hundreds of thousands of lives just from the drug overdoses in the street. Gone in camp. It's the complete destruction of civilization. Now live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Gary Shannon, KFI AM supporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We are standing by. Apparently there is going to be some sort of a news conference from Monterey Park. If it does happen during our show, definitely we'll bring this to you live. Regarding the shooting over the weekend, 10 people killed at this ballroom elite club during Lunar New Year celebrations. The suspect, 72-year-old guy found dead, who shot himself yesterday in a van that authorities said that he was using to run away from after having been prevented from attacking another dance hall, and the gun was taken away from him by somebody who was working there. They said that this has been the target of some high-profile violence in recent years. This community is all said, according to statistics, but not. Well, no if they're talking about Monterey Park or if they're talking about Asian American Pacific Islander high wind warnings posted next several hours. National Weather Service says several areas of SoCal higher than usual winds for the rest of the day. Today, probably tomorrow, and then again on Thursday. And then finally, FBI investigators have found additional classified material. They conducted a search of President Biden's personal home in Wilmington, Delaware on Friday over the course of about 13 hours. And they looked through everything and decided to take 6 items that said, in addition to materials previously found at Biden's Wilmington residence and private office in Washington.
Well, proof that the wild card weekend is always the best was evident this weekend. But before we get to that, this is $1,000.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website, CASH. That's CASH, C-A-S-H. Enter it now at AFIAM640.com/CASH. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorney. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. The keyword goes on the website. Go to AFIAM640.com/cash and then enter to notified via email.
Saturday, I was so excited to watch those games. Like 1:30 could not come quick enough for me in that morning. Like, my dad and I were just going to sit there and just be degenerates and watch these games and be wildly entertained. And it was the Jaguars Chiefs at first. Jaguars kind of made a game of it, but Patrick Mahomes, with his high ankle sprain, still beat them on one leg. He was completely unfazed by it. And then the Giants-Eagles, what a disappointment that was. Who was that? I don't know. Was that a diarrhea commercial? Probably diarrhea, sure. But I really did think that the Giants were going to have some sort of showing in Philadelphia. I bought into the wild card hype, and that was Daniel Jones and the New York Giants and Brian Daboll and that whole story. And what I realized was that was more about the Vikings showing themselves than it was the Giants being a powerhouse.
Yeah, because I think I said the Giants would take some sort of momentum in Philadelphia.
Yeah, we all thought so.
They didn't even bring it into the stadium.
Yeah.
They left it on the box or something.
And so then I started second guessing everything. You know. And I was wrong about the Giants. What else am I wrong about? Am I wrong about the 49ers? Because nobody gave the 49ers any sort of shot. Like, you look at the national media, and they were all in love with the Cowboys after what? That stupid win in Tampa Bay? Like, that was a baloney team. Almost says how it works. But, you know, they do have a good defense, but everyone picked the Cowboys. I could not understand that.
That was one of the more fun games, I think, watching to watch the 49ers Cowboys.
Yeah.
If for no other reason.
George Kittle.
It was the third quarter, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of room now. Oh, not the room. No! Oh, what a pass by Kittle! Are you kidding? George Kittle! Now, it's a guy running across the middle. He wasn't. I'll play the soundbite from him after the game where he described. He's like, I'm not even part of that play, really. I'm just running the interference to draw the people one way, and I realized he hadn't thrown the ball yet, so I kind of opened myself up. It hit his hand, it hit his right hand, it hit his helmet, then his left hand, then his right hand again, before he finally was able to catch it, and he catch the cuff, because he knows that the guy that's coming across is going to leverage him. He knows he's going to go there. And amazingly, the guy doesn't touch him as they go by. It was an incredible catch.
It's funny to me when I watched that replay is, I told you that I broke up a pass in the tailgate lot. Like, I'm coming back from the bathroom, I see two guys playing catch, and I see an opportunity to break up a pass. So I get my...
This is pretty good.
Right. So I get my hand up there.
You're just the annoying person who stood between two guys who were throwing the football?
Yeah. And... it was a regulation football. My brother and I will play catch, but we don't bring a regulation. I can't.
I bring an American miniature football.
No, it's not miniature, but it's not regulation. It's like this big, but it's not that works on the radio. But anyway, I realized it's a regulation ball, so I put my hand breaking up that pass. You look at George Kittle on that play, and that ball was high in the air. It literally looks like an American miniature football.
And he said, he knew what he was doing. He was going to catch it the whole time. I used Google or used to be the hot guy. I'm literally not even in the room. So I just got kind of space and he hadn't thrown it yet, so I was just going to the field and he gave me a catchable ball and I was just trying to get at it.
I was so proud of the fans that we guys, not the ones who fought each other, and I did break up a fight in the first quarter. I said, right.
Well, you were active.
I was active. Break up a quarter. You don't pay that kind of money to get kicked out before the game even gets going.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't want to go to the cold. I don't think they're going to win. I don't know.
Sunday.
But I don't want to lose. And first of all, no one wants to go with me. I've got no takers. No one wants to go.
You could put it on. You could probably put it somewhere on the snap for the tips for talk with staff or something.
To go with a stranger?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
Maybe be adopted for.
I could be adopted.
Just for the one day. Hang out with me at the link. Championship Sunday. 49ers Eagles. Noon on Sunday.
Yeah.
And then Cincinnati KC at 3:30. That's also a good conversation.
I told my husband that I want to watch the game with his dad because I'll be on good behavior if I'm at his dad's house. If I'm like alone at home, the expletive, the craziness,
So
all of it, I do that. I need supervision.
And you see one of the oldest people you know,
yeah,
to sit next to you, keep you in check.
Yeah.
That's pretty smart. Especially. So the
Cincinnati though, look out. Cincinnati is good.
There's nothing wrong with that team.
I know. And they were so pissed off. We talked about it last week. When the NFL came out and they started selling those tickets for the Bills AFC Championship game at the neutral site. Right. I mean, that is the best bulletin board material you can have.
I don't understand, was there a mechanism where they were going to, if in fact it ended up being the Bills Chiefs, that it's going to have to be sold early? No, I know the neutral site part because they didn't play the same number of games.
Right.
But why would you start selling this before you know what the teams are? It's not like there's a bottleneck. I mean, it's all done via computer.
Well, like my parents have to buy their playoff tickets before the playoffs begin. As season ticket holders. So.
No. And hey, it was great that Joe Burrow came out and was like, hey, you better get your refund.
That guy's got so much.
I also didn't realize I followed Joe Buck on Twitter. Okay? Now, Joe Buck has had nothing to do with this weekend's playoff games because ESPN didn't do anything, right? He used to be the guy for Fox, now he's doing Monday Night Football. He tweeted yesterday that he was in Starbucks in St. Louis, where he lives, and somebody came up to him and said, hey, are you doing the 49ers game this afternoon? And he said, I grabbed my cup, yelled OS, and then ran out to my car.
What, like he forgot that he was doing it?
Yeah. Just to see what the guy's reacting to.
Oh, okay. I'm still mad at you for missing the opportunity to hit him in the face and have the opportunity.
I had already walked past him by the time I realized it. I wasn't going to go back and sucker punch Joe Buck. I don't have anything against Joe Buck.
What do you mean you don't have anything against Joe Buck? He's biased. Against all San Francisco teams.
They're all biased. I don't care. It's just going to be a long half hour if you keep that thing. Good Lord. Did you see that, Jacob? Did you see that face he was making?
You'll have a couple more weeks of this.
Oh, and then what?
Well, I mean that. And Joseph Buster.
Oh, okay.
All right, maybe today's Monday when we come back to Gary and Shannon.
Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A watchdog group has asked the state agency to investigate why SoCal gas bills have exploded to record highs this winter.
We're hearing that they've doubled and in some cases quadrupled. Consumer watchdog President Jamie Court says, sure, gas is expensive now. We think it's very suspicious that SoCal gas didn't prepare for winter, didn't have adequate supplies on hand when the natural gas was cheap. He says instead of paying low summer prices, SoCal gas pays top dollar from that too. From the parent company in their subsidiaries and those parent companies at the They're making a lot of money off of this. SoCal Gas says prices went up nationally because demand for gas is record high. Right, Lynn?
Visiting during low usage hours overnight to conserve fuel across the country. By morning, however, technicians were unable to turn everything back on all at once. ABC's Inez de la Furtara says the country's energy minister is insisting crews are working to restore power. The outage has left some people without drinking water as pumps powered by electricity failed to work. The news is brought to you by Southern California Edison. Music streaming service Spotify is cutting 6% of its global workforce. That's about 600 jobs. Spotify CEO Daniel Ek said in a post online the difficult but necessary decision to reduce the company's number of employees will bring costs more in line. Other big tech companies like Amazon, Microsoft, and Google have also announced tens of thousands of job cuts this month. A new jobs report includes the highest-paying jobs in California. The U.S. News and World Report says the average art director in LA makes $146,000, and pilots can have an average salary of $229,000. In the Bay Area, lawyers make around $231,000. Web developers $23,000, and podiatrists make $231,000. A new form of medication to treat diabetic cats avoids the use of needles and comes in pill form. Experts say the biggest benefit of the pill may be its ease of use, especially in comparison to the previous method. You have to give it a shot twice a day, and in addition to the cat not liking it a whole lot, it's kind of hard. In fact, it's such an inconvenience that 1 out of every 10 pet owners chooses to put down their cat rather than give it the injection. ABC News series Hutchins has really developed its rescue cat, costs slightly more than the insulin injections and can only be given to recently diagnosed cats. Once a cat starts getting injections, they cannot transfer to the pill. We're going to go to the 405 next.
Let's say you got an issue with your insurance company at home, right? Maybe it's a broken pipe in the wall, a toilet overflow, something like that. So you got water damage, whether it's the floor, the walls, maybe both. Open a claim with a homeowner's insurance company, but you're going to find out that insurance adjuster is trying to pay you so little that you won't even be able to repair the damage.
This is the time to call Abner Dad. Abner Dad is looking out for you. Abner Dad is a public insurance adjuster. He is on your side.
You can try to negotiate with the insurance company yourself, but you're going to find out pretty quickly it's not that simple. Abner will negotiate on your behalf, and Abner will make sure that you get the best possible outcome, not the insurance company.
He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for many years. This is all they do. They've got the experience and the industry know-how you need on your side.
They also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Abner Dad and his team.
Give Abner a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AbnerGat.com.
ABNERGAT, AbnerGat.com, or call Abner directly. This is his number, 818-917-5256.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy, with highs in the mid-60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid-60s in the valley, from 40s to mid-50s in the Antelope Valley, 62 to 65 in inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now it's 61 in La Habra and 60 in Laguna Niguel. We're going to a crash on the 405 in the Sepulveda Pass. Southbound, this is right after Getty Center Drive. Brand new accident here in the middle lanes, and you are backed up now from right before Mulholland Drive. Dale Monkey on the 10 west on the Peck Road, got that crash clearing to the right shoulder. Also, it looks like heading to downtown on the 10 eastbound right in Wilbur Street. Got a report of a crash in the second lane from your left. In Rosemead, 60 west on Rosemead Boulevard. Debris in the left lane, and in Corona, 15 northbound, right before the 91. That earlier crash in the lane is clearing over to the shoulder. You should have hit the brake turn before Ontario Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Kitty Harmon.
The broadcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and this international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smugglers, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s. And that show, listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. For a better you in 2023, start with better water. Hey, it's Gene Sharp for Light Source, the whole house water system that will help you be a better you. If clean and healthy water is essential to look and feel your best, and it is, then unfiltered chlorinated water just doesn't cut it. Light Source removes the bad stuff, keeps the good, and means no more chlorine showers or baths. Feel great, look great, get Light Source water. Call 800
Constituency change the direction of your life. If you've been injured, 888-OPO-WIN.
More stimulating talk.
And I have radio station.
Download the free Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Jerry and Jennings, KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Breaking news this hour, the death toll there in Monterey Park has risen to 11. Investigators still searching for the motive, the why, about what happened Saturday at that mass shooting at a dance studio in Monterey Park.
One of those people who died was identified as one of the instructors, Min Wei Ma, known for his patience, for his understanding. A friend said Mr. Ma was very beloved, respected in the dance community. He's been doing that for over 20 years, trying to stop the shooter when he passed away. Another survivor of the shooting identified herself as Charlie, was dancing with her longtime friend and partner, and the gunman walked into that Star Ballroom dance studio and opened fire. Eventually, we know that he was disarmed around a white van, and when he was pulled over, he took his own life. He shot himself in the head to avoid any sort of questions and avoid trials.
And with large capacity magazine, that would be the Cobra, am I saying that correctly? Cobra M11 9mm.
Big banks are teaming up to launch a digital wallet. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, and 4 other banks that they're working on a new product that would allow you to pay online with a wallet that would be linked to your debit and credit card. It would be managed by Early Warning Services, which is a company that currently owns Zelle, the money transfer service, but they don't have a name yet. It's Earl.
Yeah. Shannon, do not give hints on Wordle. I was just starting to do it, and you gave the hint, but it starts and ends with E.
So she just repeated it.
We have a contest in a group of people, and that's not fair. Don't do it again. Thanks. I think that was my mom.
Not fair. You just gave her.
We had it tone like she was my mom, right?
The thing, and it's something you got to keep an eye on.
You're right. I apologize. I would be very pissed off if I heard somebody give away any of the answer before I did it. So I apologize.
Like today, it's a little different, though. Just, simple gatekeeping mechanism that usually exists for you, which is shoddy to begin with, trust me, but it seems like...
A lot of holes in that case. A lot of holes.
Those fingers have rusted through yesterday. On Mondays, on Mondays, we like to get into our mixtape Monday, talking music. Here's another mixtape Monday. Oh, if it was Monday, oh, it is. Here's another mixtape Monday. Okay, I love these stories because I love the way our brains treat music. We are such a weird collection of pink and gray stuff in our heads.
We are brainstem.
But the simplest versions of who we are and how we react to certain things like music. There was a study about what makes pop songs so catchy. Hooks in popular music is a new book co-authored by University of Wollongong researcher, a guy named Dr. Timothy Byron, and done popular music, and then tried to explain why some of those songs get stuck in our head and why these hooks are the guiding principles when it comes to the production of modern music. As an example, Dr. Byron is working with the School of Psychology, said this book defines a hook as a musical moment or phrase that stands out and is easily remembered. This is a bit of the songs that end up in the earworms, right? And we don't have to go through the list. Everybody has an earworm that they think of immediately when they say that.
Well, this song comes to mind. They say, "Can't Get You Out of My Head" by Kylie Minogue, "Third Eye Blind," "Can I Turn Life on a Horse on a Lot." And then they say, last year's memorable hit, "As It Was." Harry Styles' "As It Was" is not an earworm. It's just a song.
Careful. Can't say that around mine. That's a complete earworm.
How so? It's not catchy at all.
The whole song's catchy.
Didn't you say
You were taking a taxi drive, and the taxi driver was singing that song?
He was whistling to it.
Yeah, there's a hear more.
Let's hear it.
There's that face again.
Sorry.
Through the research, they said they found the term hook being used to refer to a subsection of a piece of popular music notable in some way that occurred since at least the 1960s. Now, both of these authors of the study are musicians, but had different motivations. One of them is a psychologist and likes to study the way music interacts with memory. The other one focuses on teaching music at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music. And they said, if a bit of a song is getting our attention, if there's a bit of a song that we're remembering, then it's doing something right. And it's almost exploiting the specifics of how our memory and attention work. They still haven't figured it out necessarily. They said there's an online textbook that covers everything from the psychology of memorability to the role of the study of books in popular musicology. Because imagine, if you could have, I'm not saying this is a good idea, the AI chatbots that are out there develop the world's greatest music hook, would you be able to put it together?
I'd be fascinating.
Hey, Jacob, you got an update over there on Channel 5, it looks like, in Monterey Park. We'll see if we can dip into that. Oh. 2 TV? That's too bad.
If I put the first Alex Padilla, again, the politicians are not right and dying to hear from
No.
when it comes to these stories.
But in the meantime, we'll try to get back, we'll break early and see if we can get into this
Okay.
next second. And if not, then we'll bring you some more information from our next station. Gary and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Federal regulators are giving Ford Motor Company a pass when it comes to possible carbon monoxide issues with some models of the Ford Explorer SUV. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says Ford won't be required to recall the vehicles despite thousands of complaints from law enforcement agencies between 2011 and 2017. I'm going to see if I can bring up this new company. Nope, I'm having trouble with that as well. Help for honeybees could be on the way. Researchers at the University of Georgia say they are working on the first honeybee vaccine. They say the vaccine could fight against the virus that causes higher mortality, and colony collapse. It will also help bees fight climate change and pollination habits. And Poland's prime minister said his government will ask Germany for permission to send some of the Polish army's Leopard tanks to Ukraine. Southland weather from KFI. Windy and sunny today with highs in 40s to low 60s. This report brought to you by GiveMeTheVin.com. We have a stall on the 60 in Ontario. From the 60 in spring, like you leave having a disabled vehicle, it has that center line block, and you're going to be experiencing falling from danger. El Monte on the Genworth on Peck Road, got that car clearing to the right shoulder. In Whittier, 605 North of Beverly Boulevard, you got a disabled vehicle in the middle lane. You're going to be backed up from the 5, and then it's called the pass 405 southbound for Gettysburg Drive. That crash still in the middle lane, just heavy from Mulholland Drive. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dean Harmon. This report is sponsored by Caltrans and the California Office of Traffic Safety. Hey drivers, Caltrans workers have families too. So if you see cones, road signs, or flashing amber lights, please don't ignore them. Move over a lane if it's safe to do so. Remember, flashing amber lights mean move over. It's the law. From Caltrans and the California Office of Traffic Safety. Termites in Southern California are here year-round. They'll happily eat your house, and they don't stop when they infest your home. Call Pacific Coast Termites for a free inspection before the termites start doing their damage. Now, certain restrictions apply, but the vast majority of people get. Okay, we're going to go live now to that news conference on the mass shooting in Monterey Park. OEM Office of Emergency Management, including the governor's office, as well as Valley County Supervisor Hilda Solis, FBI, and everyone has been helping us go through this in the last couple of days. But I also want to be reminded that there are some special things to be thankful for. The community has come together. Many people are coming forward to provide initial support to many of our API residents. Many who are right now in solace and witnessing things that are unheard of. We know we have a lot of healing to do. The LA County will be here. Our mental health services are here on the ground. Office of Emergency Management, as well as our Red Cross. as well as our other secondary agencies. And again, I want to thank the City of Monterey Park. This senior center here stands as a symbol of welcoming for all immigrants. That's how I came to learn this community, welcoming everyone. And it continues to be resilient. Continually will be doing that as we begin to heal. And we have much more to do. We also have some heroes. The young man that now many of us know helped to stop further shootings from occurring in Alhambra. That young man is a hero in the San Gabriel Valley, representing Alhambra. Those are things that we should also reflect on. In spite of someone's senseless motivations to try to kill people or shoot people, this individual did what many would probably never be able to do or imagine. But he saved so many more lives. So let's also think about that as we go through this process. Let us also, through the next few days, remember the families that have lost a loved one, as well as those that are recovering right now. And I thank all our emergency medical staff, our teams, our hospitals, everyone that has played a big role in this whole activity that has been occurring right before our very own eyes. So thank you with that. I'll bring it back to
Everybody in our group here. I know this is kind of impromptu, so okay. And then I'm going to have Matt talk about the center itself. There you go. The center of the video over here on the more from the experts here on the again. I was told this the county supervisor discussing what's going on again in your response to Monterey Park and the shooting from over the weekend. Death toll had gone up to 11. That just happened. We just announced that just in the last hour or so. Why are we listening to Alex Padilla and Public Service? I have no idea. Alex Padilla wanted to say that we could pat ourselves on the back in California for having strong gun laws, which we do, but then what? At a time like this? Well, without politicizing it. And what are we doing? Which is weird because then we said we want to make sure that we recognize that there are people who are still hurting here. Well, there's people in the hospital in lives, or to make a name for yourself. I don't get it. They're doing. And there's like, oh, it's just an impromptu, and they're passing on this microphone like they just threw this thing together. You know, he made a point earlier today. This is a frustrating thing, I think, for a lot of people. This is one more than that, just based on the reaction that you see as a result of it. It's incumbent upon him that pertains directly to those people. Alex Padilla and Hilda Solis and a mayor and a state assembly person, those people do not, their voices do not matter yet. And you could argue that in a situation like this, they don't matter ever because they're not going to bring any sort of solace or condolence or, they're not going to squeeze along the process of grieving. It's just gross. It seems like they're making it about them. But in politics. If law enforcement does have any sort of things to say about it, we'll definitely bring it for you. That's great plan yesterday. Right next to her father, Elvis obviously, and her son, Benjamin Shield, and then Elvis' family that was there. And there's a whole bunch of people that got together to honor her in terms of, her passing and the musical tributes, etc. Sounds like somebody on the morning karaoke. Alanis Morissette was also one of those that sang tribute of these it's been a lot. I can't see in a teenager and mad at boys. But it's not really a shooting voice. It's Axel, Alanis. I don't know. I actually like Axel the same. And my favorite Billy Corgan also. Again, weird, right? Who would you think
Who just in that's alive?
Today? No idea.
Oh yeah, I like that. I like that for you.
Okay. There's a funny thing going around the internet. I do not believe it's real. If it's real, we're about to turn off the cliff.
I think it's real. I think that this is exactly where we are supposed to life.
Allegedly, there's a group in Norway that's called TCMA, Transcultural Mindfulness Alliance. They took issue with this song from 1968. There is no such thing. According to TCMA, the Transcultural Mindfulness Alliance, they wrote on Twitter, Aretha Franklin's 1968 song, Natural Woman, perpetuates multiple harmful anti-trans stereotypes. There is no such thing as a TCMA is requesting it is removed from Spotify and Apple Music.
Transcultural Mindfulness Alliance. That sounds like you're just fun at parties.
Founded this month. Okay. It was founded in January of 23. It's got 1,000 followers, although more now. So someone heard the song and attacked trans people. What are things that never happened for $400? I'm not certain that it is an actual thing, but it is something that
Meatloaf died.
No, Meatloaf died a year ago.
Right. I had forgotten about that. So it's Meatloaf. His daughters, Amanda and Pearl, took to Instagram this weekend to honor their father on the 1-year anniversary of his passing.
They have released a 35-minute film called Meatloaf, The Celebration of Life, sending their deepest thanks and admiration out to Dad's worldwide family, friends, and fans for your continuous outpouring of love and support. They said the film was a celebration of Dad's life and legacy and acknowledgement of the man that he was on and off the stage.
His nickname for his grandchildren was Papa Meat. I don't know about that. Papa Meat.
But they did say he was a big kid. Man taught us tenacity, the value of respect, our dad, the man that we miss every day. Another passing before we get to a funner story. Jenny Reddington Dawn was the composer of a bunch of
different diarrhea commercials.
No, but that seems to be a very hot one. The burgeoning market.
It really is. You got to get into the diarrhea business. If you listen to this station for any amount of time, you realize how thriving it is.
It's a big deal. Over the weekend, Sam Smith was the musical guest on Saturday Night Live and has been making the rounds. Sam Smith was on, Drew Barrymore, the talk show.
I can't stand with Sam Smith. It's disgusting as all get out.
Incredible musician.
Absolutely.
Incredible vocal.
I recognize the talent.
I couldn't tell you which one it is, so I'm not familiar enough with his catalog. But he's singing in what looks like, this is going to be a weird reference. They used to make cakes that looked like a big dress that was over one of those, like a thunder cake. It was a cake. Well, the doll part of it was like just stuck into the top of the cake, and then you put frosting on the outside of the cake so it would look like a giant dress. Yeah, it's all wearing a frosting dress. That's what Sam Smith was wearing during the first song on Saturday Night Live over the weekend. It was a giant pink number. Oh. Spoiler alert, somebody is in the dress underneath so that the door of the dress opens and there's a big bright spotlight and this woman comes out from beneath his legs basically and continues the song. But hey, that's what they did. So anyway, he's going to show up on an upcoming episode of the Drew Barrymore show. So he's going through and asking him questions from the audience.
Oh, craziest rumor you've ever heard about yourself. All right,
I mean, it's a good one. Everyone seems to think that I'm a girl. In drag. Because we've never been seen in the same room together. And if you slow down her voice, it sounds maybe a bit like mine. So people think that we're the same person.
That's funny.
And I'm just in drag right now. My understanding is that Sam uses pronouns they and them.
Oh, okay.
First of all.
Got it. Sorry.
And is non-binary. But I don't know where the attraction goes. I don't know.
So I would like to have that question.
Well, we will work. All right, when John and Ken show comes up, they're going to have updates, obviously, throughout the day on the situation in Monterey Park. The death toll, unfortunately, has gone up to 11. Somebody in the hospital passed away today. So 11 people killed, 9 others injured in that shooting from Monterey Park. And then the gunman himself, Johnny killed himself in Torrance yesterday. He's no longer a threat. But there's a lot of questions still remaining regarding his motive, why he did it, etc. Well, Johnny Ken shows up next. We'll see you tomorrow. See you guys. So here's the big news right now.
KSI.
KOST, HD2.
Los Angeles, all time.
Live everywhere.
Monterey Park over the weekend has now climbed to 11. The man credited with disarming the Monterey Park shooter in Alhambra because he thought he was going to die. Landing space as he was in the lobby of the ROTHSCHILD Club Saturday night when the man walked in and showed a handgun.
Because somebody had never seen before.
It didn't seem like he was here for any money. He wasn't here to rob us. When he was looking around the room, it seemed like he was looking for targets, people to harm. Safer, he fought with the man and got the gun. The man took off in a white van. LA County Sheriff Munoz said the man had just left the shooting scene in Monterey Park minutes before he arrived at the ROTHSCHILD Club in Alhambra. Governor Newsom has visited Monterey Park to pay his respects to the people killed and hurt.
The governor called the shooting horrific and heartless. Newsom says the shooting points to a need for gun reform at the national level. How long is it? Everybody's done. Stop that. The Walker Dam Street put up in Newsom is one of many people that pay their respects to the people killed. Flowers and balloons have been placed in front of the dance hall where the shooting happened in Monterey Park. Like trolling. Hey, I need it.
Democratic Congresswoman Judy Chu, who serves Monterey Park as the mass shooting highlights the weaknesses of universal background checks on gun purchases. She says people can still get guns without proper checks.
People can still buy guns without that check if they buy them online or at a gun show or through personal sale.
Because current gun laws, like the universal background check system, are working, but she says even that has flaws. The news is brought to you by the County Dental Implant Center. The murder trial for disgraced lawyer Alex Murdaugh has started in South Carolina. Murdaugh is accused of fatally shooting his wife and son in 2021. Prosecutors say they will ask for life without parole if he is convicted.
Prosecutors adding Google and Snapchat representatives to their witness list. Murdaugh's son Paul reportedly sent a Snapchat video to his friend just hours before his death.
ABC's Will Reed says the defense filed a motion to try and stop the blood spatter evidence from making it to trial. The defense says officials damaged Murdaugh's t-shirt during forensic testing. 4 members of the right-wing extremist group OT Earth have been found guilty of seditious conspiracy in the January 6th attack at the Capitol. The guilty verdict is the second for the group. The OT Earth leader was also convicted a few weeks ago. The Justice Department has introduced nearly 1,000 cases since the attack 2 years ago. Tax season has officially kicked off. The IRS says around 168 million returns are expected. Jarvis says this year many Americans could see less coming back from the refund than in years past.
A lot of people are going to see smaller refunds this year than they did in years past, especially during the pandemic, because of
earned income tax credit are both returning to their 2019 levels. After Tim Allen has denied claims he flashed Pamela Anderson on the set of Home Improvement, Variety says Anderson suggested it happened in an excerpt from her upcoming memoir, Love Pamela. It says on the first day of filming the 90s sitcom, Allen was in the hallway wearing a robe and flashed her quickly. The claims he said it was only fair because he had seen her naked. Allen says it never happened and he would never do such a thing. The KFI 500 up 47, NASDAQ up 224, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.45. Southland weather from KFI sunny and windy for the rest of the day with highs in the mid-60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid-60s in the valley's mid-40s to mid-50s in the Antelope Valley, 62 to 65 in Inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 59 in Steel Bruce and 63 in Buena Park, 58 in Agora Hills, and 63 in Sherman Oaks. We're going to a crash on the 10 in mid-city. Come on, man, we got for the Springfield Boulevard. The runway is blocked. It's not clear there, so you see some flowing all the way from the 405. Now, once you pass it, then you stand right at Vermont Avenue. Have disabled vehicle clearing from the middle lane. It's going to be a little bit of slowing as you make your way on and off over to the 5 in Boyle Heights. Just over the pass. 405 southbound at the Day Center Drive. Clearing that crash from the middle lane so that I see some flowing all the way from the 101. In Newhall, 14 southbound right to 5. That truck route still closed for cleanup. And if you go there, 605 northbound before you get to Beverly Boulevard, that gets all cleared to the right shoulder. You'll see delays from Clawson Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm getting on it.
If the rabbit is the luckiest animal in the Chinese zodiac, this is the year of the rabbit. Time to go. And now the South Park reasons to go to Morongo.
$500 Who wins get $500 cash every half hour. Play daily games with the reward card. Wednesdays and Thursdays, 9 to 10 p.m.
Number 4.
Eco Chef Gift Giveaway. Keep 2 baking dishes and you earn 500 points on your reward card the 30th and 31st.
3.
The Grand Natural Front Storage City. Live March 3rd. You can visit now.
And the number 2.
Big Day Blow Up. It doesn't matter who you're rooting for. We've got food and drink specials, freebies and fun for everybody.
And the number 1 reason.
Get the room. Get the kids to the Big Day Blitz. It's the big game on the big screens in our big ballroom. Call 888 Morongo now.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good time.
Better sleep will change your life. That's because sleep is a core pillar of health, just like nutrition and exercise. So if you're not getting enough of it, G-Pro invites you to take our Better Sleep for Better Health Challenge. Get weekly sleep tips and explore how G-Pro, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, can help you. G-Pro's Better Sleep for Better Health Challenge. Visit G-Pro.
Now, Congressman Ken Buck's new book exposes their censorship. It's called Crush, Big Tech War on Free Speech. Google, Facebook, and Twitter suppress the truth about Hunter's laptop, COVID, Trump, and more. If you're tired of their liberal bias and how Google uses Gmail and YouTube TV to censor you, get Crush, an Amazon bestseller. Find $10 Crush at bookstores or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go to crush911.com. That's crush911.com. This is Jacob Amon. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating car.
And I have radio stations.
Sidekick Show, John Covell and James Campos, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're up from 1 to 4 now, and you can do the podcast at the iHeartRadio app after 4 o'clock. John and John today. We were just given a heads up that there's another news conference coming at 2:30 from the LA County Sheriff's Department over what happened late Saturday night in Monterey Park. A mass shooting. The death toll is now 11 people. That was also an update in the last couple of hours that 11 persons has passed away. And you talk about out of the profile, a 72-year-old man is the mass shooter. The median age over the past 6 decades is supposedly 32. Is this the oldest mass shooter in history? I did not look that part of it up. If I remember an older guy, it's got to be pretty close to that. And of course, when the news of this first came out, right away some people jumped to knife crime. Every Democratic politician. Yeah, even a couple of news stations I was watching, even brought on their kids experts. Yeah, right. The woke media and the woke politicians, they all jumped to hate crime. Nobody wanted to wait 5 minutes to see that it was a guy, maybe angry with an ex-wife. It wasn't that long before they put out the word that was an Asian male they were looking for. Who can stand this name? And then, of course, by now, they ended up near me in Torrance. What was he doing down here? When they boxed in his van in a parking lot not far from the Doramo Mall, he had shot himself to death when they finally broke in to that van. So, Steve Gregory, of course, covering this. I heard him shouting out questions. Special companies yesterday. Yes, you was. Yes, I was. And I heard you. Exactly when I tuned in, I said right away, I knew whose voice that is. He was always patient for information. That's yeah, well, you're in my life. So, see this here with everything else we can learn about this horrible shooting. And it's interesting that you guys, you start around the shoot by how people come to the conclusion that this was a hate crime. And you're right, I mean, people right out of the chute were starting to label this thing as a hate crime. I got the call at 3 o'clock yesterday morning. I got there on scene just before 4 a.m. And by 8 a.m., it was already a narrative. And I remember the first official press conference, the lead county supervisor had come out and started making this sort of long speech about hate crimes and that these hate crimes have to stop. And sort of in what a hate crime. Now, there was absolutely no evidence to this point that was a hate crime. It could have been a gang thing, but we were operating on that theory as well because it could have been the way it happened and the amount of people involved. We were thinking it could have been a gang retaliation. Until we started to hear word, I was getting it from sources pretty quickly on that they were looking for me in his 70s, and it was a man in the 70s. Now, we weren't able to go on the air with that because I couldn't corroborate it. But then when we found out that seems very disturbing in itself. You don't really hear about these mass shootings involving people that age. No, when you hear about it happening at night, you're thinking it's like a young person's dance club. And I heard it at the dance studio. That's what I thought. It's like all of them dance. Right? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's not a young crowd. No, and in that particular community and culture, that's a very popular event. That's a very popular regular event and social event. And then, after the shooting happened on Saturday night, minutes later, this weekend train has taken off over to Alhambra and walked into another dance hall over there. And he, raised his gun and started to enter the ballroom. A young man there basically attacked him and was able to get the gun away from him, and then train took off. And then, as we know, hours later, he was found in torrents inside a white van. So, obviously, all the talk now is motive. I himself is Emmett. There's been no definitive information about whether or not he had a wife, had been married, was dating somebody. There was no indication officially from official sources that was the case. A lot of speculation by bystanders and people that were at the party that night or the dance that night. So we've not been able to independently confirm. Now the subject coming up in a little bit, we're not sure whether that's going to be about identifying the victims, for those that have been shot and killed, or if this is going to be more about the suspect himself. I think there are 2 names that have been released as far as right. So concerned, or was that in the because the man that owned the dance studio, his name came out quickly later yesterday. He passed away, and apparently he tried to intervene. Right. I'm guessing he may have recognized who as being there before, and you're right. Everybody's scrambling now for motive. And did you guys see the video of him being disarmed at the club in Alhambra? That's pretty wild. Yeah, it is. There's an old guy with a beanie fighting away there. He has a little winter beanie on. Yeah, he's got that winter beanie on all the way until the point that he shot and killed himself yesterday in the white van. Yeah, exactly. When I heard this yesterday, I had no idea what was going on. I said, all right, when you disarmed him, why did you think you paid him? Because when he ran off, I said, let him get away. Who knows what he's going to do next? But they did not know he'd already shot him. No, not at all. This is one of those situations, and you guys are talking also that you hadn't heard about an older person shooting up a place, and remember he has a church shooter in Orange County, 66, I thought of him. I just thought this guy may have been the old. And possibly, yeah, this is very unusual, all around very unusual. It doesn't fit any kind of a model, especially with his wife. That's why I think this idea that there was a wife, an ex-wife, some kind of jealousy, well, some kind of snub, that he wasn't invited to the party there. Because there's all these news stories in front of me from various sources. Posted all this, but like you said, there's no official explanation. But it's sources, it's somebody saying, somebody told me, right? And there's nothing for sure. But all the rumors are in that realm of, yeah, they're also going down in broken relationships. Mentally ill because supposedly he filed a police report. He had it that his family was kind of poisoned. He started to get these paranoid feelings. There's other reports that he thought they were saying evil things about him at this dance studio, and he was headed there for some type of revenge on that basis. So this was not something this was not a sudden trick. Something that, it just sounds like that he had issues for quite some time. Yeah. And he picked the Lunar New Year celebration, I guess, as a way to really make it mark. Presumably, unless, again, there was effectively what I was told by psychologists, police psychologists, that's how they think sometimes, that the shooter wants to go in and do the most possible damage to it. And so in choosing that location, it does feel like at the very least that there was a connection of some kind between that first dance club and him. There's some sort of connection there. And the second dance club, I don't know that he tried to, was also there. I've heard reports that he's also fishing for that club. Right, and that's what I'm saying. So I think the investigators are going to start to have a better profile on this guy, and they're going to be able to keep this together in a way that they may not have all the answers, but they're going to certainly have more answers than we have now. Again, there's just wonder there. Yeah, and it was the sharp eyes of court police officers that spotted the van in the license plate, and they didn't. And I know that they didn't catch him the first time because the license plate was stolen, but didn't match the plate they were looking for. And then when they realized that was a stolen plate, and they were able to catch back up with it. Okay. Now, was there a chase, or he just ended up stopping in that parking lot and they boxed him? No, the way that he was aware that he was being followed, they pulled into that parking lot and abruptly stopped. And then officers waited for a second, called it in, and they got out and slowly approached the van. And as they slowly approached, they saw puff smoke come out of the window. And they heard the gunshot, and they realized he shot himself. Yeah, such an expert. Why? There was some rumor that he was serious with explosives or something? Well, the reason they would have done that anyway, because he had a panel there with no windows. So they had absolutely no idea what was in that van, or whether or not there was another shooter in there. They didn't know if at this point they thought there might have been just a lone gunman, if you will, but in this particular case, they didn't know what they were dealing with, and they had to operate with an abundance of caution. So they had to bring in bomb squad, they had to bring in, they had to so their cars, yeah, and then they boxed them in from out back so they couldn't get away. And here's the thing, I love how some of the other outlets were reporting a standoff. There was no standoff, the man was dead. Right, the man was already slumped over and dead over the steering wheel. There was no standoff. You could clearly see that. I mean, they were taking helicopter shots, but I wasn't aware of it. And the first air scan went right up to the front. Yeah, and they looked in and saw it. So they knew, the guys on the ground knew what they were dealing with already, but so. Well, what were you in the front row there? So I'm always in the front row there, down there, and I'm telling you, those guys, every time they show up and just sit down, they would get their heads because they have no fear. Yeah. Steve, thanks a lot. Thanks, guys. Steve Gregory has been covering, of course, the Monterey Park mass shooting since it unfolded late Saturday night with an update. Again, there'll be a news conference at 2:30 that KFI will carry from the Sheriff's Department, LA County Sheriff's at Monterey Park. More coming up. Oh, I guess the keyword, right? Coming up next, we get to win money. KFI and 640 live everywhere the iHeart Radio app. And Deborah Mark live at 24-hour KFI News Show.
President Biden has ordered all U.S. flags to be flown at half-staff to remember those killed in Monterey Park over the weekend. The flag will be flown at half-staff until sunset Thursday. Governor Newsom issued a similar proclamation for the state. The average price per gallon of self-serve regular gas in LA County has dropped 0.1% to $4.52.1 in one county. The average price is up 0.2%, $4.45.2. Apple Pay has new competition. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, and other banks are reportedly teaming up to put out a digital wallet that would rival Apple Pay, PayPal, and others. We're going to go to the 10 next.
Getting hurt in an accident, it can happen to anyone. And if you're ever hurt in a car, motorcycle, truck accident, dog bite, tree falls on your head, there's only one firm to call. Sweet James Accident Attorney, 800-500-5200. You're on right. Yeah, you keep adding tree falls on your head. Oh, sure. The tree falls on your head. What happened to me? Why I added it? My neighbor's tree? Oh, no. My neighbor's tree almost fell on my head. For the last 15 years, Sweet James has helped tens of thousands of injured accident victims get medical treatment they need. Almost $1 billion for their clients. $188 million settled in 2022. Being hurt after an accident has a major impact on a person's life. And the last thing you need is to take it on alone. Sweet James has been a warranty company to hold them accountable. They're driven by their purpose to help you when you need them the most. So if you're hurt in an accident, call for a free consultation 24/7. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. SweetJames.com.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to see a crash on the 10 in Upland. Well, you don't give me sound right. You put that glass. It's hard still is blocking on ramp, and it's already closed from before there. That's a mile off, so it looks like we still have trouble in on down the bridge and leaving Avenue. Got disabled vehicles. The center lane is blocked at transit, and trans and Newton broke, so we think if it's in move yet, it is closed from before Euclid, and then right past it, it's got reported a hit and run on the shoulder, and people were there. A little bit of good news, 605 northbound before Beverly Boulevard. That stalled vehicle clear to the right shoulder is happened to break from Whittier. And New City on the County Center for Crenshaw Boulevard. 2000 guaranteed to be hot and twisty. If you're hot, bring them back and they'll replace them. And participating U.S. Rabbi. I'm being uncertain. It's okay if you're stressed and you're worried. Protect your children. 317-467-34 lifestyle at Catholic.org. Better sleep can change your life. That's because sleep is a core pillar of health, just like nutrition and exercise. So if you're not getting enough of it, Goodwill invites you to take our Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge, get weekly sleep tips, and explore how Goodwill, the world's #1 sleep-aid brand, can help you. Goodwill's Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Visit Goodwill.com. Find Vegas welcome you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at Awakening.com. So you put your own track down? Yeah. I don't get that. This is why God invented gardeners. They'll handle. Why would the gardener take a because I won't. Now, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny K Show, Johnny Cobell, saying KFI, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And we're giving away money. Now, your chance to win $1,000. You're enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Bonus. That's bonus. BONUS. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/app. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorney. If you've ever been accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Bonus. Enter this chance to win with us. C20. All right, again, there'll be another news conference at 2:30. You'll hear it on KFI, the United County Sheriff's Department, about the Monterey Park mass shooting, which is now claiming the lives of 11 people. There's another life lost in the last few hours. This gunman, of course, went to sue San Studio. The first one in Monterey Park is where he got to open fire and actually get away and killed all those people. He made his way to a second San Studio, about 2 miles away in Alhambra. This is the Live ballroom in the studio. And apparently they did have a special dance going on. Again, Sunday began the Lunar New Year. So a lot of people are out celebrating, especially in those neighborhoods of Monterey Park and Alhambra. So he went to that place to probably try to kill more people. Sometimes it just takes a lot of luck to have the right person in the right place who decides to do the right thing. And his name is Brandon Sage, CSAY. His family owns that studio in Alhambra. He works at the ticket office. And I guess things are just getting going, but when he heard the front door close, he heard the metal of the gun clinking, and he just knew something wasn't right. Good Morning America scored the interview. Let's listen to part of it. Well, it was Tamil Jr. We were hosting a social dance party. I was in the lobby. It was late into the evening. Most of our customers already left. I wasn't paying attention to the front door. I was looking into the dance ballroom, the dance floor, and this is when I heard the sound of the front door creaking closing. And instantly followed by the sound of metal objects clinking together as if they were rubbing. That's when I turned around and saw that there was an Asian man holding a gun. My first thought was, I was going to die here. This is it. Did you recognize him at all? And, no, I did not recognize him. This was somebody I had never seen before. He didn't seem like he was here for any money. He wasn't here to rob us. When he was looking around the room, it seemed like he was looking for targets, people to harm. This is when he started packing a weapon, and coming in over me, I realized I needed to get the weapon away from him. I needed to take this weapon
was on him without everybody wears eyes. When I got married, I lunged at him, took off my hand, he grabbed the weapon, and we had a struggle. We struggled into the lobby, trying to get this gun away from each other. He was hitting me off the face, smashing the back of my head. I was trying to use my elbows to separate the gun away from him, create the distance. Finally, at one point, I was able to pull the gun away from him, step on the side, social distance. Once the gun at him, he put it in him, found me, and said, "Get the hell out of here. I'll shoot. Go away." He was just standing there contemplating whether to fight or to run away. I really thought I would have to shoot him when he came at me. This is when he turned around and walked out the door, dropped back to his van. I immediately called police. With the gun still in my hand.
It's a remarkable story about that last part. When I first heard it, I was like a raccoon to see your garbage can. Get out! Go away! But clearly, this man was operating off of adrenaline and just jumped into action. He's probably facing dozens of lives there. Absolutely. I mean, even if it's an old guy with a shaky hand just trying to shoot people when you're shooting this kind of weapon, you just hit people left and right. Also, you know, a lot of people were leaving for the night. I don't know how many people were still around. He doesn't know if he was coming in to shoot everyone. If he knew that he had just shot 20 people, he might have pinned them down to the ground and pulled the gun out of the police. So what he did do was give police that cargo van description to get up and started, and then maybe somebody must have for the first time recognized this guy because he didn't. He supposedly was a teacher there for years ago. And of course, he said it's not confirmed yet, but there are reports that this man met a woman at the Monterey Park dance studio and eventually married her. It's not for long. They were divorced. That was years ago, but there was some that think he was going there looking for her. Well, there's the Monterey Park mayor, Henry Lowe, went on NBC and said that my understanding is that he may have come because his ex-wife was reveling, celebrating the Lunar New Year, and the satellite was a history of domestic violence. Trans filed for divorce in 2005. NBC has tried to contact who they believe was the ex-wife, but so far no. Yeah, and no word if she would have been a victim or even if she was really there. Yeah, I think one member of the media talked to her and she said he was not violent, but he had a temper. And meaning that maybe she wasn't violent with him, but he did have a temper and he could go off. But what I saw in other stories was he was heading down real paranoid mental illness road, with thinking everybody was out to get him, people would say evil things about him. Yeah. And of course that story, in a senior mobile home community in MSU, that story that his family was trying to poison him. So that's where paranoia enters the equation. I don't think it matters. It's easy to buy a gun. It's easy to steal a gun. It's easy to alter a gun. It's an anything goes country when it comes to guns. So it sounds like he was the planner. It's the thing that Dan had stolen license plates. Yeah. So that sounds like he was working on a plan that even if he gets away, he'll trace a different vehicle. But yeah, I don't think it was spontaneous in the moment. It's something that's building up inside him. No, he's the New Year celebration, but a lot of people gathering in this community. Might have a total mental breakdown. It was building up over time, and finally he had enough of everything, and was going to take everybody out, take himself out. That's what he did. Yeah, and again, in the 80s, they say even some people in their 90s would go to this club. We understand that the news conference has already split to 3 o'clock, but we'll bring you any updates from the Monterey Park mass shooting when we get them. But I hope they, if they have the press conference, they give out a lot of information. Because that was the thing Steve was blocking at them. There's a press conference where we talked about this for years. All the officials come and they thank one another, and they thank one another, and then thank each other again. And then they tell you what they can't say. Instead of just coming out and telling you what they can say, and if they don't want to answer them, they don't have to, but you can put it out there, and if you say if you do anything, get rid of the round of thank you. That's a crusade we're never going to get off of. It isn't, because it's their chance with a lot of cameras and microphones in front of them to really say, hey, we're great. Who's right, they're wrong.
All right, more covered up, Johnny St. KFI AM 640 live.
Today. The vigil will be held at Monterey Park City Hall at 7 p.m. People are encouraged to bring flowers and candles. A community member who helps organize the event says he wants to bring people from various groups together to express solidarity and look at each other as human beings. New York Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer says the LA County Sheriff's Department told him the man who shot and killed 11 people at that dance studio in Monterey Park used a semi-automatic weapon. Schumer says legislation has been passed to increase.
To include some aspects of background checks this summer. It was bipartisan, but much more needs to be done.
Schumer says Americans do not think shootings are a normal way of life. Other lawmakers have also weighed in on the shooting and have said various bills are in the works to prevent access to assault-style weapons. 2 students have died and 1 teacher has been hurt in a shooting at a youth center in Des Moines, Iowa. That shooting happened at an educational program designed to help empower young people living in disadvantaged circumstances. A local PBS station in Des Moines says 2 people have been arrested. The news is brought to you by Sunlight. Lab-grown meat could be on the menu at some restaurants in the U.S. as early as this year. The FDA said in November that chicken breasts grown by Upside Foods was safe for human consumption. Cultivated meat is derived from a small sample of cells collected from livestock and grown in huge steel vats. It's then processed into something that looks and tastes like meat. Upside says it's hoping to bring its product to restaurants as soon as this year and to grocery stores by 2028. And blondes may not have more fun at certain award shows. I wanna be loved by you.
Ooh, Marilyn. I don't know how much they like your movie, Blonde. The biopic of Marilyn Monroe's life is getting the most nominations for this year's Razzies with 8. It's up for Worst Picture and Worst Screenplay. 2-time Oscar winner Tom Hanks has been given 3 nominations, 1 for his performance in Elvis. Organizers of the Razzies describe their awards as the ugly cousin to the Oscars, highlighting what they see as the worst films of the year. Jennifer Jones Lee, KFI News.
Thank you, Jennifer. We're going to check out the 15 next.
It's never been more important than now to diversify your financial portfolio. That is right. The S&P down 20% from last year, and this year not looking good. No one really want to see a recession coming, but it's coming. Most of the forecasters say so. Gold and precious metals offer a hedge for you against inflation and stock market volatility. Legacy Precious Metals, that's what we're going to talk about. They're the company John and I trust. At Legacy Precious Metals, they reject the notion that the financial future should be less than scam. Their number one goal is to give people the key to protecting their wealth and securing their financial future. So protect your retirement account. Roll it into a gold-backed IRA or have the metal shipped directly to your door. Do not leave your retirement to chance. Here, call Legacy Precious Metals today, 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Or get their Plain Investor's Guide online at BuyLegacyGold.com. That's BuyLegacyGold.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy for the rest of the day with highs in the mid-60s for Metro LA, upper 50s to mid-60s in the valley, mid-40s to mid-50s in the Antelope Valley, 62 to 65 in inland Orange County, upper 50s to low 60s in the inland Empire. We get a break from the wind, but then those Santa Anas are coming back Wednesday, Thursday. Right now, 61 in Laguna Bridge and 57 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 15 in Corona. The crash is on the shoulder of that transition. E15 north is already going to be close from Ontario Boulevard. On the flip side, 15 south of Newton Valley Parkway, they're reporting disabled vehicle in the State Divider area. In Upland, 10 east on the Utah Class Parkway, blocking an on-ramp. Also in Ontario on the 60 eastbound before Haven Avenue. That disabled vehicle looks like they're clearing it. I still can see a really slow ride, though, coming away from at least Central Avenue and Mid-City on 10 eastbound before Crenshaw. Still got a reported crash in the right lane there. The sign helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
Is it getting harder to find a new customer? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Experts ready to craft your message fast. It started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Want to know one of the most successful investment opportunities during both a recession and an economic boom? It's where you shop every day. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners
global brand names such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. See what over 2,000 investors are earning on annual returns and quarterly cash distribution checks from professionally vetted commercial real estate investments. Speak with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or visit fnrbradio.com. That's fnrbradio.com. Results are not guaranteed with risk of losing your principal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representation as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflects our belief in such outcomes and may or may not.
Another year in pain. Next generation pain management has arrived. Here is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine.
Pro athletes have been doing it for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again.
QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. It's 213-997-PAIN. Get the 40% off MSRP at CBRB.com. Orange, Go. KFI is giving you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, Caranea Resort. Breathtakingly situated on 102 acres of kitchen. You can unwind at Caranea's award-winning spa and wellness center, lounge by one of their 4 ocean view pools, or dine at their 8 distinctive on-site restaurants. Go to Caranea.com to learn more. Visit KFI AM 640 on Instagram and enter to win and stay at this luxury resort that's right here at home and feels like a million miles away. That's KFI AM 640 on Instagram. Good luck from KFI AM 640.
More stimulating hot.
John Ken Show, John Cobell from Penn Stamp Post, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, we're now heard from 1 to 4 p.m. here. Not long after we finish at 4, or of course the iHeartRadio app. Our guest at 2:05 will be Rachel. That's all we're calling her down. This is the Bennett neighborhood of Los Angeles. She was out there walking her infant son in the stroller, and this guy just veered into him. And she ended up toppling over the windshield. Fortunately, neither she nor the son seriously hurt. But of course, what followed was an ordeal with the LA County system of justice led by George Gascon, the DA, who gave that driver, I think he was 15 at the time, a really, really light punishment, basically summer camp. Well, the update is he said he apparently was from Palmdale and he was still very good recently. Well, now I think 17 years old. Yeah. We'll talk to Rachel about this, and we believe he left Los Angeles too. We'll also see if we can confirm that. So she'll be our guest at 2:05. A reminder that the Monterey Park mass shooting updates will come constantly on KFI. Steve Gregory, our reporter, all over it. There is a news conference scheduled for 3 o'clock. The only updates we have today in the last couple of hours, the death toll has reached 11 in Monterey Park. Well, John, you have an opportunity to once again do specific duties. I think iHeart has a community service day that you can take. So what I'm asking you to do is be part of, because it starts tomorrow night. Fernando and San Gabriel Valley tomorrow. East and West LA zone will be counted on Wednesday, January 26th. So maybe you want to be a part of that and get to your neighborhood. Yeah, I cannot think of a bigger waste of time than counting homeless bodies for watching. Can you imagine something more pointless? More it's nice. It is nice. It's less sure. And I don't really know why you'd want to do this at night. What does I think that's because they hunker down and you can find them? I think otherwise they're wandering during the day. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care. No, what's the purpose of it? There's no purpose because they want to put out a number so they get money. They're getting money anyway. They're getting many billions of dollars, no matter what the number is. But whoever provides the money wants to know, what are we dealing with now? 10,000 homeless or 100,000 homeless? What does it matter? Because they won't give you the money unless you give them something. That's a stupid rule. Bureaucrats want that. We shouldn't give them the money because it doesn't do any good. So it's not we, it's people like Newsom. My point is that whether we give them a little money or a lot of money, the homelessness goes up. Whether we count it right or wrong or don't count it, the homelessness goes up. And they're not stopped by how much money we give to the system, and they're not stopped by whether we're counting properly or not. Yeah, well, another outfit, that guy in Iran, the
all coming from you know why? Yeah, I know. You know why? They sell into homelessness in LA because they realize that the fact that these are out of homeless. Because if it's really people in the neighborhood, you know, normally that would be something a local church would take care of, right? You know, that's in the old days when life was normal, you had a handful of people who had trouble, and the church handled those things, or maybe some other, you know, private organization, and they set up camp because they know, you know, there's no rules. So the other thing about this, which we touched on a few months ago, sometimes they said, "Well, remember that entire tract in Venice that everyone knew had a big encampment, had a zero on the rock of homeless camp? Remember that story?" I know. And then I was like, "Are you kidding me?" That's what that is. I mean, it's basic stuff. When you're a politician and there's something that's really embarrassing, really bad news, you make it go away, you create some nonsense excuse for it, and they give you all every year. But they don't need an accurate count, they just need a count. No, it's not accurate. And it looks like they're way short of volunteers because there's a goose. But, I mean, I just can't imagine a bigger waste of time. And this is really what's wrong with the stupid government. Well, instead of counting, why don't you just go and force these people indoors? Do whatever they did in Venice the other day to clear out the... Yeah, that's sick. But that's sick. I'm still taking. I'm giving it their dysfunction things, but it's sick. There's nothing to say, I don't want to say this, I don't anymore. Well, they try to get it out of the So there's still plenty to sign up. Don't volunteer. Stay home. But you're just going to end up getting stabbed. You want to get stabbed because you're stabbing the homeless? You got more coming up, Johnny. KFIA 640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app is ever marked live in the 24-hour cafe newsroom.
Attorney General Merrick Garland has met with the Reproductive Rights Task Force in D.C. to make sure states are not trying to illegally stop the distribution of an FDA-approved medication. The drug can be used to end a pregnancy less than 10 weeks along. 9 military officers who had worked decades ago at a nuclear missile base in Montana have been diagnosed with blood cancer. The AP reports the disease may be linked to their service. One of the officers has died. Music streaming service Spotify is cutting 6% of its global workforce. That's about 600 jobs. Southland weather from KFI sunny and windy for the rest of the day. Highs mid-40s to mid-60s. This report brought to you by GiveMeTheVin.com. We're going to install on the 605 industry. It's going to be on the 605 southbound right as you're coming up on, it looks like right at the Leader Boulevard. They're trying to clear this from the lanes, but I do see a little bit of slowing there. Also, it looks like a possible car fire might be starting up there as Loudoun Avenue. And it's over the pass, 405 southbound at the Gettysburg Drive. That earlier was cleared to the right shoulder. But it looks like I still keep going from Valley Vista, also in Newhall. 14 southbound right side. That truck route is still closed as they clean up some mud debris. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. Under the wall. This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Hi, members. Get ready to up your appetizers in at Whole Foods Market. All packaged smoked salmon is 20% off through January 24th. So go ahead, bagel and walk until you drop. While supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Turn the clock. Want a strong, lean body, but cheap fat diet and cardio workouts? If your goal is to build strength, lose fat, or increase energy without being injured, the perfect workout is for you. The perfect workout method is just 20 minutes, twice a week, with a private personal trainer. Get safe, effective, and time-efficient workout at any of our 18 locations in the San Diego, OC, and LA areas. Results guaranteed. Call 800-882-2169 for a free no-hard sales intro session. That's 800-882-2169 for the perfect workout. With a Ralph's Rewards card, it's easy to get lower than low prices. For the win, earn fuel points on every purchase and save up to $1 a gallon at the pump. The Ralph's Rewards card. All you do is win. Save savings. Sign up now at Ralphs.com and start saving. Ralph's, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. See over 60 for plastic.
Save more on natural and organic items. Just click the digital coupons on our app and use them up to 5 times in one transaction with your card. Ralph, fresh for everyone.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
If your business has 5 or more employees and managed to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. So that's real money. Not alone either, it's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands on it. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to GetRefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it can probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that get PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com. It takes years, maybe a lifetime to build trust. Once won, it's a precious value. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner for Jacoby & Myers. We're honored to have earned your trust since 1972, and there's nothing we value more. Jacoby & Myers, the name you trust. Welcome to the CPAP Games live from the 8th bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with his CPAP. His wife, Michelle, is as tense as a fiddle string, trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. Oh my, the snoring. Michelle throws an elbow. Now a shove. And she's waving for the couch, taking her place as Behavior's 100-pound lab. Fast in that dog track, too. With all this struggle, you should get Inspired. Absolutely, first. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. It's right, a button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose. Just sleep. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to sleep is right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
When I'm in a drive-through, I better see that car moving. So, man, this guy in front of me stayed there for about 20 seconds. Unbelievable. The Kim Conley Jr. Show. Just like on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, it's recording live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're going to talk to the mother of the young son who was almost mowed down and killed in Venice by a then 16-year-old driver who was already on probation because he tried to poison a high school girl's drink. This was a seriously troubled person. George Gaston gave him very light treatment, even though he sideswiped Rachel and he was with a stroller. And unfortunately, she didn't get seriously hurt. But there is some justice in the universe. He got very little time from Gaston as far as punishment when this happened. Went to basically a summer camp. Well, the update is that we now know his name, Christopher Baca. He's now 17 and he's dead. He was fatally shot on a driveway up in Palmdale. We don't know a lot about what happened there, but we'll talk to Rachel, who has left. Okay, we'll after the news at 2 o'clock. Well, we can now say it appears that the Fed is officially dead. And I want to say, before we even get into this story, we are not picking on the beacon. He is not a supporter of the fake news. You think there'll be a mix? It was supposed to be a game changer in the world of alternatives to people eating meat. It was all hype. But that it's all hype, and people are moving away from it. Their sales, stock prices have plunged. The supermarket sales of refrigerated pantries just plummeted 14% in just the last. And you know why? It tastes like garbage. That's why. And I love it. Just later on in the story, there's one woman who thought she was in pain for health. Goes to her doctor, the results don't change, and he looked at her and said, "Well, you're eating processed food. That's not good." What I've read, that's what it is, the way they put this together. Well, what I've read with these fake food substitutes, that's all the rage. It's got enormous amounts of butter and sugar in it in order to make it palatable. None of this tastes good. And I remember when I bought into one of these steak burgers when we went to Bruno, the Caterina Club. The first bite, it felt okay, like the texture, I guess, was a good recreation, but then all of a sudden, terrible aftertaste. Yeah, there's something that gets in, right? Because if you bite in, the juices were released from this. And if they grill it, they're got a grilled taste, so they kind of seed juice or whatever the hell it is. Yeah, one uses soy, one uses mashed. Yeah, that's right. I got soy juice, mashed seed juice, but there's meat juice in there to make it bloody. Right, right. And it's all for the texture and the look, but the taste, horrific.
I have an alternative for you.
An alternative.
Yeah, essentially for people who don't want to eat the fake meat. When I was in Cabo, I actually had a fried avocado burger. And it was amazing. No, seriously.
The chili tender off. No more with the avocado.
Oh, but listen.
You're going to turn into one.
And it was
Isn't that why you had that lime green fluorescent avocado? My favorite part of the story, if possible, was the brainchild of a Stanford University biochemist. He realized that he made a big breakthrough that a molecule called heme, HEME, which is heat and meat mediate, he made heme with genetically modified heat, had he did the use of what the company called the magic ingredient. You want to know what the magic ingredient is? Soy leg hemoglobin. Boy, that's really appealing, isn't it? That's the magic ingredient in the Impossible Burger. Soy leg hemoglobin. It sounds like some component of blood or something. It does. Like it's horrible. They put the blood through a chemical process. I had one. I went to Carl's and had whatever they were selling. I think it was Beyond Meat. And I ate it once and said, average, but there's nothing special about it. So they hired Kim Kardashian. Bill Gates is excited about this. Bill Gates is really worked up over here. But Kardashian was going to be the chief taste consultant. You could make your own jokes for this. But then they noticed that she didn't seem to be actually eating the burger in a commercial. And so Kardashian had to release footage showing that later on she had swallowed the fruit. Wow. But from the commercial, she did actually do that. No, because again, all this stuff tastes terrible. But I understand from Slice, you could make a good amount of money for a while, right? This is a great market to get into because there's just think, oh, well, this is a cool thing to do. All my friends are doing. Yeah, let's have Impossible Burgers and Beyond Beef Burgers. And then you try it once, twice, three times, like, wow, this is foul. This is, you know, that's consistency of food. It's terrible. Yeah, the ingredients was just a mashup of a whole bunch of processed foods, things to give it color, things, you know, start to indicate the taste. There is no reason to replace meat. People who like meat are going to buy meat until doing so. You don't like it, they go eat something else.
You can make a rental burger if you feel like you want the bun and the lettuce and the tomato and the onions and the mustard and ketchup. You can do that.
Yeah, I know you can do that, but they don't taste terrible.
No, that doesn't taste terrible. It's just lentils and there was stuff that takes $1 like that.
I could just cashier is closed. You like those people who bring your
I'm trying to share. I'm just trying to share what I found.
They're religious people.
No, I'm not trying to convert anybody. I'm just saying if you don't want the steak meat, that's an alternative. You don't have to do it. You don't want that.
So now that we're moving towards steak sausages, oh boy, horrible. All right, when we come back, our guest will be Rachel. She was on our show last year to talk about the whole ordeal where a teen driver who looked like he was coming right after her and her son out for a walk in Venice neighborhood, and after this guy was caught, it was light punishment for George Gascon, the LA County DA, who really got Rachel concerned. He got like time at a summer camp. Well, the update is tragically that he has been killed. He's now a 17-year-old and was killed in Palmdale. Johnny Ken KFI AM 640 live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. They never mark live, the 24-hour KFI newsroom. News without the skill.
KFI.
KOST,
Los Angeles and Times.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The man who called it heroes speaks out. John Deborah Marsh live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The man who grabbed his handgun from the shooter in Monterey Park says he thought he was going to die.
Brandon Kay says he was in the lobby of the Lilac Club in Alhambra when an Asian man walked in. Kay says he heard the front door creaking and then the sound of metal clinking together. When I turned around, he just saw that
there was an Asian man holding a gun. My first thought was, I was going to die here. This is it. They said he and the man got into a fight, but eventually got the gun and threatened to shoot the man. He took off. LA County Sheriff Luna says the man had gone to the club in Alhambra Saturday night minutes after the shooting in Monterey Park. Gregory Codify News.
The death toll from the shooting has grown to 11. Governor Newsom has visited Monterey Park to pay his respects to the people killed and hurt.
The governor called his health rally. I'm not saying this is everybody's done. Stop that. He was playing that with him. Common sense, common city. The walker down street put up these different. Houston is one of many people that pay their respects to the people killed. Flowers and balloons have been placed in front of the dance hall where the shooting happened in Monterey Park, like Troll and Chaos. We want to express our condolences to victims and their families, and moving forward, it is important that you do that for them.
Governor Newsom and President Biden have both ordered flags to be flown at half-staff. Congressman Judy Steve, who represents the area, said he wants to know about the shooter's mental health status and whether or not he got guns legally. The state AG has been asked to investigate why SoCal gas bills soared to record highs this winter. Consumer Watchdog President
how much money spent for the parent company and its subsidiaries made off this lack of planning by SoCal Gas, which obviously has an incentive to make sure the parent company make a lot of money.
report says customers have seen their bills double and even quadruple in some cases. SoCal Gas says the increase in prices is because of winter storms with increased demand across the nation, right when supply is low. A councilwoman has plans to call for an investigation into possible corruption at Irvine City Hall.
We have gotten confirmation
Two Irvine council members in 2018.
not only do we need to understand how that bribery may have affected our current operations for the city, but also Malhut has been very involved with the government up through this last election.
Including, Peter says, working with current Irvine Mayor Farrah Khan, who has not responded to requests for comment. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
And members from the NAACP and the Anti-Defamation League have joined lawmakers at Houston City Hall to denounce a newly filed bill that would ban citizens and businesses from China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia from buying land in Texas. The bill was filed in November by a Republican state senator.
Any group, any community, any nation could be next.
When we fall out of favor in the public, because people use us as scapegoats,
Texas Democratic State Representative Gene Root says the bill very clearly targets people who are in Texas lawfully. He says they must stand united as a whole community. The KFI financial report, the Dow closed up 254. Actually, it should be unlawfully. There we go. The KFI financial report, the Dow closed up 254, S&P 500 up 47, NASDAQ up 224, and the average price per gallon of regular gas in California is $4.45. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some places tomorrow, with highs in the mid-60s for metro LA, low to mid-60s in the valleys, low to mid-50s in the Antelope Valley, 65 to 68 in inland Orange County, 62 to 66 in the Inland Empire. Right now, it is 64 in Tustin, 59 degrees 5 in Arleta. 25 northbound left to 118 west connector. 3 cars involved in this. One of the cars is in the middle lane. 3 in the middle lane. In Glendale, on the 5 south to the 134 east connector, a large tire is blocked in the right lane. Mid-city, let's see what we got here. 10 sound right before Lafayette the Boulevard. I got a report of a hit and run, and once it passed it right at Western Avenue, another crash. This is over on the right shoulder. Overall, that came from, we're going to be on and off the brakes from the 10 to about Maple. That's where we've got a disabled vehicle trying to clear from the middle lane as well. In Glendora, 210 west on Sunflower Avenue, got a sold-off vehicle blocking the middle lane up that off ramp. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harner.
if you test positive for COVID, ask for medication. Visit HoustonPhoenix.org or call 833-422-4255. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
As a walking pharmacist, I talk to people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling a Medicare prescription, like taking advantage of walking 90-day refills to save them a trip, or or using Reaper by scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, you got this. With low-cost copays on many medications, let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. So you're ready to save at walgreens.com/medicine. We find it for 36 and exclusive. Tanya, Isabella, Frank. These are the names of everyday Southern Californians doing extraordinary things. Adjusting thermostats, signing up for eco-friendly retail, using clean electricity in their homes and businesses. All these ways of clean energy California. And thanks to programs and rebates from Southern California Edison, we all have the power to ensure a clean energy future. Visit SCE.com/clean energy to learn more. This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating talk. And I have radio station. Johnny James Show, Top 12 hours and KTFO, K5, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now on 1 to 4. If there's any of the shows, check out the podcast at KFIAM640.com or the iHeartRadio app. We're back at the money, too, in less than 15 minutes. Another keyword for the hour will be revealed. You follow the instructions. You could win $1,000 in KFI's cash refill contest. We're expecting the next hour to have another update from Monterey Park on the mass shooting. If you haven't caught up, there are 11 people who died in that shooting. They updated that today. And, of course, the search for motive. Because he's dead, but we want to look at it. One thing I will say, thank God he's not going to the LA County justice system. If he says he wants to deal with that. Right. But and another guy who was, we're not going to have to deal with anymore, is Christopher Baca, 17-year-old out of Palmdale. You may remember him from about a year and a half ago. He was the guy who drove down a narrow street in Venice and hit a mother. And Dirk Gaston gave Christopher Baca a few months in diversionary care. Juvenile probation care. Yeah, that's it. Think about what we're dealing with. This is not somebody you give a couple of months in a life camp. Yeah, but, that's how Gaston treats people under 18. Yeah, so he continued down the bad road because he was gunned down in Palmdale. After this happened, we had a chance to talk to Rachel, that goes by that name. Just to be in the state are the key to run her and her child down. You could talk to us now that we have the updates of this. Yeah, thanks for coming on again. I'm so sorry I had to park with my child before selling her and stuff. Thanks for having me. Yeah. You okay then? He is. We're in Texas right now. He hasn't yapped, so it's just one of those days. So let's go away for Texas, huh? We're just in town visiting. Oh, did you leave LA though? Did you move? We did. We sold our house and we are now renting a house in Northern California. Well, okay, so you've been staying in St. Peter. So, I understand, and it's understandable if you have mixed feelings about this update on this teenager who really could have changed your life completely horribly that day. Yeah, I got to move on Thursday night that he was murdered, and I was at home alone with my child. My husband was already in Texas for work. And I just, it was really a weird feeling, It certainly, death was something I wished for this kid, before he was murdered, but things just happened. It's not really what I wanted. It's not the justice that I wanted. Isn't it likely, and I'm sure you thought of this too, if you got treated differently by our justice system when he tried to mow you and your son down, that maybe he wouldn't have been murdered in Palmdale because maybe his life would have run a different course these last couple of years. Oh, 100%. I mean, if he had been held accountable for his actions and very inappropriate, sentencing, he'd still be behind bars today. He'd be alive. And he tried to poison the girl at school, and then willfully running you over. This wasn't an accident. No. He had to think that the kid got overhead. Well, he drove off, and it was the guy in a pickup truck who boxed him in to keep him at the scene. Yeah. 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 I So I think it was an intentional act, him hitting us. You can see in the video, it's very clear. He swerved the car in our direction. We were, pinned up against the wall, nowhere to go. Lucky to survive. And, you would like to think that somebody that young could be influenced or rehabilitated to, become a better person or contribute to society. I didn't have much hope for that, but he wasn't even given that opportunity because George Gaston got rid of all the programs that rehabilitate minors, and instead, just re-released him into society and he was back to his old innocence. And, it backfired, It's dope.
You want anything was done before 18, just wants to wipe out, don't worry about it, you'll be fine. It's, the brain isn't developed. I swear, I wonder if he even really believes that. I question if anybody believes that because it's never worked. And I think this is part of their idea about just dismantling our way of life. I really do. Because clearly,
I agree with that. Yeah, it doesn't. And there's like one nothing program, and it's been debunked by many other publications. So there's just really no facts to it.
no,
And we don't know we're all in front of Jack in the Box, I believe, and they waited for him to walk home alone and drove by and saw him.
did you learn anything about his family life after he almost killed you and your son? Did you know anything about, did they tell you that, well, he had a tough life or something like that? Or?
I believe his life's not been ideal. His father's a fellow. I think he might be behind bars as we speak. I'm not certain of that. But he's got rural felony charges on his record on drugs, burglary, drugs, stuff like that. Nothing like murderous, but
Almost all these guys grow up without fathers. That's the first story.
it's just sad.
Yeah.
Now
you're okay physically and emotionally?
They're ever so slightly out of place, but I just have a constant soul pain. Mentally, I haven't gotten any help yet, but I need to. I think I'm okay, but, I think I kind of sort of need to release too.
And how do you feel about getting out of Venice?
I'm fine.
Yeah, because it wasn't just this that had you considering the move, I guess, right?
Yeah, I guess neighborhood, we lived in a nice neighborhood, but during the pandemic, it really took a turn for the worse. There's a lot of neighborhoods stayed, and the city's just not doing anything to keep the danger out of your backyard.
Yeah. The only good news I can tell you is there's a new city councilwoman for that council district that looks like she's trying to get rid of a lot of the encampments, but we're going to keep an eye on that.
Tracy Parkland, for having me.
Her name is Rachel, and she was on our show last year to talk about the ordeal she and her son went through when a teenager deliberately tried to mow them down in the street in Venice. She was pushing a stroller. You heard her. She told us problems with the dip in her back, and he got light treatment from George Gaston. Most defendants do, particularly if they're under 18. And an update is that this person who is now 17, Christopher Hawkins, his name is dead. He was shot dead. Yeah, and he was devastated. He died that way. It's a few days psychotic, but there's no fixing that brain. It's impossible. And I realize that people flinch when they hear that, and they have trouble saying it out loud themselves. I think even Rachel felt like she had to say the right thing about getting on the right track and getting help. But ultimately she realized there's no help for a guy like this. And who is feeling that way, you shouldn't be afraid of hearing somebody say that and saying it yourself, because that's the truth. All right, we got more coming up. You're shot at $1,000. If you tune in, stay right there, get the keyword, Johnny 10 KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark live in the 24-hour KFI interest.
The death toll in the United States staff managed Biden's response to the COVID-19 pandemic during the first year of his administration. Ron Klain is preparing to leave the job sometime after Sunday. Ron is expected to take part in the security crackdown of people protesting against the country's morality police. We're going to do the 605 now.
Like I said, Dr. Charles Manger will give you a free laser light LASIK exam if you call now. The laser light LASIK exam measures your eyes 1,000 times. It uses a laser, and it gets a perfect map of your vision. He's got the blueprint now. It gives you 20/20 vision or better in most cases. Here's how the process works. You call, you schedule the laser light LASIK exam, After the exam, do the procedure. It's only 20 minutes. There is no pain. I went through this. It doesn't hurt. And you walk out of there and stop it. Just crystal vision. This works if you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, or you just need reading glasses. And even if another doctor told you you're not a candidate, go to Dr. Manger, because I had 3 doctors tell me a long time ago I wasn't a candidate. They're wrong. So here's a trick. Call Dr. Manger 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
When you pick up on southbound lanes or coming up on Whittier Boulevard or looks like they're trying to cut that tangle, they are blocking the right lane. You're going to keep flowing coming between 7 accident blocking the middle lane of the connector road to the 118 west. And in Glendora, 210 westbound, right at Sunflower Avenue, I still reported a large chunk of metal debris in the middle lane. Magnifying the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harnett. This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. Jackson Hewitt gets you your biggest tax refund guaranteed. Plus a chance to double your refund or win weekly prizes with their double your refund sweepstakes. Follow your taxes on the double. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or older. Comply with 2022 federal tax return and 4223.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a family put food on the table. You can help change the future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org. This year is your year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay more than 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language. Number 4,
Eco Chef Gift Giveaway. Two baking dishes, and you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 30th and 31st. 3. The Grand National Front Storage Baking. Hi, my son. Get your tickets now.
and the number 2.
This day is grown up. It doesn't matter who you're rooting for. We've got food and drink specials, freebies and fun for everybody.
And the number 1 reason.
Get the room. Get the tickets to the Big City Blitz. Stay for the big game on the big stage in our big ballroom. Call 888-MORONGO now.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good time. Contact us at 1047-71. There are some homeowners say we take the best on the ones our team rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on Paul Game drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain set. Call 1-800-CTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. When you're in a serious car accident, it can be devastating. It's a more complicated case than Jacoby & Myers. When you're badly injured and the stakes are high, it's important to have someone fighting for your best interest alongside you. Jacoby & Myers has decades of experience winning these challenging cases, and we know how to get results. So when it's time to get serious about your case, I hear Jacoby & Myers. You told us yesterday that this is what happened. Right now, they're telling us that this is what happened. That's because of my vast knowledge in the computer system of the FIA. Basically, then like smoke signals, just a second, and at the time on the IR radio app. Just go down and take stand follow, KFI, it's an accident attorney. It's never been an accident. Winning is everything. Call the winning attorney just tweet in. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or tweetgames.com/ask. If you win, you get an email. Check your junk spam folders. Look at the KFI. There's a winning keyword. Every weekday from the 6 a.m. hour with Bill Handel to the 6 p.m. hour with Conway. Next stage to win the rest to 3:20 here on KFI. All right, well, we'll keep you up to date on the Monterey Park mass shooting. The death toll has reached 11 today. So one of the survivors did pass away. We're expecting a news conference. We have already got pushed from 2:30 to 3, so we don't know if it's going to come off at 3 o'clock. If it does not, we'll have reporter Alex Stone from ABC News to KFI on to talk about the latest in that situation there in Monterey Park. So stay tuned to KFI for all the latest from the Monterey Park mass shooting. Well, of course, that shooter, 72 years old, way above the average age for a mass shooter. Now, let's go to the extreme other end and talk about one unbelievable story, the 6-year-old school shooter in Virginia. This story unfolded a couple of weeks ago. He shot his school shooting in front of 6-year-olds with a gun in school. Well, the Washington Post has done some digging, and boy, did we learn some things about this particular 6-year-old. Didn't you know there was a video that looks like the school bureaucrat? The administration was dismissed
6-year-old boy, messages were provided to the Washington Post by the spouse of a rich neck elementary school teacher. And this year, that the teacher wanted to remain anonymous because they fear retribution from the teachers' union in that school district. The teacher declined interview requests through the union, but here is what they learned. On one occasion, the 6-year-old boy wrote a note telling the teacher he hated her and he wanted to light her on someone's ass. Not a lot of them, but once you recognize it, you better do something quick. So I do believe in the illness, the Indian, the child, right? The teacher brings the note to the administrators, and the teacher is told, drop the matter. Go away. On a second occasion, the boy plays furniture and other items in class. Students hide beneath their desks. Again, this is just 6-year-old. Another time, the teacher alleges the boy barricaded the doors to the classroom. They couldn't get out. Okay, teacher banged on the door until another teacher from across the hall forced it open from the outside. So this was 3 major incidents. That he wanted to light her on fire, watch her die, threw furniture around, everybody had to hide, and then barricaded the door. All right, so there were 3 major incidents before he brings in the gun and shoots the teacher. Now, these are clear symptoms of psychotic behavior. He's clearly going down the road of a mass killer early. And what were they afraid of? Stigmatizing him? Yeah. And by the way, the special needs teacher was so overwhelmed that they couldn't find it to get the kid. The boy was under a care plan that included his mother and father attending school with him and accompanying him to class every day. He stopped doing the care plan, and that's when he brought the gun to school and stopped the teacher. So he just waited at that. That's how I did it. Remember, there was a rumor he had a gun that day. There was a student flooded out to search the backpack or something, but there was a rumor spreading around that he had a gun in school. So ignoring all the other violent episodes he had, I mean, if the parents were showing up every day, you really couldn't stigmatize the kid any more than you could stigmatize. Not that that should matter anyway. Some people deserve stigma. There's a reason for stigma. Why? Because they represent danger. They represent something bad is happening here. What he should have done, I mean, he probably should have been sent to a mental institution. Yeah, what is the child? I mean, psychological help. I mean, why do you not just mix them in with other kids in school or something? Who would want this kid in their child's class? In fact, nobody should have to put up with it. And I don't care if he's a special needs or whatever bug phrase they use now to describe it. This is nuts. This is dangerous. And probably part of his brain was well beyond his years. You know, his brain may have been working on a 10 or 11 or 12-year-old level for him to be able to pull off some of these actions. So the word is they did not conduct a thorough search that day despite the rumors that the kid had a gun. One person said they should have pulled the kid out of class and done a complete thorough search. Yeah, but they didn't, and he pulled the gun out to self-defense. Of course, there's a crazy teachers union involved. But this is not all that much different than the whole way of not disciplining kids in this related class, not suspending them, not expelling them, right? I mean, we pretty have we have a zero punishment philosophy in a lot of schools. And I guess this place went right along with it. And so you get the natural conclusion where a little kid comes and you shoot the teacher in the chest. That's what you're going to get out of that philosophy. And now they're all hiding. Now they're all refusing their medical records. So they're still active records. But now they're just praying for the teacher's recovery. And they said this is a nightmare we'll live with forever. Yeah, we don't take the mental. That's what he said. We got more coming up, Johnny. 10 KFI on 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
Empire. He said big cars should stay off at Coachella Valley Road during the storm. Winds around Palm Springs International Airport were going up to 45 miles an hour. The National Weather Service has a high wind warning in effect until around 4 o'clock this afternoon. A watchdog group has asked the state AG to investigate why SoCal gas bills have exploded to record highs this winter.
We're hearing that there's doubles and it's quadruple. Consumer watchdog President Jamie Court says, sure, gas is expensive now. We think it's very suspicious that SoCal gas didn't prepare for winter, didn't have adequate supply. paying low summer prices, SoCal Gas pays top dollar from Yazoo. Well, the parent company and their subsidiaries, and those parent companies and subsidiaries are cleaning up. They're making a lot of money off of it. SoCal Gas says prices went up nationally because demand for gas hit record highs. Night wind supply was low. In Orange County, 4 big cars per day are funded.
News is brought to you by WGC Kitchen and Bath Center. The FDA is considering a new simplified schedule for COVID-19 shots. ABC's and Clarity's advisors to the FDA have proposed one COVID shot a year for most people, even if they have not been previously vaccinated. The proposal being considered this week by a panel of independent advisors would replace the current guidance that everyone gets 2 shots plus a booster. Officials say they are hoping you got thousands of dollars in cash in his bag. TikToker Josiah Vargas shared his reaction on social media, and he says, of course, he would return it, but
why would you guys do this to me? You know how bad I want this money? Why put me in this situation?
His video from last week went viral and showed Vargas returning the money asking the employees to stay for Metro LA. Low to mid 60s for the Valley, low to mid 50s in the Antelope Valley, 65 to 68 in Lakeland County, 62 to 66 in the Inland Empire. We're going to class now on the C-15 in Grand Terrace. Until next, C-16 in the countdown, right before we get to Washington. Take a ride from High Rise. And people are there at 6:05 countdown before Washington. The right line is still blocked from the earlier wreck, and it's going to be a short one from Rose Hills Road. We'll make the connector road to the 118 west. KFI in the sky helps getting you there faster. I'm getting on them. At Ralph, no matter where you order free aid from wherever today. Ralph, fresh for everyone. $35 order minimum is $60.05. Subject to availability.
You can earn 10 times fuel points when you buy Simple Truth and Simple Truth organic items through January 31st. It's a great way to enjoy Simple Truth and to save at the pump, too. Save on appliances and more at the truckload event at Lowe's. Get an additional 10% off all in-store clearance appliances and take home what you buy same day. Shop the truckload event today. Exclusive supplies while supplies last. Select the varies by location. TruLowe's.com for details. Valid 1-5-28. Survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not alone either, it's a refund of your taxes. The trick is in your hands. Complicated, lots of red tape, so let me suggest going to get $1 billion to businesses. And it will probably help you too. No charge up front and share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And just to find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain, talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. You may not ask the transfer-retinal amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognizable signs like a real ID to fly within the United States and visit friends and extended family members on military bases. So why wait to give yourself these real benefits? Get your real ID by starting the application online, uploading the correct documents, and make your appointment at the DMV to finish the process. By applying for a real ID now, it's one less thing to worry about later. Visit realid.dmv.ca.gov today. Life is uncertain. It's okay to be upset, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It takes normal. With download free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org. Yes. Get up to 40% off MSRP at TVRB.com or WRB Show. Holiday spending leaving your bank account on empty. All those bad decisions you made trying to buy the love and affection of your family means bills. KFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keyword, then enter it at KFI-AM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI-AM640 for stimulating income. Shows.com plays here both at 5 AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, we're now on from 1 to 4. Except the news, if you can't hear us live, check out the podcast or the iHeartRadio app. Or go to KFIAM640.com. Pick up the podcast. It's all posted up there not long after we finish the show at 4 o'clock. We're expecting a news conference on the Monterey Park mass shooting, which has claimed the lives of 11 people now as the update. So we may learn more. We'll see. We'll stay with it as long as it makes sense to do that. As John said, there's a whole bunch of congratulations and thank yous to other departments and people for supporting it. We don't mean to be rude, but we don't want to waste some time. We don't want to waste our time. Yeah, Tiffany and Drew was there yesterday and today, and again, just calling for more gun laws. You know, it'd be nice if when these tragedies happen, if the police, well, law enforcement, all the officials, if you're going to hold a press conference, only hold it when you have real news and information. New news, yeah. Don't give us endless rehashes. Everybody's heard about this story by now. If you haven't, you probably don't care, and you're probably turning it off. So we need something new here. All right, well, it's time to do a public service, John Cole. You have to start composting. Oh, for God's sake. The city of LA, you are now required to compost your leftover food. Do you think there's any chance I would ever do this even once? No, but your wife will, right? No. She hasn't even mentioned it? I don't think she knows about it. I sent her the story. Well, you're going to get a bin. No. She's not going to do it. You now get the green bin, right? I don't know what your colors are. Where I live, it's the green bin. Well, the gardeners put in all the lawn clippings and tree trimmings. Oh, yeah, well, that's the compost goes in there, too. The compost. There's going to be no compost. Say, fruits, veggies, dairy, grapes, cereal, grains, beans, meat, fish, coffee grounds, food products. I don't eat fruits and veggies anyway. I don't think so, but it says meat and fish. Meat, that's you. There's meat. Pasta, that's you. That's all I know is that you eat. Life is really short. Seriously, I am not spending even a second of my life on some nanny state nonsense. Are you going to do this, Deborah March?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it.
No. Only weird religious fanatics to drink either. Or there's no plastic, so you're eating like on paper plates, or you have a pizza box with pizza crust, and you throw that in there too. And then compost. Yeah, if you break that for you. I mean, if your town does this, would you compost? No. My town does do this. Do you do it? You follow? You know, I'm going to say 50-50. Oh, there are days I do it and days I don't. It's such a weed. Yeah. If I think of it, I do it. Well, what's the point? They claim that it's going to cut down on the what? Because it's compostable, they can use it, and they turn it into soil and stuff. They turn it into fertilizer and stuff. Well, otherwise, it's just more crap in the landfill. And doesn't it get in the landfill? Not to the degree that they can make something of it. What are they going to make of it? And free up more space in the landfill for the stuff they can't break down, like all your plastic. Did you see that John Stoppel's story? I think I sent it to you the other day. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to read it. Oh, it's a good one. The headline was about recycling. Oh, this is another version of it. You're recycling this into, I don't know. Yeah, but the recycling thing is about there's no market for the plastic. This is different because the stuff that could be broken down. I just don't see the benefit to rotting food in a landfill or rotting food in its own pile. Rotting food in its own pile is turned into fertilizer. It's turned into a product. It's produces something. It's not a fertilizer. Well, you can always use more. That's not my job. I'm not worried about creating more fertilizer. I go to the Ace Hardware and I buy a bag of it. Oh, look at this. If you don't like the odors, you can Denmark that made there. I'm not into like all these silly, fake, environmental make work nonsense. If he does this, what are they going to do? I can tell you, every guy I know is not going to do this. Well, every guy I do. Every guy I know is not going to do it.
But what if your wife asks them to?
They're going to say no, or they're going to lie about it.
What if their wife is watching them?
No, they're away with them apart. I am being serious, too. You don't. Apparently, there is a huge composting system. We have a problem again up there because apparently some large company called Synagro has got a huge composting plant up there, and wow, the people are complaining
cleaning. Apparently the whole place smells like food. Well, yeah, so who wants to encourage that? Says, why am I going to get to inhale all that filth? Trucks full of green waste and sewage sludge create fire hazards, odor problems, and other violations. Oh, I see. They filed an appeal. They're asking for more time. So now they're going to get an extra 3 months to comply with some sort of cleanup there because apparently the residents. Yeah, I guess that's just not a place you want to live. Contaminated water right now. It doesn't matter because that's what people say. Well, take me out to the desert then. So that's what they did out on the kind of desert area. All this is nonsense because you stop the story, stop what you don't really do. You see it. A network reporter. There's two things you can recycle: paper, cardboard, or aluminum, like aluminum things. That's it. And plastic recycling is dead. That's what Greenpeace says. Plastic recycling is a dead-end street. And what stops the light, people think landfills are horrible polluters, but they're not. Regulations make sure that these landfills have protective barriers so they don't leak. And they make ski hills, parks, and golf courses over the landfill. We're not running out of space. In fact, John Tierney, who's written for decades about this, says, if you think of the United States as a football field, all the garbage that we will generate in the next 1,000 years will fit inside a tiny fraction of the 1 inch one. So it's just hysterical nonsense. Stockville says his town would save $340 million a year if it stopped recycling. But Tierney says people demand it. It's a sacrament of the green religion. And he says there's one reason recycling fails. And that's going to be the case here. Tierney says it's so complicated, people never learn the rules. So and it goes on and on like that. All this is silly. Plastic is very useful in a modern society, as is oil and natural gas. All this stuff is useful. Rotting food is not as dangerous. You put it in a landfill, you put a tarp over the landfill, you start building the next one. The fertilizer industry is gigantic. Yeah, but many fertilizers are made from non-renewable petroleum products. There it is. So what? Fossil fuel. Yeah, so what? No, they want to remove that. I know what they want to do, but it's hysteria. It's not based on anything necessary. All right, we got more coming up. Johnny from the 24-hour KSI Newsroom.
Federal regulators are giving Ford Motor Company a pass when it comes to possible carbon monoxide issues with some models of the Ford Explorer SUV. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says Ford will not be required to recall the vehicles, despite thousands of complaints from law enforcement agencies between 2011 and 2017. Leopard tanks to Ukraine, and Japan is pledged to grow its military under a newly adopted security strategy. Japan's Prime Minister says the country is facing its most extreme need for security since the end of World War II. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some places tomorrow with highs in low 50s to upper 60s. This report brought to you by Tweet It Up. We have a crash on the 57 in Diamond Bar. And cut off road. It is clearing to the right shoulder. Now it's on 57 northbound. You're going to be on and off the break from Lambert up to the 60 East Split. Nick City on the 10 eastbound for La Brea Avenue. That crash cleared. Still got delays though from Robertson Boulevard. And people are there. 605 southbound to full Washington. Still got that wreck in the right lane. It's a solid backup from the 60. If you're on the 605 northbound, you're going to be past the right 25 up to Whittier Boulevard. And it's going on 5 northbound to 118. That crash is clear. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harlan.
Want to sell your home? You call it Seller's Advantage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of. Other people say, hey, it's just time for a change. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage has a custom solution for your needs. Good for contracts fully through. Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove it. Call them today to get a no obligation offer. The number is 302, I did it. 888. Advantage.com.
Yeah, I had to get you all the cool stuff from you. Like, hey,
Take It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Student computers, How can you spark great memories from saving the children today? Join us at TRILLIONAIRE.
This report is sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or changing your address, can be done online when it's convenient for you? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? There's Tara, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll brush it out, and the results are immediate. With such relief, it's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. This is Leland Smith here, founder of Service Captain's Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If you're thinking about replacing your heating and cooling system, I have a serious question for you. Do you really even know what you need? There are so many companies out there offering different systems at all kinds of prices. How can you really know if what you're being sold is what you really need? But the price is right. We believe in educated customers at the best kind of customers. So give us a call, and we'll help you understand all the options that make sense for your home. If you already have a quote from another company, call us for a second opinion, just to make sure you're getting what you need and at the right price. Quotes and second opinions are always free. So call Service Champions at 833-777-7777 and find us online at servicechampions.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded. I am green and selfish. I got one share. If I should win, I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm not even going to buy one pair of shoes. The only person who would know is my wife. I'm not even telling my mother. She's listening right now. I know, Mommy, I'm not telling you. Look, Derek, here now live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Show, John Cobell, and Eddie Campos, KF5, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If I would on from 1 to 4, so if you missed the show live, check out the podcast at KFIAM640.com or go to the iHeartRadio app. Coming up after 3 o'clock, if you don't get a press conference, the LA County Sheriff's Department concerning the Monterey Park mass shooting, we'll be talking to Howard Stone, ABC News for KFI, for the latest on the story. Otherwise, press conference allegedly wins the race. So one or the other will come up, and you also have a chance for money. Depending on how long you stay at the press conference at 3:20, there'll be another keyword release in the KFI Cast Show contest. What did you call this story? The woke trifecta. Yeah, the jackpot. Well, there's a woman in Massachusetts by the name of Catherine Clark. She is the House Minority Whip in that state. So they have a state house in Massachusetts. It's not a U.S. rep, it's a state rep. She's a Democrat, and her son was arrested. Apparently, it's back. I heard this story out of Atlanta, too, and Antifa is back on the streets and causing mayhem and chaos. Yeah. And they did this in Boston. Yeah. Her son, Riley Dowell, was detained by Boston police for allegedly spray painting, quote, No Cop City, or ACAS, which stands for All Cops the Best. Yeah, it's from the monument to Boston Common. Yeah, she did a good job raising that kid. Well, we say that kid because it's her son, but apparently the son is transgender, from what I understand in the all right, this is a son now, then it was a girl transitioning to a boy.
Yeah, but how come Clark tweeted out last night my daughter was arrested? I'm confused. Clark released a statement confirming Gal, who is transgender and goes by the name Riley, was arrested.
Well, then the police are calling it Jared.
Yes.
I'm still confused. I was confused too. I didn't know which way he was changing.
I still don't. They have him assume as a daughter.
But if he, but it says,
Man, then it would be a son now.
well, maybe he's going along with all these new issues.
Oh, I see.
They have him, in the story it says he is expected to be arraigned in Boston Municipal Court.
Oh, but the mother is saying, I recognize my son as my daughter now. That's what
I see. That's what he put in the statement.
Yeah.
Right. Last night my daughter was arrested. Mm-hmm. And then there was another quote from her. She ended up on Meet the Press. And is she a state rep?
She's the second highest ranking Democratic House representative.
Well, how'd she end up on Meet the Press?
She was asked by Chuck
Todd in December what the Democrats' top legislative priorities would be for the upcoming congressional session. Well, at any rate.
Well, yeah, I guess she's U.S. House. Yes, she's U.S. House you're already with. Right. I've never heard wrong. She's not a state rep. She is a U.S. rep.
I've never heard of it. Man, that's, he's a woke head because he told Chuck Todd, let me tell you what it means to me. Coming up as in a different generation. I remember my middle child waking up with nightmares over concerns about climate change. Wow. How much propaganda, frightening propaganda, do you feed your kids if they're waking up with nightmares over climate change? Does anybody have a kid who has climate change nightmares? Anybody? Or just in this trade now? That's why you think it's the trifecta. Oh, yeah. We've got everything. All cops are bad. Child is part of Antifa, right? Yeah. Child transitioning. I mean, what is going on here? Like, she's been in the House of Representatives since 2013, and she is the number 2 House Democrat. You know, and it was the same coverage by the locals in the media. They had fires in Atlanta, and there were people claiming all these were non-violent protests. You know, they were smashing property. It's like, what is this new game everybody's playing? Let's set fire to things, let's smash things, let's destroy property, and everybody stands around going, it's non-violent protest. And everybody nods along. Like, yes, it's non-violent protest. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I see a picture of Violent Gal. Now I'm looking at the picture. Wait during arraignment in court in Boston. Oh, this is from today, January 23rd. I would say, kind of looks almost non-binary, but very short hair. Yeah. The police department thinks he's Garrett. Yeah, I'm going to say that this was a male by birth trying to be changed into a female. Yeah. Maybe it's Riley. Maybe his ID is Garrett. All right, when we come back, we'll see if they sort of press conference concerning the Monterey Park mass shooting. If not, we'll be talking to Louis Valentoni, the TV for KFI. That doesn't happen either. We can give you a full update on the mass shooting. Let's get down clean the lines of 11 people. Johnny 10 KFI AM 640 live everywhere, the iHeart Radio app. Never Mark Live, the 24-hour KFI newsroom. Go ahead. Stimulating hot. KFI. 802
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
Man who prevented more tragedies speaks out on Deborah Mars live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The man credited with disarming here in Alhambra because he thought he was going to die. Brandon Faith says he was in the lobby of the Lilac Club Saturday night, and the man walked in and showed a handgun.
This is somebody I have never seen before. He didn't seem like he was here for any money. He wasn't here to rob us. When he was looking around the room, it seemed like he was looking for targets, people to harm.
He says he fought with the man and dropped the gun. The man took off in a white van. LA County Sheriff Lena says the man had just left the shooting scene in Monterey Park minutes before he arrived at the Lilac Club in Alhambra. Governor Newsom has visited Monterey Park to pay his respects to the people killed and hurt.
The governor called the shooting horrific and heartless. Houston says the shooting points to a need for gun reform at the national level. The hell's wrong with it? I'm not saying to keep everybody but walk the damn streets without being fearful. Houston is one of many people that pay their respects to the people killed. Flowers and balloons have been placed in front of the dance hall where the shooting happened. In Monterey Park, like strollers.
Democratic Congresswoman Judy Chu, who serves Monterey Park, as the mass shooting highlights the weaknesses of universal background checks on gun purchases. She says people can still get guns without proper checks.
People can still buy guns without that check if they buy them online or at a gun show or through personal sale.
Because current gun laws, like the universal background check system, are working, Bishop says that has flaws. Officials say family members of those killed and injured during the mass shooting, as well as witnesses, may be eligible for compensation. The California Victim Compensation Board helps facilitate short and long-term financial recovery for crime victims. Services include grief counseling, assistance, filing claims for state funds for payment of medical bills, and other assistance. We are waiting for a press conference on the mass shooting, and as soon as that starts, we will go to it live. The news is brought to you by the Cunning Dental Implant Center. 2 students have been killed and 1 teacher has been hurt in the shooting at an educational program in Des Moines, Iowa. Cops say they've arrested 3 people. 1 person was shot down by officers using a canine. The sergeant says the shooting was targeted and there was nothing random about it. An investigation could soon start in Irvine to look into claims of corruption at City Hall. Councilwoman Kathleen Tudor says Democratic consultant Mela Rothschild admitted to trying to bribe 2 Irvine council members in 2018 as part of a plea deal tied to an FBI investigation into corruption in Anaheim.
Since then, she has still evidently been active in interacting with our city council members and staff at City Hall.
This was during last year's FBI investigation. A man who rested his feet on former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's desk, 8 counts, including felony charges of civil disorder and obstruction of an official proceeding. A judge says the man can remain free on certain conditions until his sentencing in May. We are going to go to the 405. Yes.
You know, Standard & Poor's index had 20% last year, and this year's outlook is not looking good. A majority of economists are forecasting a recession in 2023. Yeah, that's why you hear time and time again, it's important for you to do this. Diversify your portfolio, or else you risk taking massive losses. Gold and precious metals, they offer a hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. Legacy Precious Metals is the company we trust. With Legacy Precious Metals, you can protect your retirement account by rolling it into a gold-backed IRA or have metals shipped directly to your door. Visit Legacy online, get your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. Or give Legacy Precious Metals a call. Here's the number, 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals today. Download your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com.
The KFI financial report, the Dow closed up 254, S&P 500 at 47, NASDAQ up 224, and the average price of a gallon of regular gas in California is $4.45. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some places tomorrow. Highs mid-60s for Metro LA, low to mid-60s in the valley, low to mid-50s for the Antelope Valley, 65 to 68 in Orange County, 62 to 66 in the Inland Empire. Right now, 65 in Dana Point, 66 in Anaheim, and 60 in Diamond Bar, and 61 in King Valley. It is slow on the 405 in West LA. This is the southbound side to Razor Lake on Santa Monica Boulevard, taking you all the way to the 90s. You have a little bit of an opening until you make your way into Hawthorne, more flowing off the 105 as you travel to the 710 in Long Beach. Michael Brown checking out Whittier, KFI in the sky.
Angel trouble for the 605. 605 southbound of Whittier Boulevard. They're clearing out the right lane there. Extra tight now, back to the 50. 605 going south on and off, going pretty much from the 105 up to Whittier Boulevard as well. Still got long range closure at Elysian Park. 5 southbound transition to the southbound channel is still back for that fight still 2 weeks ago. It looks like it's still backed up to about Colorado Boulevard every day now. 101 southbound is pretty tough from Hollywood Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. 101 northbound actually surprisingly is good from downtown up to the path. Michael Bryan, KFI on the sky.
Attention for coming up in Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound from River Canyon to Green River and heading Corona from Lincoln as you roll towards Pierce. Hang up eye in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. What's for dinner, burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods that appear as diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or weak oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the System Center and identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by Abby. Want a strong, lean body, but eat fad diets and cardio workouts? If your goal is to build strength, lose fat, or increase energy without being injured, the perfect workout is for you. The perfect workout method is just 20 minutes, twice a week, with a private personal trainer. This safe, effective, and time-efficient workout at any of our 18 locations in the San Diego, OC, and LA areas. Results guaranteed. Call 800-882-2169 for a free, no-hard sales intro session. That's 800-882-2169 for the perfect workout. Injured in an accident? Visit superwomansuperwoman.com. KSI.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeart Radio Station.
Show, John Cobell, King Campo, KFI, is recording live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome, everybody. Now heard at this new time, 1 to 4 o'clock. We've been in this slot for almost 3 weeks now, but we're just catching up. If you can't listen live between 1 and 4, you can always get the show on the iHeartRadio app or go to KFIAM640.com. We'll have another keyword. You can win some money coming up in about 15 minutes from KFI. Well, we're waiting for a press conference to begin about the Monterey Park shooting that occurred on Saturday night. There's an empty podium at the Star Ballroom Dance Studio in Monterey Park. They never started a time. But we can fill you in that the shooter is 72-year-old Hu-Can Tran, apparently an immigrant from China, we understand. And his connection to these dance studios is that he used to go there. Okay, we're going to have to go now to that news conference. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here today. My name is Lena Rodriguez. I'm captain at Sheriff's Information Bureau. Today, Sheriff Robert Nuna will provide an update on the Monterey Park mass shooting. The ordered speakers today are Sheriff Robert Nuna, representing the 1st District, Supervisor Hilda Solis, representing the 4th District, Supervisor Janice Hahn, District Attorney George Gastone, and closing Monterey Park City Chief Scott Reed. Now it's my honor to present the Sheriff of Los Angeles County. I'd like to thank you all for being here today. I really want to thank everyone standing behind me for coming out to support us. You'll hear from some of them, but many of those you won't hear from have really been doing a great job of either offering assistance, giving assistance, but we're here today with some successes, and I think a lot of that is because of the partnerships that we have with the people behind us. So just to start off, our homicide investigators are still working. There's so many other things we don't know, but as I told you yesterday, when we started or when we get more information, we'll be happy to bring it forth as we get it. And it's not only the Sheriff's Department that's working on this. We're still working very hard with our partners from the FBI, the ATF, the District Attorney's Office. The list goes on and on. So anyway, we have a just to regret to inform everybody that we did unfortunately have an 11th victim that passed away. So now we have a total of 11 victims that unfortunately have died as a result of this tragic incident. I also want to share the names of 3 victims in which, and this is the key, I'm sharing these because the next of kin notifications have been completed. That's number 1, Mai Han, female, 65 years of age. Million Lee, female, 63 years of age. and Alvaro Valentino, a male, 68 years of age. I'm going to pause there for a second. It's not so much because the sirens going by, but when you think of it, these are three people who aren't with us anymore. Three families who will never be the same. And we have to remember that as we're talking about these, at the end of the day, it's true victims and their families, and the support and love, our prayers, our thoughts, to be with all of them as we move forward. So as most of you are aware, last night we served a search warrant at the suspect's residence in the city of Hemet. As a result of the search warrant service, investigators recovered a few items of interest. These are just, it's a summary, not everything we recovered. We recovered one .308 caliber rifle, numerous electronic devices such as cell phones, computers, etc. Items that lead us to believe the suspect was manufacturing homemade suppressors. An unknown amount, I say unknown amount, and I'll explain that here, of .308 caliber and 9mm caliber ammunition. And the reason we say an unknown amount, they were in containers, and there are hundreds of rounds. We don't know exactly how many there were. A lot of loose ammunition, so eventually, we'll get to exactly how many those were. From the Monterey Park scene, where the victims were assassinated, investigators recovered a total of 42 shell casings and a large capacity magazine. So 42 rounds were fired by the suspect at that location. Investigators also recovered a Norinco 7.62 by 25 handgun from inside the suspect's cargo van. That's the handgun that you saw being recovered from the van yesterday afternoon. That firearm was registered to the suspect. There was also clothing that the suspect wore during the commission of the crimes, and that was also recovered from the van. We have also learned that the firearm, which was wrestled away from the suspect at the Alhambra scene, was a 9mm caliber semi-automatic MAX-10 assault weapon. I want to emphasize that all the firearms recovered still require additional forensic, ballistic examinations and comparisons that we're doing with our partners, as well as additional investigation into the origins of where the suspect got those weapons. A lot of work to be done there, but we don't want to leave any stone unturned. We are still not able to release additional information and photographs of the weapon that lead to, regarding the suspect's background, he has a limited criminal history with an arrest in 1990 for an unlawful possession of a firearm. I'd like to take a second to also thank Mr. Brandon Dye for his heroic action, which saved countless lives. He's the hero that disarmed the suspect at the Alhambra location, and in my opinion, saved many of lives. Originally, we put out that there were two people. We find out ultimately, as we normally do, as these things get investigated, there was only actually one person who disarmed them. But as you know, we're trying to put out information. It was preliminary. So there was one, and that's his name. And what a brave man he is. The Langley Center continues to be open for victim resources and next of 10 notifications, where we are being assisted by a lot of partners who have come forward, embracing all of the victims, different organizations, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate them. And they're going to be needed for weeks and months and who knows how long to come, so thank you very much for your efforts on that. And then I just want to remind everybody, and the other speakers will speak, I'll come back up here, I'll answer as many questions as I can, but just please remember that our investigators, along with our partners, continue to investigate all the details. There's a lot of stories coming forward. We're not ignoring any of them, but we've heard some things that just are second, third-hand information, and the investigators are cycling through all that information to make sure that we determine the motive. We still don't have a motive, but we want to know the motive behind this tragic event. And the FBI continues to collaborate with us in that portion of the investigation. And then finally, before I turn the microphone over, I would like to thank Chief Reese and the Monterey Park Police Department, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms, the District Attorney's Office, the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, and the United States Department of Justice, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner Coroner's Office, and all the various agencies that assisted us. And like I said yesterday, I'm getting calls all the way from our Attorney General. I spoke to our governor before coming down here, and he has been very kind in offering not only his condolences, but his support for anything that we may need. So with that, I will turn it over to Supervisor of Gilbert Police. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Luna. I represent this first district. My name is Gilbert Police, and included in the district is the communities of Monterey Park and the city of Alhambra. For the last few days, as you know, we have seen this tragic mass shooting take place in the city, our very own city of Monterey Park. Trauma, deep loss for many families that are suffering. We are all grieving. All of us are grieving. And I continue to have the families of those who lost their loved ones in my thoughts and in my prayers. The chief medical examiner was able to identify two of those victims. We heard some of that already from our sheriff. The 65-year-old Mai Mihan and 64-year-old Lillian Lee. All of the county is with those that have lost their lives. First, I'm grateful for the swift and united actions of our law enforcement partners, causing more harm to our community. And I'm also grateful to the medical personnel at LAC Medical Center and other nearby hospitals for continuing to treat those that were injured. Unfortunately, we heard one person who was critically injured succumbed to injuries and passed away last night. We know that their path to healing physically and mentally may be long, but they will not be alone in their journey. I'm coming directly from LAC Medical Center where I visited with at least two of the survivors. One is going to be released today. Another one will be released in time, but are both recuperating. And you could see on their faces their spirit to fight and the fact that they are resolved, that they are still here. And they want to be with their families. And they want to know what happened to the others on that night. I also visited earlier with some of the folks here, the Langley Senior Center in Monterey Park, to see what services our county, LA County, and the community are providing. And that is, I can tell you, without a doubt, some of the best resources that I have seen united at every level, the federal level, the state level, the county, and the city, and community groups, the Red Cross, including other organizations. My hat goes off to our DA's office as well for doing all that he can to help provide services on site and on time and to all of us. Our Department of Mental Health physicians and psychiatrists are on hand and they are there, able to speak the different languages that are needed and provided for these families, and also they're providing legal assistance that's being offered there to the families, which is much needed. I've also received the support that we've received from communities like the Chinatown Service Center and the Seaside Center, the Red Cross, and many others that were there. As our law enforcement partners work diligently to determine the motive of the shooting and as details continue to emerge, we have learned that we have two heroes. And we heard about one earlier that the sheriff spoke about. And I think that individual is a hero for all of us. Someone that put their own life at stake and actually prevented more deaths from occurring is a hero in my life. Also, our military uniform fought also to protect our community. So I personally want to thank them and had an opportunity to meet with some of the staff of Monterey Park Police Department who were there, who are also going to need help, also going to need assistance. So we need to be there. This is just a one-off that we're going to be there one day. for a long time. And we continue to work with all of the families. I also want to say I want to thank the governor of California, Rabbi last night, and also visited with one of the students I did the LSU and also toured the language center. He also is all supportive of whatever resources we need. Last night I also had the tribute to receive a call from my President Biden, who asked me what to do with him. I told him he just needed more reinforcement, he needed more help, he needed to stop this type of violence in terms of guns, and also to provide more assistance by way of mental health services, not just for the community of Monterey Park, but for the entire AAPI community, and in particular, some of our senior centers that service that community. So again, I stand strong with you. Our Italian mourns with you, our community, but we are here to serve. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to drop out of this now. This is the press conference, of course, of the Monterey Park mass shooting. Not a lot of new information. We'd already learned that there were 11 people killed. The number for most of last night or today was 10, but it has been up to 11 people who died from the shooting. The Sheriff Lena did talk a bit about the shooter, who is now, of course, dead. Who and a 72-year-old man from Tennessee out in Riverside County. And apparently he had some sort of experience with explosives. And if you did watch some of the coverage yesterday when they surrounded his van in a parking lot in Torrance, they did bring in extra heavy equipment for the possibility that he may have had explosive material inside that van. As Steve Begley told us, they don't know whether or not they were dealing with 1, 2. I mean, it looked like he was dead in there and he'd already shot himself as they approached the van, but they could have been dealing with something far worse. We also added that the only thing as far as the criminal record was a 1990 arrest of this guy for unlawful possession of a firearm. He was described in detail the weapon that apparently he used. He didn't use 2 weapons, but one that he used to kill everybody and then eventually shot himself, we believe, with a handgun. Of course, one of the first things that the police blurted out yesterday was the speculation on whether it was a hate crime. It's fascinating to see how many woke politicians went to hate crime right from the stuff. Yeah, that was one of the we learned that it was an Asian, dance studio. Immediately, people were trying to jump on that. Hostility, but by the way, it was a hate crime. That's what's funny, the way they define hate crime. I think if you shot up 20 people, you've got a fair amount of hate in you, regardless of their ethnicity or their color. It's so strange. I guess there's a hate crime that's like capital H, capital C. Cran ran some sort of a trucking company. He was a professional trucker. He did have a company for a while that didn't last long. We're going to bring on Alex Stone, of course. He's been covering this story for ABC News for KFI, and of course, yesterday morning and then late Saturday night, that the initial indicators we were getting that investigators were going down the road of domestic violence. But we're hearing now, and we talked to a senior law enforcement source a little while ago, has been briefed on it, that internally we're told they're beginning to make comparisons to Las Vegas in 2017 of an old guy who was angry. And in Las Vegas, we never knew why he did it. And this is still very early on, so they may not go down that road. But domestic violence, now we know that he divorced his wife almost 20 years ago. This case, 72 years old. They're telling us that he was a lonely guy, distrusted everybody, came to these 2 dance ballrooms a lot, where the dance didn't necessarily like him being here. But that he was just kind of a grumpy old guy and was apparently lonely, as they're saying, but hadn't been married in a very long time. Now, that said, they're looking into, was his ex-wife here? Was he a target? Was he seeing somebody else? Were they a target? So this could go any number of ways, but I think what we're hearing today, this is Father Kwan. We're on with a stop the car, which she was leaving. She was down at the dance hall. She was leaving. We thought everybody had been shot inside, and then not her answering that. So she was turning out about
So
I'm not going to stand for telling black
They used to come here a lot. They did not recognize them, but we're told that who can train did come here and enjoy this ballroom and the other ballroom even went to from here. So, the motive does not look like it's an easy one to find. You're working zero there. So, and we understand that they're coming up kind of empty at this point on exactly what it was, domestic violence. Maybe it'll go down that road right now. Seems like it may not. But he had spent time at both of these dance studios, right? Yeah, so he apparently knew both of them very well, from what we understand, that he enjoyed coming. We were told that in fact, he liked to come and offer dance lessons to women. And the dance studios didn't like that. They wanted to get paid for dance lessons. You hear this guy show up and say I'll do it for free and offer it to women, and then he wasn't really popular here for that. Then it is that second dance studio in Alhambra that where he was disarmed, and we're here today. Brandon Say, you heard the sheriff talk about him as being the hero. The chief here is saying the same thing. The mayor here is saying it stopped this thing from becoming double as bad or worse of carrying out this shooting at that dance studio as well. And we got to talk to Say today as well, talking about disarming. They fought over the gun. He told us this. So,
taking a moment parking lot.
people
Yeah.
especially when our side comes out.
The guy's 72 years old and Say is in his 20s, but he said that the 72-year-old put up a heck of a fight. He beat him with the gun. He hit him. He was not willing to give it up, and that they fought it out.
Fortunately, I don't really like it. Fortunately, I'm ashamed to do it at one point because he was going to use his arms to assault me.
Yeah, I think, well, if he got the gun, he thought then that the fight was going to continue, but then Tran just kind of walked to the corner of the room, stood there like he was thinking about it, and then ran away and got in his white van and went away. But in that moment, they were saying that he thought he was going to kill a man. He's never killed anybody. He's just the owner of a dance studio, and he thought if he was going to live, he said this.
I thought that I would need to kill someone today. I would need to kill a human.
And then right when he thought, I'm going to have to kill this guy, whoever he is, that's when Tran then ran away, got his van, and then hit Florence and was found 12 hours later. But they believe that what he did was running away and hiding, that fighting back, and that gun away. You heard the description a moment ago, a modified extended magazine, the sheriff is calling in, the pistol instead of a rifle, but it's all pistol, that he got away from him, and then ended all.
They make it look that if you're in the high skyscraper, you could jump out and then and so, but also you do the climb a whole bunch of times. I'm like, that's not hard. I can't climb myself out of bed. I swear to God, I have a strong way. Not really, but my
Here's an oddity, and I think mental illness, I don't like to write that up because some people are just sick of evil, but once at the head of the police department on January 7th, January 9th of this year, it's pretty recent. Big allegations about fraud, theft, and poison involving this family in the LA area 10 to 20 years ago. That people just said, I want to with the document.
One of the best podcasts of all time. Why?
Possibly poison in 20 years. I think he was suffered a real mental breakdown. The 72 could have already been in the dementia stage. Yeah,
all the people who push everything
living alone in a trailer, and life is over. It looks like he did very little in the way. In the way that they could not rationalize it. I guess. I'm just always control what the guys get. Why you get it? Sometimes you figure it out, sometimes you don't, sometimes you think so. Yeah, there's something about this guy. Good example, 56 years old, they don't figure out why people.
I hear some people
no, that's the theory that they have for our two other mass shootings or something.
But
Here's crazy. And that's how his father was, remember? Yeah. So this guy looks like his brain was falling apart. I noticed there's not a single person of some sort saying that they knew him, or were his friends, or were related to him in any way.
Somebody talked to the ex-wife because it was the one that said he was to get a temper, but he was ever violent with her. That's all I heard, but I didn't know more than that. Yeah, I know. That ex-wife is 18 years ago. So I think that was kind of a permanently had I think about 2 years. 2 years trailer. He was in some trailer park there. Yeah, it was. All right, we're talking about Johnny KFI 640 live everywhere. I host the radio app. Never mark live at 45 KFI.
All right.
I kind of like this Rosie House tonight to honor the 11 people killed in the mass ballroom in Monterey Park. Celebrating the new lunar new year on Saturday.
Why should you say that when you're especially every day? I would
Tonight. 2 students and an adult have been fatally shot at an alternative school in Iowa at Des Moines PD Paul Terry.
Honestly,
3 people
he's always going to say that. Why the hell
we were able to get a vehicle description for witnesses and pull up inside that car about
that one move as a president in the modern era.
He has had the team for nearly 2 decades. He said last year he was considering a possible sale. Phase for humans to cultivated meat is derived from a small sample of cells collected from livestock and grown in enormous steel vats. It's then processed into something that looks and tastes like meat. Upside says it's hoping to bring its product to restaurants as soon as this year and to grocery stores by 2028. We're going to go to the 91 next.
If you've been looking to sell your home, call Sellers Advantage. They'll make a cash offer with no need for repairs because they buy it as is. At a Sellers Advantage, there's no agent. They can close in days.
Holy fuck, they're scared birds.
They'll even offer you a $10,000 advance.
Oh my god.
Moving and other expenses.
I would do that there, but
check their reviews online. Call for a no obligation offer. 888-321 as is. 888-321 as is. 888-321.
you're going to get your feet early out.
SellersAdvantage.com. And consider 0961658.
Southland weather from KFI sunny and windy in some places tomorrow. High
Well, if it's wrong, I think I could do
LA,
that.
low to mid-60s in Valley, low to mid-50s for the Antelope Valley, 65 to 68 in Inland Orange County, 62 to 66 in Inland Empire. Right now, 63 in Villa Park and 64 in Westminster. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, traffic center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 91 in Anaheim. It's really going to let us drive. It's making your way along. So to the eastbound side, coming up at Cambridge south, the 2 right lanes is where it landed, the big race involved. And the drive is pretty jammed up now, getting away from the fire. Beyond the crash, we've got more going ahead in Anaheim Hills from Weir Canyon and Two Green River. We've got Mike O'Brien, Santa Monica, KFI in the sky.
That's right, too, for the day. Hey, Santa Monica away from PTA, so right away to here there. And that's going to be tough for you. Take your time of the recent fire. They're still close to that mud stuff from last week. It's still in there pretty much the ripping part. Michael Bryan is there, high on the side.
KFI in the sky. What's this? Go faster. I'm going to come out to one.
Contractor license 1047 watt killers and homeowner headaches. We fixed it, yes. One of our team review the issues. When we help our advanced breakdown, start performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-time unit drains for $80 with a 30-foot drains net. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice at $80. Get air conditioning and plumbing. COEPCL.com. We can things the right way, not the easy way. If you're living with the kids, listening, roof, corporate teeth, you don't have to. Dental implants can literally change your life. Dr. Mizarkani and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. He's my dentist, and he's my daughter Pamela's dentist, and boy, he saved her. She has some really complicated dental issues. So whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group team of specialists will restore your smile. You can do it in one day and while you sleep. And if you already have implants that have gone south or complications from another dentist, Dr. Mizarkani can fix those problems too. So smile again, eat the foods that you've missed. Now pound 250 on the cell and just say dentist. Pound 250 on the cell, say dentist. Schedule a free exam including x-rays and CT scans. Some restrictions apply. Go to LADentistGroup.com. LA Phil throws an elbow. He's winning home. John. Learn more at inspiredmyCookingFirefood.com. If the rabbit is the luckiest animal in the
What's overboard talk? Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Thursday, noon to 1 p.m.
Number 4.
You can just gift giveaway. Two baking dishes when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 30th and the 31st.
3.
The Grand National Flight Storage City, live March 3rd. Get your tickets now.
And the number 2.
Big Day Blowout. It doesn't matter who you're rooting for. We've got food and drink specials, freebies and fun for everybody.
And the number 1 reason.
Get the room. Get the tickets to the Big Day Blitz to stay for the big game on the big screens in our big boxes. Call 888 Morongo now.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good time. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFIAM640. Got to go out and change their phone, KFIAM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
That's
All right, well, we just got an update. There's a press conference going on from the other county church department along with a bunch of other elected officials. They're still talking. They didn't got to report the questions yet, have they? No. Yeah, I heard Jeff Luna is back, and yeah, right away about something. He said he would come back, and I forget why, but yeah, it wasn't a heck of a lot from the latest update. No, they had 2 names of the victims, and then they took theirs and platitudes. Yeah, we now know that Jeff posed 11. Somebody did die of their injuries at the hospital right because the Kings was still last night. 5 women, 5 men. We don't know the gender of the latest and victims in their 50s, 60s, and 70s. And then the idea that it was, Saturday night at 10:30, you expect people in their 70s to be out of their social world. I wonder how the modern world has infiltrated brains and made these mass shootings plausible to all the crazy people out there. Just because there's so much of it, and it happens so often, and it covers their days, and it's so intense. It is a public life now in America. Yeah, I know, but there was a day when it wasn't, and then there was a day that it started, and then it became, now it's so often that to some extent people don't really pay attention. Yeah, even I looked at a couple people that feel dead, that's being overrun by all the coverage of this story. Right, but they infiltrated the mind of the crazy person where this looks like a good idea then. It normalizes the behavior. Right, they see other people doing it, and they think, wow, I'd like to make that statement. I'd like to have that on the resume to let everybody know how angry and miserable I am, and how everybody's done me wrong and to blame. And it's pretty hard for everybody. I don't know anything anybody's ever going to do about it. I'm not sure there is anything. I'm just hoping more people step up, like that 26-year-old did at the clubhouse. He saw something that didn't look right, and he took action and wrestled that gun away from the shooter. He said he would have killed more people. And he saw the cargo van and got a description, and they eventually tracked this guy down the car. Most people free. And that's what it's That's it's fighter flight for free. That's the free. You often push that if you don't even know you're not connected on with the team. But it's hard to believe that somebody's actually. You just got to be firecrackers, people always say, right? Right. You don't believe initially when a guy walks into the gun, because you've never seen that before in your life. Right. And it's hard to overcome the fear of getting shot yourself. But it can work if you get in the story and it's just long enough. You can grab by what you have to pass it up. You gotta do it right. Whatever that happens in that moment. All right. Well, now we take you back to Sacramento. Last time we talked about the idiot politicians in Sacramento, California was looking down the nose of a probably anyone in that group. San Jose Assembly member Alex Green said they could put more than 50 million starting in the year 2026. Supposedly this will affect 0.1% of California households, but they say, I don't know what this number is for, 21.6 million state residents. That must be about 2 years. So that's the immediate, the first thing. I don't know. I heard the other day that I think New Jersey wants to follow you around if you move out of state. I heard they're even want to inspect you for past 2 years before. Then you can declare yourself a resident of that state, and then you get the. That's what they did. They spent 9 months in Florida and 3 months in New Jersey. Right. So they switched everything to Florida. The Jersey tax authorities are trusting So they want to investigate, and they want to see the phone bill. They want to see your electric and gas bill. They're also looking at, the bridges and tunnels that connect New Jersey and New York. They want to check to see if you're driving through, because people have those transponders, right? So you can pass it, so they have a register. Yeah, they're crazy there. And California talks in the past about doing stuff like that.
How many times have we talked about how the wealthiest pay all the income taxes in California because the biggest taxes they collect? It's like, they're already paying it. But this is worldwide wealth, not just your real income, but your stocks, your hedge funds, your farm assets, and your arts and collectibles belong to including your tax.
Well, yeah, are you out of your mind? Yeah, like the wealthy people aren't going to hide their wealth, right? And you can't tax stock that's not getting taxed, because that value is only on paper. That's not real value. And
Yeah, well, part of your net worth is only on paper, right?
Right, it's part of your net worth, but that's just an accounting trick in the moment. Now, you don't know what it is until the day you sell it. I remember looking at this guy a few years ago. He had this stupid idea, this Alex Boyd.
Oh, we threw him in the dumpster.
He's a Democratic Socialist of America member. So he's not a Democrat, yeah. And he, prior to running for office, he delivered food and lived with his mother. Billionaires, etc.
Oh, here's a birthday procession talks about sort of what you were talking about. Our current tax system. Federal state fails to tax the enormous wealth amassed by billionaires. If they keep profits inside their businesses, if they don't sell their stock, they can avoid the individual income tax. And then retire to Florida, sell their business, and never pay income taxes in the state where they built their fortune. That's what I'm doing.
You don't like it? That's for you.
I pay this stinking tax when I live there, but when I retire, tax everything in. Screw you.
I read a story, I don't know if it's true, but Elon Musk is got rid of his phone. He doesn't live anywhere in particular. He's smart, right. And he does so many CEOs take it. Almost no salary, like $1. And then they borrow against their stockholders, right? But that's not income, that's a loan. And they pay back the loan, but they don't mark anything down as income, therefore they don't pay tax.
Now, stuff like that,
So then we have to vote before they can get the point. You're talking about a double tax because you've already paid taxes on the money you used to buy the art. But again,
but that's sales tax.
now it's part of your wealth. Right. As the value of the art goes up, then you're supposed to. I agree with you that he beat I don't know if he's so that he came out against it last year, and they still didn't go anywhere. But this is punished everything that they think is wrong. 28 years old, is Alex Hayes. He's accomplished nothing in his life. He can't point to anything and say, you know what, I made that, I built that, this is my business, these are my employees. He's done none of that. He somehow slipped his way into office, and now he's saying, wow, all those people who worked really hard, who took risks, who built companies, who, keep America going, let's just take stuff from them. Alex Hayes is a bandit. He's a thief. In a tattoo. We got more coming up. Johnny 10 KFIA and 640 Live everywhere the iHeart Radio app. And Deborah Mark Live in the 24-hour KFI News Show.
The best show in the night reading in Monterey Park over. And it has gone. Let's try that again. My brain is just gone. The best show in the night reading in Monterey Park has climbed to 11. A watchdog group has asked the state attorney general to investigate why SoCal gas bills are hitting record highs this winter, and music streaming service Spotify is cutting 6% of its global workforce. That's about 600 jobs. It's slow on the 5 in Irvine. Mr. Northtown side, where things are crowding up, getting away from the 133 freeway. You're on the break to head all the way to Harbor and Anaheim. There's some closure that says, but it says the volume's a little lighter today, still very heavy and even slow in some areas. Here we've got Michael Bryan taking a look at Whittier, KFI in the sky.
There's some long-running troubles on the 605. 605 southbound at Whittier Boulevard. Actually, it's all in the big rig there in the right lane. And it's doing well. Pretty heavy now from the 10. 605, that is just going from 6105 to Whittier. Just there. Now, is the traveling through Santa Ana County? 91 eastbound on the Victor from Weird Things, over to Green River. Michael
fire and put a fire in the sky.
Hey, I'm finding this guy. He's supposed to go faster. I need to let you know.
This is the boat captain, Alfred Williams. Here's what tricks are finding in Maya. The way those things are tens are none but several second round picks to the Wizards for Ford, Louis, Hashimura. The Brown Jason, the NBA Buster Conference Player of the Week. He averaged 35 points, 9 boards, and 7 assists for the regular boys playing long. I'm Frank Allen.
There's truly good things come to those who wait. The Mercedes-Benz SUV family proves otherwise. It takes no time at all to set up a test drive at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer. Learn more at mbusa.com.
This report was sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration and changing your address, can be done online when it's convenient for you? Set them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online. You have termites? Maybe. Or, you know you have termites. Either way, call the folks at Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Further restrictions apply. They treat your home and kill those little buggers without consent. That's important. Call 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Call 800-PACIFIC. Friendly lady. At Cookout, we know you doesn't happen in the newsroom. It happens where you live. It's still brighter product in live. With a region as large and diverse as ours, it takes one of LA's largest news teams to cover it right. And Takeout is putting to more in the morning. Now, with 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Takeout News Los Angeles. Every your morning. Weekdays starting at 4 a.m.
We're going to the tab now. Remember to press the button and your pictures will be back.
That's like saying, oh, you know what my go-to food is? Pizza. I like sugar shell. Do I love going to vacation? I love Hawaii. John Codell from KCFO. Guess what? It's the 40 Ride. This is the on the iHeart Radio app. That's what I would say. And you can pick up the show on the show. I will keep you updated on the money for the boat.
I don't want it to be like, well, yeah, I was looking at the results and it's the green thing. No, what is that square millimeter in relation to the average thing that they're like a 2-ounce rectus brain or whatever, master's brain, whatever, dog.
You can still go why? The planet has billions of people, you're right. Some of it all kill people. Isn't it obvious that, there's all these different strains of mental illness or evil and, eating control peculiar strands, but it's kind of all the same spot. And there were things that something obvious like, jealousy or murder. How do you this is a really bizarre story. Maybe not relevant to here.
Every person with a course.
Nancy Pelosi, of course, is no longer the she's not even a speaker. But she's still he apparently was so bothered by the attack on her husband in her San Francisco home. Called his concern so heavily on her soul. He felt really guilty. Step up. Maybe because he was really coming in for her, but you get some crackpot who pretends to be an exorcist, some nut who believes like the devil has sent in evil spirits. Oh man, that's a thing. Over Thanksgiving, a priest coming and trying to have an exorcism at the house, they have a prayer service. Or a prayer service. People believe in it. Now, the local church, the San Francisco said that we did not get involved. So he's denying that. Of course, he had a double. You can request this exorcism at the Archdiocese of Washington. Oh, look at that. Why is exorcism is a sacrament of the Catholic Church?
Yeah, I think you're wearing that thing. I think that's what it's done. No, man, that's the 90s. So badly. To the point that I couldn't play a football game. I could play a football game. And I was very excited. I think we got him changed to the you know, that's true, right? And were you in pain? Yeah. Even my family didn't have it. The one time
and that may be prayed by any priest who's convinced
where I felt like it.
No, you contact the local parish priest.
I was a little kid. I was a high school. So before 18, nothing was happening. I broke the phone. I didn't say that. I had 3 years ago, I broke my nose. But I mean, he never took care of it. What happened? We were on break.
We're going to play all the fun and fun.
It's amazing. We kept that football going. It was everywhere. It was the best football. I'll never forget. I got it. I said, Dad,
they don't have anybody there on a Saturday night. And when something like this happens, you get the information on Twitter.
I really
4 hours before the television.
Where'd you get that?
They ran their 11 o'clock news without
I had to get something. I said, Dad,
programming out.
you gotta come out here.
You wouldn't wait till Sunday morning. Yeah, I didn't know.
No, but I don't want to
People don't watch the news on a Saturday night, so.
But he had a puppy.
That's why Twitter is there.
It's sad because the church is lost on
Oh, it's found. But you see it. It's found. And I've almost got it.
I'm very emotional investment. I'm very, is it safe to play music before we listen? I love it, yeah,
He's got the arm cage. He's very little.
He got his life on top. Yeah.
But when you're a little pot grow you have with that yard, you don't want that to freeze in the winter. I'm very protective of this thing. And anyway, we have Missouri Presley's life celebrated, and we'll talk about that. And Microsoft put $10 billion into AI for an AI company. You see this new AI? I guess it's called AI computer. It's ChatGPT, but it passed the bar, and it also passed it got a doctorate degree, all in like one day. It is artificial intelligence that can replace a huge
ChatGPT has like political. You'll see. I mean, like, I used it back in November. I'll be like one of the people that I used it in the first fucking month. Nobody, I was like Facebook. I was in the first year of Facebook. I was the first month of ChatGPT. Really? Yeah, I told it I loved it. Really? Yeah. My friends would be like, I tried melting powder for like 15 minutes. And it had a girl in my room. And I tried for like 5 seconds at a party or something. Let's say. I was like, dude, I'm going back there. I'm going to go there. I did. And like, I had years in my life where it was like sangria, and vodka, and whiskey, and then type of drinks that were Long Island iced teas. And I just remember either days or night when I had to be
investigators also recovered a Norinco 7.62 by 25 counter from inside the suspect's cargo van. Sheriff says the search of the man's home and tenant turned up weapons, a lot of ammo, and evidence the man was making guns for pressure. The average price per gallon of regular gas in LA County dropped by a fraction of a cent to $4.52, only around 7 increases in the last 8 days. In North County, the average price is up by a fraction of a cent, $4.45, 7 increase in the last 8 days. It's still
there's some people who did you ever go for a hike at work?
Student says Americans should not think shootings are a normal way of life. Other lawmakers also weighed in on the shooting and said very skills are in the works to prevent access to assault-style weapons. Police in Memphis, Tennessee have fired 5 police officers in connection with the death of the man who was arrested for reckless driving. Police Chief J. Davis says the review of Tony Nichols' arrest earlier this month found the officers violated policy for use of force. Police say there was a confrontation
confrontation that he then ran from police and that there was another confrontation. This was the point where they say you can tell from your arms consecutive taking
I wish that people that are
people protesting against it.
don't people like no.
Iran forced a
Confess people have that.
frozen assets. The Iranian special police forces will also accuse the firing guns at unarmed protesters. Thinking about retirement, maybe stressful, for personal finance.
What was really that like this is not the whole. And then also what you don't really have to look like.
Saving in tiny increments can make a big difference.
The more you understand what you have and what you need, the more confident
They put people without their suicide deal. No. Actually, the people I knew it, that's not. They both like the fine. This guy.
Let's talk about some illegal documents here. It's really a simple, low-cost and fast divorce, right? Sometimes it doesn't work out. The U.S. South
I don't know. I've never met. I've never met anyone. I have such well, there's like a system about it. Yeah, I guess I can make But no, I don't think Dustin Hoffman's character is capable of talking about how he's not Dustin Hoffman, and you know that that's a great movie and love counting cards and all kinds of other good stuff and having a party. Like people are artistic, they're like, dude, they can't throw parties since they're like 52 cousins. You take 51 cards, I'm fine. It'll bother me, but it's like we can still have a great time. Why? I like everything to be in its place and shit.
And even before you roll into Anaheim Hill, also
go sober today at somewhat usually parts of you. Don't stand this is ruined your birthday.
if you're tired to take that stand by, you have the tools to tackle tunnel
syndrome diagnosis. If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, come see a cardiologist. Ask about diabetes, amyloid cardiomyopathy, or HCR to get every blood curve, every blood tape, to an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better?
Why did it happen? So we're playing football.
Tools and expertise to do incredible things.
And I run football everywhere. And somehow, some way, over the course of like, well, hell, we use that football every day. Or, I mean, if you want to say, was there a quarterback on your I was a quarterback, like, I took the football, that's the only reason.
As far as mass shootings that happened on Saturday night, Alex Ferguson on the page states that starting the year with the latest information. Alex is the shooting coming by today with flowers and candles and whatnot. They covered a lot of these over the years. He's done incredibly quickly, oftentimes police were.
I remember we were at, what was that house called?
It seemed like, well, this is going down the road. Investigators were looking into that. All indications were that, and according to witnesses and the rumor here in Baltimore, that he was picked up at his place. He was then greeted that he had come out and been invited to a Lunar New Year party. There's no indication he was here. He played any role in any of this. And the school teams again, and we were doing things. And what we do now, we go out the window at some point. The motivation is elusive at the moment. And
I noticed how they do it. I thought they have like spikes in their fucking shoes.
We are told by a senior source, federal source, that has been briefed on this, that inside the investigation, we're building silencers at home.
Remember this.
Quite angry. Now, this one will only one day. We're doing it in Vegas. We still don't know what the motive was when that shooter went and killed, 58, 59 people. And we probably never will know. In this one, hopefully one day we'll know. You know, everybody wants to know now. It's only been a full day of investigating, and now it's on day number 2. The other thing that they're looking at is maybe it wasn't the wife, maybe it was somebody else. And was it some other and that information part of point of here for
related to anybody who was killed, anybody who was shot. They're trying to figure out were there any connections in that way. So you're called the tenant last night, found a bunch of stuff in there. We now know we went to the police twice. A lot of things that just don't add up. This former tenant said he was an angry dude who was alone.
What the fuck is this free jump thing?
Had a hard time with
that Mario
didn't have anybody in his life. So at this point, the motive is not clear. They don't know. Right. Well, it's funny too is also low and old to be in this game.
I think it's not that high, or even close to it, but I find it well, okay, we know this on field.
What goes on a Friday or Saturday night, evening. This wasn't that late, but they go pretty late in the evening. With the older crowd, that this is not something that 20-year-olds doing. This isn't, clubbing it in downtown LA. This is an older crowd. What goes on? Parties, the invites are hard to get. The tickets where you want to be.
Well, this shit, and then I'm gonna be like, dude, take you, fuck you, here I am.
He just comes here. These celebrations were right back.
Okay, so it's just highway. Yeah. Whenever anybody gets their ass,
the suspect was on the run, but they were going to be staying. That's only for the two straight. It's three straight.
I mean, they never kill ugly people. Do they? That was like, never let this motherfucker get out. I talk stuff on Margaret. Not stuff on Margaret. Peace and you, and the strawberry brand be a thing, but, no, Aquaman.
That's one of the things that help you to get the medical treatment you need, and so that the money deserves, and they also buy $800,
I don't know.
if you pay nothing until they win. Nothing until they win.
Now the war, we fight World War I. World War I, thankful president.
Look outside of the car. Go to your
Eye in the sky, let's get to there faster. I need to work tonight.
Hey, this is Ricky Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Cable Choice. The Marino family also will not be showing the Eagles franchise for the foreseeable future after deciding to end the exploratory process of finding a buyer. The Lakers send guard Kendrick Nunn for several second-round picks to the Wizards.
Sometimes when I go, but you know, it's like a little kid, and if you follow me, when I start getting bigger, like in the cartoons as well, you start seeing breaking that motherfucker.
And see the difference. This report is sponsored by whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m. Whenever, with you at the mayor with high-quality care virtually or in person. With video visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit choose.memorialcare.org for more information. Use the experts on site in person and enroll. Visit SIGexpress.com to connect with the attorney workforce pros. With specialized recruiting groups, take the individual approach. Placing people in contract and full-time roles. SIGexpress.com. Is it getting harder to find a new business? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to you right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. We started today. From the South dial pound 250 and say keywords great results. Pound 650 and say great results. See, this is not the second.
I bet you I will do it in a suit.
Rebates on everything from
Where if I fall,
to energy efficient service tax. It's the stuff of everyday Southern California.
I know I'm gonna die.
It's a thanks to a long list of programs and incentives from Southern
So like
California
just do it like that.
we
So
all have the power to
there's
create
some
clean
kind of
energy
mental,
future. With effective e-bike
what
contracts
kind of mental do you want? What? You don't have a value for your life that most people have. And Judaism, value for life for your own life is very important. You can't come up with
If I always done with we have some money you get on here, you could win $1,000 2 years, how we do it. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Hey, that's hey. Call the winning attorneys at 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. Win some money. Find out that the sheriff is handling it because they have the resources to be able to do it. They've got their homicide unit running it. And because they have the manpower and one of this caliber, this size, going to public streams at Kelly County Sheriff, and they are doing pretty much every department is so big that typically in an active shooter like this, we'll see the FBI, let us know what you need. Monterey Park is saying, you guys take that, we're going to secure our city. They're on patrol, they have they're dealing with the psychological, emotional well-being of officers who are there. By the way, the chief here was telling us last night that those who responded on the graveyard shift on Saturday night, those were his youngest officers right out of the academy, and they went running in because the shooter was in there, bodies were everywhere, people were down, screaming for help, running out. First year on the job, the trauma that those men and women are going to go through is unbelievable. And by the way, the chief last night, what he wanted to do is get out and bring down us, and then said, well, I don't know, 6 o'clock last night, this not a has and or whatever watch good they are. I think it's 12 hours for graveyard. They were coming on back on duty. He wanted to wrap up with us so he could go up to the briefing room and say, how are you doing? And check in. Make sure they're all right. Coming back, what they saw the night before. They could go out on patrol. A lot of stuff they needed them. They couldn't give them the day off. They needed them to be back out on the street. He was talking about them, about their well-being, and I'm sure you heard some incredible stories of what they've done. Alex knows whether this guy, I know you have a little bit of it. He also lives in a van. Or like, I don't know. This living in his van may very well be true. This dog living in Hemet had making the silencers in Hemet, had a lot of ammo in it, a lot of random electronics in his home, as it was described, phones and computers and other things. He went to the police twice this month, saying that I think this kind of stuff, he was getting poisoned by a long time ago. Do it again, dude. When I do it, I want one fucking video the whole time. I got an email, and I didn't know how to respond to it, and maybe you can help me out, because, very rarely you get an email, and you're just stumped, and you don't know what to write back, your story. And I don't know what to write back to this guy. I think it's right. Now, the circumstances are different. In this world, I think we have a stigma around gang violence. And when you say gang violence, people say, well, we don't care any longer. And they move on. This year on the front. It's a story. You say gang violence, and then it's barely they care. And then there is this feeling. Now, everyone in Chicago is gang violence, and so there's a misunderstood there. There's a lot of Americans say, well, that they were involved in stuff, that they weren't just innocent. This one is the mystery of it, that these were 50, 60, 70-year-olds who were out at a dance hall, and a gunman who was 72 years old walked in and sprayed them with bullets. That doesn't happen in Chicago every weekend. This is very different in that way, and that the motive not being known. And you have to say that now when you dance halls, there's going to be a metal detector. You're going to take your cell phone out, your wallet, hold on. But you know what, Tim? What good would that do? When you come in shooting, whether it be here or at a police spot, dinner venue, I don't want to name it specifically. Anywhere where there's a security guard standing there. If somebody comes in with it be a 9mm, like in this case, if it be a larger caliber, what is that security guard going to do? Even an armed officer, what are they going to do if they're caught off guard? Is that what they're going to do? Yeah, I know that security is tight everywhere. I've been going to the racetrack since I was born, and I've never had to go through a metal detector. I went this weekend, and there's security patting it down, and a metal detector out there, and I'm like, man, it's just pretty fun to life everywhere. Go waiting trial. Great, but they just shot one person outside, and they shot her right in her car, then went inside, and killed the rest of the victims in there. This guy wasn't about going through a magicometer, and if they had one, it's probably made any difference. glad that the addition Bernie Gaston was out there, even after we knew that that guy was shot, either shot himself or died in that thing.
Why is that one?
Granted, there could always be a prosecution of somebody. We've seen it, some role that somebody had in getting a weapon. We saw it in San Bernardino. Remember the guy or guys who helped procure a weapon. So there are prosecutions that involve this, but you're right. I mean, in that moment, it seemed a little weird when we knew that the suspect was dead and not going to be prosecuted. But they argued at that time, maybe somebody else was involved, maybe there's somebody else was involved. And by the way, in all the cases that you dealt with, and Alex knows that it's a great reporter and helps us out a lot here. In all the cases you've ever handled, is it still possible that this is a hate crime just because the guy is Asian and the people he killed are people he knew? Is it possible that you could still be of the same race and it could still be prosecuted as a hate crime? Absolutely. I think of the Orange County church shooting not that long ago. What was that, a year ago? Yes. You had a man who, if I remember correctly, he was in the Asian community that is still targeted at the Asian community for a hate crime reason. So they could do that, but in this case, it doesn't look like right now if it was a hate crime that he's dead. But yeah, you said that, man. They got to do something about themselves. I know that very few people go out anymore. Now, everybody's a heavily populated area. You think, what is this? Yeah, and you see cops to tell you they always sit with their back to the door, and I'm looking at the front door, and that's why I've been doing it for years. And so, okay, that's great, man. Yeah, that great reporter, always very level-headed, and just gives us the great facts. Always does. But there was a long distance standoff, sound of metal clinking together. When I turned around, and saw that there was an Asian man holding a gun. Where I thought was going to die yesterday. They said the man got into a fight and eventually got the gun and threatened to shoot the man. He took off. I was telling Jeff Lewis that the man had gone to the club now and was found 90 minutes after the shooting in Harlem Park. Boy, very terrifying news. The death toll from the shooting was growing to 11. Men who allegedly threatened a relative with a knife and barricade himself inside a home in Long Beach. You mentioned a little bit. Hospital found this morning about 11 o'clock. And so all other people in the home have been evacuated as well as the neighboring homes as precaution. Okay, the SWAT team is at the scene. They're working on de-escalation situation. Magnolia Avenue is currently blocked off from the 10th Street to Loma Vista Drive. It's got two Polish location, 30% from the level. Even if there is no permission to manufacture in Germany. The Tucson River says public opinion in Germany is against the move as its economy is up greatly since Russia invaded Ukraine last year. German minister says it will have to stay in foreign ways if it decides to send the tanks to Ukraine. The U.S. officials say they want to make COVID-19 vaccinations more like the annual flu shot. The FDA has proposed a once-a-year COVID shot for most Americans if these people would no longer have to keep track of how many shots they've received or how many months it's been since their last booster. The FDA will ask the panel of outside vaccine experts to weigh in on meeting Thursday. We'll take a look at the 101 freeway. For those of you that told your home to leaky windows, it's easier now to afford custom-made Japanese window grills. Because the old windows with new windows from American Vision windows, all custom-made to fit the style of your home. Billy definitely praised the company with love and dedication to their employees, leaving happy employees and happy customers. And they're right. You go to American Vision Instagram page. You see click on that. And then you're going to deal with the date and time for your appointment, and you're done. You don't need to skip a full great. Guys like that. This is why I went back for 226-9908. And that's 226-9908 for the website AmericanVisionWindows.com. That's AmericanVisionWindows.com. The office size 131.3 Southwest Gift through 778-326. Clear and cold tonight from that wind. Lows around 40 degrees. Clear tomorrow and feeling like today. A little bit warmer Wednesday, and it'll kind of feel like that. Like the weekend. Right now in Michigan, 53, Huntington, 56 degrees. Some of the broke down in snow.
The box truck on the southbound side of the 101 just passed wider. It's blocking the right lane from the Vivo Ohio, and delays are loading up on Calabasas away from Parkway Calabasas. Michael Bryan stepping up on the high KFI side.
And there was big trouble for the 91. 91 and eastbound, just a haircut, 57 at Cambridge LaSalle. That's an accident with respect to the fatality accident. So they're going to call the coroner out. It's going to be a while. It's bumper to bumper, 2 right lanes are blocked. It really offers a 5 steering for you. So you want to exit by the time you get there and take a orange store. It's going to be a great alternate for you. Now, up ahead, not so much. It's going to be tough drive up through the Santa Ana Canyon. 91 eastbound from Weir Canyon, Trucksville, over to Green River. And then again, pushing 15 into the Rolling Riverside. Michael Bryan, KFI.
The largest news team, the Cowboys Light. And Takeout is putting the more team morning. Now, with 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Takeout is
You're too tired to go to Grandpa.
or HCRs to hotels and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Go to DuffyPower.com. Duffy Quickie Advisors provides you with tools and expertise to do it by one of their 4 ocean view pools or dine at their distinctive on-site restaurant. Go to TRILLIONAIRE.com to learn more. Visit Epic Story on Instagram and enter to win a sale if you want to enjoy the right here at home and feel like Lost Pro. I'm dead in its floating Northbridge garage. Helicopters and you can't get your home. That's why. There's an investigation going on. At approximately 11:13 this morning, officers responded to an 1100 block of Magnolia regarding assault with a death. A male adult suspect threatened him with a knife and is further inside their shared residence. Responding officers evacuated all the other subjects in that area as well.
And last shooting in Monterey Park, officials have just confirmed that one of the 4 patients brought it. We've also learned that his former tenants tell ABC News that he used to give out 2 gas lessons. The allegations dated back to at least a decade. Police and a second victim, 63 years old, Milan Lee, was identified by the LA County Coroner's Office. And friends say popular dance instructor Ming Wei Ma gave his life trying to save others. Friends say he was known for his patience and understanding, and he loved all kinds of dance.
All right, so features in his home. And it was not covered on the 11 o'clock news. It was still, he went back shortly at, local stations like, news stations, and Bellio, God love her, man. She was up all night on Saturday trying to get as much information out as she could. Unfortunately, we have a problem with verifying things on Twitter now, because it's October, so, yeah, that's good. But, when you see stuff like, when it comes out, like, through 20 different accounts, there's photos and everything, it's hard to ignore that. Sure. But Bellio is really great in trying to get people as much information as possible. And she has a tremendous amount of sources that she uses, and was working late into Saturday night, getting all this stuff. Thank you, Bellio, for keeping everybody So with that, we'll talk about the timeline of this. So there's a lot of info being involved for this. I don't know, you're inside or around that area. And you may think you're okay, you saw some, pretty radical stuff, but man, it can pop up. Yeah, that's we're live on KFI AM 640. We're now Trojan. KFI 24-hour news. This is in the news from at least 4 people have been killed in shootings in Half Moon Bay in Northern California. The San Mateo County Sheriff's Office says deputies are responding to a shooting at Highway 92, 30 miles south of San Francisco. Poland says it's building a coalition have to do it like we're done. No. Oh my God, COVID. No one got shot. And then it was like, Spotify News Streaming Services, the latest tech giant announced job cuts. They prepared its workforce for around 600 people. What's that? 70% previously. Dr. Manger over Seattle by Science Center wants to get the all-new laser light LASIK exam. The laser light LASIK exam uses a laser to measure eyes over 1,000 times to perfectly map your vision. The laser light LASIK exam helps my doctor, Dr. Manger, give you crystal clear vision. I'm going to laser measurements of your eyes for free. Get your eyes set by a laser, measure your eyes 1,000 times. Very important. Nearsighted, farsighted, glasses, contacts, everybody. You've been told in the past you're not a candidate? Well, you might be the perfect candidate. The doctor manager.
We just start walking up
So you
there.
get your free basic exam, taking over 1,000 measurements your eyes. Got your first 14 callers right now. One of the first 14 callers. Call right now and get a free laser light LASIK exam. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. Clear and cold tonight, and warm again Friday today, then a little bit warmer Wednesday on. This report brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Let's get to a pricing home.
We're moving all the way from the south end of the 710 freeway, coming off of Ocean Boulevard in Phoenix. County
Closure for the 5. 5 southbound transition to the south 110. That's been out for almost 2 weeks. But you see it, the mud that came off the hillside there. That is something bumper right out of Griffith Park. And you're not done yet. If you get the east on the interstate, you're going to be on the first there. All the way down to Garfield, where there's pretty much middle lanes there. Michael Bryan, following this guy.
That's my hometown, 116 North Downman, 54 drive away from Penwood to the 138. Hold up eye in the sky. Get you there faster. I'm in for lunch tonight.
TRILLIONAIRE.com. Are you their next millionaire client? Hear from their millionaire clients that I have
Yeah, I just don't go early enough. Did you got a ticket?
With over 1.5 billion assets, First National Realty Arkansas FNLP is one of the largest indicators of grocery-anchored private equity real estate in the U.S. Build your portfolio today with our investor FNRP rating system. Ongoing protection and may not be realized. Past distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at FNRPradio.com. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, knee pain, or shoulder pain in your hips or back?
Hey, Gary and Jane, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is,
Two bodies putting them directly into your achy joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue. Winners in America, and now they're together solutions that can get you moving again, pain-free.
If you're living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations, Glendale, North Diego, and Orange. Call 213-213-9972. Are you the next high accident lawyer millionaire client? And you lie today. The way to go. There's only so many ways you can something at a protest where it's hell no, we won't go, or whatever the thing is. We're in 2023 now, we can start mixing it up a little bit.
You want a song? You want a song, a slogan, something you can touch on that kid tonight.
Serious shit. Oh, I got other plans.
Oh.
Now live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. KFI AM and 640 myself. A couple big stories. We're working on, of course, the Monterey Park shooting over the weekend. Horrible story. But this just came in too. I just heard Crozier talk about this. And then the general opinion process then. The shooting in Northern California left multiple victims. The San Mateo County Sheriff's Office and deputies responded to a shooting near Highway 72 in Half Moon Bay, 30 miles south of San Francisco. And the agency said the shooting left multiple victims this afternoon. Multiple victims were reported, but authorities do not know how many or whether the gunman is still at large. And gun violence, so anyway, we'll follow that story as well. But man, it seems like everything's coming apart here. All right, help for the victims of Monterey Park. If you need help, there's a great resource there.
The Lane Senior Center here in Monterey Park has now become a crisis response center for all the families and friends of the victims. And if 10 were killed, it was another 10 injured. So much heartache, grief, and anger. Family and friends in search of answers and support gathering at the Emergency Family Resource Center set up in Monterey Park. It is comforting and kind of cathartic just to talk about it. Because this is my husband and I have been getting really toxic and tonight. Officials have reconciled families, come into Catholic counselors and election support in the midst of this horrific tragedy. Numerous agencies are on hand to help, including the Red Cross, the LA Crisis Response response team and the FBI's crisis response team, as well as LA County Department of Health. One couple came because they couldn't find a dear friend who was planning on going to the dance last night. They feared he was among the victims, but while they were here, they got word they decided to stay home. So I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful in this system. It's crazy. I don't know what's going on with the country. There's a lot of sick people.
That guy said it. You hit the nail on the head.
With the country, there's a lot of sick people.
That's right. There's a lot of sick people. And we've got to get these people help somehow.
Some community members dropping off food, including traditional Chinese Lunar New Year treats, which something gives them feel a sense of comfort at this terrifying time. I think everybody should pray. I mean, having these text messages, they can't think of the rest of even though it's sent already, but just people are so afraid right now. The same thing about this will happen so close and to, in a time of celebration. And the thing is that they have canceled all activities in front of favors that they will be converting it into a survivor resource center so they can help them directly impacted by this mass shooting.
Okay, some information on how they located this man, Fran, I believe is his name, how they located him with his white van.
This Rocky moved in on that white cargo van after a 2-hour standoff, breaking the window to make contact with the suspect. The Rocky moved in and found a 72-year-old man in the driver who slumped over, agreed to ID himself. Sources got agencies that had the license plate on the van were actually stolen. It was LA County Sheriff. I checked that license plate earlier this morning on Honda. Using that license plate information, the Torrance Police Department pulled the van over at 9 a.m. this morning. We heard a gunshot from inside the vehicle, and that's when they called back up. The team quickly formed with law enforcement, LA County Sheriff, police, SWAT team, fire squad, and contractors, all working together. So the clearing of information is what led Torrance Police Department to be able to do good police work and actually find this man on their street.
There's a lot of license plate readers. With the license plate readers and the video cameras, man, I don't know how anybody assumes we're going to get away with anything anymore. They say on an average day, if you drive and walk and work in Los Angeles, just in downtown LA, you're on probably 14 to 15,000 different video cameras a day. Either your car or, you as a person, whatever. You go to an office building. I mean, we have, this camera right here. There's one in the hallway. We probably have 15 or 20 cameras before we get to our car. Yeah, right, exactly. Remember that I took that balloon thing home one day, and I got a call the next day like, hey, did you take that balloon thing home? I was like, yeah, it was like 7 or 8 years ago. I thought that was you take the balloon home. I said, no, I just got it for the doctors. That's what.
Yeah, they had like 50 photos of you every like 15 on the elevator, off the elevator.
I know. I left this building thinking I'm just taking a balloon home to my 6-year-old daughter, and the next day there's 15 different angles. I'm like, oh, almighty, man. We got a lot of success with these balloons. I saw someone posted a video of the Drake concert at the Apollo Theater in New York. I guess it was over the weekend. And as everybody's leaving the Apollo, somebody posted a video of showing police officers with a cell phone or something, but they were recording everybody, the face of everybody leaving the arena. Just standing there watching people file through the turnstile. Just every single person's face. Facial recognition. All right, we have also the timeline of events and also what it was like inside. What is this inside the Star Ballroom? How they're playing it. How horrible it was inside. And then we have tomorrow on Monterey Street, also Sarah Newman, the chief as professor. And who is this guy? The searching branches for who can this guy being allegedly, or I guess, allegedly, more just not a joke, yeah, it's right. But anyway, he has ton more information, and we'll get to all of it. But, of course, we're looking at this California shooting in Northern California at Half Moon Bay. There's a standoff in Long Beach. This one was at East Valley Tang near Magnolia and 10th Street, between 10th and 11th. And then an 84-year-old man was found dead in a converted Northridge garage just off of Nordoff and Balboa, right here in the valley. So it seems like this society's sort of falling apart. So we're going to have all those stories, and then we'll also get into stuff a little later. I'm sorry to interrupt. You just get a report that the person, suspect is in custody in Northern California. Oh, good. Okay. Excellent. All right. And then we're getting some lighter stuff also, like where Crozier was yesterday when his team was the toilet. The Clippers, did they lose again? Did you watch the Cowboys at home? Are you one of the kind of guy that has to watch alone? No, I'm older and mature now. I can hold my anger and my frustration like that a little bit better. I can rationalize it as it's going on instead of having to wait for a day or two to process it. When did you know it was over? Before Tony kickoff? When Tony Pollard broke his ankle. Oh yeah, that was bad. I was told it was over because he was there on the real offense that was breaking down the defense, and that was gone. Yeah, I think you're on something. Tom, so we're live on KFI Report. Perfect for anything to say goodbye. KFI cooling info gel quickly release your and with a bit of fresh scent.
Thank you.
That is my favorite all time.
Live everywhere on the radio app. Yes, apparently a semi-automatic handgun. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County Sheriff Luna says the man who killed 11 people at a dance hall in Monterey Park had a 9mm semi-automatic assault weapon. Investigators recovered a total of 42 shell casings and a large capacity magazine. Sheriff says the gun was taken away from the shooter late Saturday when he went to another dance hall in Alhambra where a man fought him off. The shooter then killed himself in his vein and horn. The sheriff says another gun was found in the van. More weapons and ammo were found at the man's home in Kemet. This report brought to you by Chief James Accident Attorneys. People are paying their respects to those killed and hurt in the mass shooting. Flowers and candles have been placed at the dance club where the attack happened. This woman who lives in the area says the city is much quieter than usual.
Until they get full of people walking around exercising, walking dogs, playing, lots of people.
More than the few people we're seeing out right now.
Yeah, not very few.
Governor Newsom and President Biden have both ordered flags to be flown at half staff. Monterey Park Mayor Henry Lowe's encouraging people to support the families affected by the shooting in Monterey Park. Like Seoul and their closure is going to support electrical vault in downtown LA. Now, your natural residents are required to call back on your days for their budget for and advance sales improve tens of thousands of people's lives. People just like you and me the desirable benefit. So, if we bring out all of these, calling them out, if we're $50 off, you're going to get free haircut. Get on the account and the one thing that we appreciate is, how are you going to go more delays in Hollywood, off of Sunset Boulevard all the way into downtown LA. It's on a high with Mike O'Brien and Evan in the sky. Yeah, Angel, huge thanks for the 91. 91 eastbound, just past the 57 and claimed it herself. After now a field investigation into the 2 hour waiting for it. We're almost back to the spot. It's more really glad it's over. How do you step back and use the voice short and you're off the freeway or run parallel and you take a lot of time. Out of here, what if you had access to everyone listening right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow. At a fraction of the cost of video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. That's you sell. You know, too. Doesn't happen in your growth. It happens where you live. The same places we live. With a region as large and diverse as ours, it takes one of LA's largest news teams to cover it right. And Takeout is putting the more in the morning. Now, with 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Takeout News Los Angeles, covering your morning. Weekdays starting at 4 a.m. If you get certain accidents, here's the law firm with the series to win. Choose the Sylvia Myers. More stimulating talk. And iHeart radio station. Pretty big stories here in Los Angeles. And unfortunately, none are good. California shooting leaves multiple victims in Half Moon Bay. Looks like they were suspects in that one, according to Michael Crozier. There's a standoff in Long Beach. There's a guy who died in what could have been a fire death. I don't know how the man died. 84-year-old in a converted garage in Northbridge. And then working 20 lives. He's the guy that wrestled the gun away from Buchanan Tram at the second location. So let's find out how this happened, man. This guy's a huge hero. By Brandon Day, who wrestled the gun away from the shooter at the second dance hall. You saw in Beach's piece the video, the surveillance video of him doing that. Brandon, first and foremost, how are you doing this morning? I'm doing well this morning. Well, I don't know. No one can imagine what it must have been like to confront the gunman as you did. Just can you, in your own words, just tell us what you did, how you realized that this was going on? Well, it was kind of weird. We were hosting a social dance
party. I was in the lobby. It was late into the evening. Most of our customers already left. I wasn't paying attention to the front door. I was looking into the dance ballroom, the dance floor, and this is when I heard the sound of the front door creaking closed, and of metal objects clinking together as if they were rubbing. That's when I turned around and saw that there was an Asian man holding a gun. My first thought was, I was going to die here. This is it. Did you recognize him at all? And, I did not recognize him. This is somebody I had never seen before. He didn't seem like he was here for any money. He wasn't here to rob us. When he was looking around the room, it seemed like he was looking for targets, people to harm. This is where he wrestling the gun away from him. This is when he started packing the weapon.
They just tell the story. They tell the story. And everybody is jumping in there. Do you recognize him? And let the guy speak. He's telling a very traumatic first. They're alone.
Looking around the room, it seemed like he was looking for targets, people to harm. This is where he started pressing wrestling the gun away from him. This is when he started pressing the weapon, and something over me, I realized I needed to get the weapon away from him. I needed to take this weapon, disarm him, or else everybody would have died. When I got the courage, I lunged at him, broke my hand, grabbed. I was trying to use my elbows to separate the gun away from him, create the distance. Finally, at one point, I was able to pull the gun away from him, step on the side, create some distance, point the gun at him, intimidate him, stand and say, "Get the hell out of here! I'll shoot! Get away!" And at this point, I thought he would run away, but he was just standing there contemplating whether to fight or to run away. I really thought I would have to shoot him and he'd hang on me. This is when he turned around and walked out the door, dropped back to his den. I immediately called police with the gun still in my hand. And how long you just you said that you were hit with your injuries? I mean, emotionally and physically, as much emotionally as physically, how are you dealing with this? What you went through, Brandon? I was acting in it to me. I was thinking all night. I couldn't believe what happened. After waking up, I noticed there was bruising all over my body. My face has a bruise across the nose and the back of my head has some bruising. I can't believe that this could happen. I've heard the sheriff and other law officials and everyday people calling me a hero. What does that mean when you hear that? Yeah. Well, a lot of people have been telling me how much courage I had to confront a situation like this. But you know what courage is? Courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the ability to have adversity fear when fearful events happen, such as this. And in crises like this, the people need courage, especially the victims, their friends, their family. My heart goes out to everybody involved, especially the people in the Stardance studio and Monterey Park. I hope they can find the courage and the strength to persevere. That is so well said for you to feel that way, and I know it's very important for you to get that message out to those here in Monterey Park. Brandon, say thank you. Thank you for the courage that you displayed. A lesson for us all. And please take care, okay? I will.
Okay, it's great. Very well spoken. He may have saved, 10, 20, or 30 people. This could have been, we could have been reporting on 30 or 40 people. And like I said, there's been on social media, he posted a video of that fight between him and the shooter. That's wild and unbelievable. All right, a possible motive with this guy, with the shooter who stands framed. Why did he do this? What's going on with this guy? What was going on with this guy?
And we continue to see a big outpouring here this morning after seeing more and more people coming out here laying down candles and flowers. And especially now that some of the victims have been identified, you're seeing pictures. So it really is hitting home for a lot of people. And many of those that are coming here, really the leading question for them is the motive, the reason. Why did the 72-year-old gunman storm inside?
That's horrible. Absolutely horrible. I'll come back and see if there's like this. The Department of Justice trying to figure out why a 72-year-old man killed 11 people and injured 9 more in that shooting in Monterey Park Saturday night before killing handcuffs yesterday. The man who lost an election for state office in New Mexico and is accused of planning a series of drive-by shootings of Democratic officials has been ordered to stay in jail till his trial starts. The internal record for Twitter apparently shows Elon Musk has laid off about 80% of his workforce since taking over last year with about 1,300 workers left. Clear and cold tonight, clear and warm again tomorrow. A little bit warmer Wednesday on. This report brought to you by Albertsons and Vons. New City.
Veteran Thomas 10 making the way eastbound at La Brea. A wreck then rolled to the shoulder, but the rate is acting up out of Santa Monica, leaving Cloverfield Boulevard. Beyond the scene of the crash, the drive remains pretty slow, which defines in Boyle Heights. Let's take a look at Pasadena. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Well, tough drive to the 210. 210 eastbound, loading up to downtown Pasadena. And it's going to be tough out to that citrus on that first long stretch. Little gap there and then back on and approaching the Cucamonga. That starts at baseline on and off, especially after that Bay Street at 15. Now, if you're traveling through Hollywood, 101 southbound, let's jam that now from Hollywood Boulevard to downtown Los Angeles. North that side of the fence, pretty well tied up from Santa Monica Boulevard, all the way up through the valley, just past the 405. We're in Balboa, where it's supposed to loosen up. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Hope that you get faster. I need some Martinez. Start on the produce stores at Barnes and Albertsons to bring you the best in fresh produce. Right now, get fresh, large, ripe mangoes. Just 2 for $1 with membership where applicable. Shop in store or online at Barnes or Albertsons.com for delivery or for convenient curbside pickup. This report is sponsored by iAccidentMotor.com.
Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, like knee pain or shoulder pain, pain in your hips or back?
Hey, Sherry and Shannon, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next Generation Pain Management has arrived. Here it is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties.
Pro athletes have been doing this for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America, and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations: Glendale, Mission Viejo, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN. It's 213-997-PAIN. It doesn't happen in a year's flow. It happens where you live, the same places we live, with a region as large and diverse as ours. It's one of LA's largest news teams, the Cowboys Right. And Takeout is putting the more in the morning. Now, with 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Takeout News Los Angeles, covering your morning. Weekdays starting at 4 a.m. Attention Southern California. New year, another veteran-owned solar contractor. They'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Imagine, no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Silver Solar. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Power for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupons, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. iHeartRadio gives you access to all. iHeartRadio access to all of your favorite radio stations. Keep Ryan, keep Craig. I go by the name of Solomon John.
Hi, and Ellen K.
Bobby Volunteer. Hola, soy Enrique Santos. Access to all of the best free curated playlists.
My favorite music, and that's fine.
And everything. Access to all the great podcasts for every interest. Stuff you should know podcast. The Daily Show podcast. The Herd with Colin Powell and Beth DeMoss. It doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now. My daughter, her tires were bald, and Dad, I had to put 4 new tires on the car. Here's your credit card. Of course she did. And then she goes half a mile and hits a pothole. There's another new tire. Oh no. They'll handle it. Reach at the good grace to use my credit card again. Now, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Well, it sounds like Joe Handel could use some more money for his kids' tires. Maybe he can win the $1,000. All right, let's see if we can get some money later. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter keywords on our website. Money, that's money, MONEY. 500 5200, that's 800 500 5200, or sweetgames.com. Money, go to the website, kfin640.com/cash, and stick that keyword in there. Money. You win some money. Big stories were falling apart. The Monterey Park shooting that happened Saturday night. Man found dead in a burning garage in at Magnolia and 10th Street, the Loma Vista Drive. Please avoid the area. There's a standoff going around that area. So these are the major stories that are happening. And then while we were on the air, we have another shooting up in Half Moon Bay, and the two suspects have been caught in that case. So, any more information, we'll have that for you. All right, the timeline of events. If you went to bed on Saturday night and you weren't on Twitter or social media, you did not know about the shooting until Sunday morning, maybe even Sunday at halftime of the football game. During the first football game, they broke in at halftime, getting action on fouls and wrapping up the first day of the annual 2-day festival to ring in the Lunar New Year. That celebration quickly shifting to horror and heartache. A spray of gunfire cut through came back and had to deal with the carnage that was inside. And it was extensive. Dead and more wounded. The suspect, according to police, on the run, showing up at a similar volume in nearby Alhambra, about 20 minutes later of his vehicle. They had this white cargo van completely surrounded, run down, police tracking it down 12 hours later in Torrance. They break to the van. Inside, 72-year-old Steve Anton, the man police say. By the way, Stephanie, where they finally found this van in Torrance, was that near you? I told people. It was literally, I could have walked to that parking lot where I used to live. Really? Right down the street. I couldn't believe it. So you'd walk to that shopping center before. Right there. So I could literally walk right there. Oh my God. This really hit home for you. Yeah, it was unbelievable. I couldn't believe it was right. Like, that's what he said. Oh, that's wild. Unbelievable. The man police say is responsible for the killing spree. Death from what appears to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. According to investigators, evidence inside the van helps to both locations. What it doesn't do is help to explain how or why it happened, and it does. Because you're just confirming that this was a event, right? It really is, man. And look, we've got 100,000 or more show up annually. City of 59,000. And the festival brings in more than 100,000. Searching for answers. They just really aren't. But one of the people who was killed was a dance instructor who was very well liked, very well known as this dance called. Ming Wei Ma was one of the big saves that he gave his life to save others. This key to the story of so many lives when he opened fire inside of him. Witnesses say about 50 people were inside the dance studio during that shooting. We know at least 20 people were shot, 10 of them killed. We have the crisis support that they will need. The language center will be open to those information. We'll have that for you immediately. And we have this other shooting in California, northern today. And there's a Northridge standoff that happened earlier following that story in Northridge, where there's a converted garage on fire. House had fire came out, put out, and then found an 84-year-old who was passed away in the converted garage. So, more because they don't feel safe. And then this happens over the it's just happening completely out of it. All right, we're going to cover more of that story, the Monterey Park, and also get into some other lighter stuff here, including what happened on the weekend in a company, an AI company. That is great. It's the GPT AI company. So we'll talk about that again. Tom Martell, you're live on KFI AM 640. 1 hour first. He says people can still get guns without a check. People can still buy guns without that check if you buy them online or the gun show or super compare. He says some gun laws like the universal background check system are working, but he says some compensation boards to help facilitate short and long-term financial recovery for crime victims. Services include brief counseling, assistance filing claims. Microsoft has made a multi-billion-dollar investment in the popular AI chatbot ChatGPT. Microsoft gave $1 billion in 2019. OpenAI's free writing tool became available to the public developers like climate change and pollination habits. That tool will be distributed to a sugary cellulite substance. Well, Section 134 freeway. Well, if all home air purifiers are the same, then what the Navy ship? Great question, right? Well, they have patented earth mineral technology plus allergy, and when somebody in the house gets sick, everybody gets sick. You need a viral sign. Hospital-grade technology, nice to buy it at home. And they're going to get fast-free shipping. Just use Conway as a promo code to get 10% off. DKPure.com, promo code Conway, save yourself $150. DKPure.com, promo code Conway. Really cold tonight, lows around 46 tomorrow, and even make the day, then a little warmer Wednesday, about 5 degrees, hello in Burbank.
This is the 134 eastbound, that's loading at the Gulf Coast, delays taking you all the way to Glendale Avenue in Glendale.
Anytime eastbound, hit the Fairfax 57, it's over to sell. That's a fatal investigation of the two-way lane, so it's been a while and probably be a little bit longer. But for the proper back, you can 5. You want to make it by the time you hit that back up, you use one short, west north of the freeway. Now, if you're going down the line, if you stand on the canyon, if you back on the bridge from your canyon truck trail, go to the Green River, well, the problem's on the big side. 55 northbound at the 5, because number 2 really rock with a stall. That's extra tight now, leaving 73. Michael Bryan, KFI, every guy.
Also, top drivers make their way to Santa Clarita for 6 to 14 northbound. Pulling the 5 inspected wasn't a lot better by the time you make your way to San Canyon. Head up on the side. Hopefully you go faster. I mean, from one tonight.
Afraid to look at your financial statements? Reading them without opening them? Time for a second opinion from Edelman Financial. Our opinions aren't based on intuition or daily market. They're grounded in institutional rigor, and all of our planners are fiduciaries who put your interests above all others. So if you need help managing the ups and downs of this market, we're ready to talk. At Edelman Financial, you get personalized investment recommendations from a dedicated wealth planner who doesn't sell products to earn commissions. So stop shredding those financial statements. Let's take a look together. It's time to get a second opinion. Get your complimentary wealth checkup where you can discuss your financial goals with a wealth planner. Call Edelman Financial at 888-899-4450. That's 888-899-4450. Or visit ESUWealthPlanners.com. Termites in Southern California are here year-round. They'll happily eat your house, and they don't stop when they infest your home. Call Pacific Coast Termites for a free inspection before the termites start doing their damage. Now, certain restrictions apply, but the vast majority of people get that infected. And you're probably inspecting your house anyway, so choose the company that can treat your home while you're there. There's no fencing, there's no double bagging your food, no testing. The technicians are up to date on the latest safety precautions. Maintain a safe distance when they inspect your home, and of course wearing protective gear when you inside. Mention certified, 10% off the no tainted termite treatment, 2-year guarantee. Call 800-800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com, 800-PACIFIC. When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, new colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com. Are you the next I-Accident Avoid a Millionaire client? And you live and for the best in modern dental care, my dentist, LA Dentist Group. Now, pound $250 on your cell and say dental. Always eliminating your vendor account on empty. Overspend to see busy lanes, trying to buy the love that your family needs. Bill. Unify what you can do with that. We bill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keywords. Enter it at UFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Listen to win $1,000 So, of course, we're following the Monterey Park shooting over the weekend. Trying to find out how this weekend fan went so crazy on Saturday night. With Half Moon Bay shooting south of San Francisco, Sandals and Long Beach, Magnolia and San Francisco, Anaheim, and Shoreline Drive. They're fairly close to downtown of the ocean. And then an editorial man down in Northridge after a fire report in a converted garage at the Balboa and Nordhoff. For more on the shooting in Half Moon Bay, 4 people are dead and 3 are critically injured following the shooting at 2 farms in Half Moon Bay this afternoon. The first shooting at the Mountain Mushroom Farm, 1 person is dead and 3 critically injured. And then the second shooting is at Concord Farm, where 3 people have died. The suspect has been taken into custody. NBC is reporting that the 3 other people who were shot have also died from pretty cold setting. Oh my God. Man. Unbelievable how fast this happened too. And how horribly stories are. And that's not even the worst shooting in California in the last 3 days. Incredible. It's unbelievable. I'd say over the last year, I've been to 3 different funerals. And I don't know, if maybe somebody's had a different experience as possible. But the one funeral, people are very sad. It was a tragedy that happened quite quickly. And there was a lot of people shedding tears there. But then the other 2 funerals I went to, it was almost like a party, like a celebration. And nobody was really sad. It was weird. I mean, mass shootings, or pandemic, or we isolated ourselves. But I think we're sort of become over the last couple of years sort of numb to, when you hear that somebody died or passed away. It's really, it's odd. And I feel attachment to that person. And you were depressed over it, fraud, or very sad. But yeah, maybe it's the pandemic that wiped so many people out. And if we all became numb to it, it's possible. It's possible we're all isolated, angry, lived by himself, and wiped out 11 people. And some people feel critical to me. And that can go higher. And then we have 7 people now reported dead in the shooting that occurred in Half Moon Bay. It's very, very difficult to do all these unbelievable things. And if any breaking news happens, we'll break into whatever we're doing, and it's either more information on Monterey Park or what's going on in Half Moon Bay. Over the weekend, a lot of people, again, woke up on Sunday not knowing about this and watched football, and maybe it was halftime at the first football game. What was that first football game? First, was it Buffalo Bengals? Yeah, Buffalo Bengals, Cincinnati, Buffalo. Yeah, nobody saw that coming, huh? The way that Cincinnati just handled it, they've been looking stronger. Yeah, all right. His entire life, not one of these guys who moved to a city and starts to like the team. My mom was that way. Godmother. And then see when she was in her, I don't know, 50s, maybe late, 50s, I would say, maybe even late 50s, early 60s. She moved to Steamboat Springs, Colorado. She had been there once for a ski trip and wanted to move there. So she did. And she moved there with 3 of my younger brothers. And she called me about 2 weeks after she arrived. And she was, "Can you believe me? She saw those?" She wasn't for go the other team. Oh, yeah. She just add them. No. Oh, she just said, "The heck with the other team." Hated the Lakers, hated the Rams. He turned on it. Love the one you win. I think she bought it at the airport. Probably did it for you, too. And what you say, was calling it over. Yeah, Papa? No, in the past, I guess, Belly, you're from Denver. What's the big team there? Is it still the Broncos? Still the Broncos? Yeah. The Rockies? Kind of. Yeah, so they won the Stanley Cup again? Yes. It's always the Broncos. People are diehard from here. You never got any respect there or the Nuggets.
a couple of seasons. They're not really.
There's so much, there's so many other things to do in the winter.
But it's the Broncos that the fans stay with them whether they win or lose.
Yeah, I remember that John Elway going to win a championship or two. And then they won it when John Elway was the general manager. You know, John Elway was smart. He stayed with that team. He was offered a lot of money to play for another team. He said, nah, I'm going to stay here. And then he opened like 500 car dealerships in Denver. And he went to Claremont. No, he got 1 year, yeah. Over 3 years. John Elway selling, he's so popular, he's selling cars 1,300 miles away from Denver. And selling like crazy. Yeah. Crozier, I thought about you, man, when they lost. I've been there before. It sucks. It's the worst. I thought they were going to pull it out, but like I said, when their running back got injured right before the half, and that stupid event happened because Dak threw that second interception right before the half. So the running back should have even been out there. Right, yeah. Like Jerry Jones is apologizing to Cowboy fans. Oh, I see. They're sick because they're sad. I thought they were infected or something. When he says also there's hundreds of thousands of Cowboys fans, that's BS, that number. There's millions of Cowboys fans.
Oh my God.
There's not hundreds of thousands. There's got to be a couple million. Look at all factors and not draw a real hard judgment. But after yesterday, there were too many moments that my wife heard me say, this is the moment that he needs to make who he is. Right. So it's a couple of cracks in the very thin ice in the pond. That's why you not be answered this whole thing. Yesterday was yeah, I think you're right. And that was a bizarre last play. I didn't get that. I didn't see that. I turned it off at that point. Oh, you did? Yeah, once he put the 3 and out right before that was funny for San Francisco, I knew that nothing was going to get him out of it. I didn't see anything. Oh, you should have, buddy, you got to be kidding. You should have kept it on at the end. Why? Because his Prescott, that Prescott at the end, he says, man, because I really let a lot of people down this year. And he mentioned Michael Crozier as one of them on national TV. Yeah. I know some boys, but I don't accept otherwise. All right, well, we did. We'll get next. All right, we're live following all the crazy, horrible stories. There's being held in the honor the 11 people killed, 9 injured in a mass shooting at a ballroom in Montreal. They know they're now they parked in the January 6th riot Capitol. They know the park of the bathroom when they ended up finding the office. And Avatar. The top box office from the oh, Dr. Manger always felt that guy said it was going to be only laser exam, the same laser exam that I got to measure my eyes 1,000 times to perfectly mount vision from my doctor, Dr. Manger. Now, the laser exam helps my doctor, Dr. Manger, give you crystal clear vision, and I give away a laser exam. The first 14 callers only. First 14 KFI callers. Stand by with the laser exam. Take 1,000 measurements of your eyes at the near side of far side of contact glasses. Hell, you got it. Hands out. Plug in there and get those eyes. I give away 3 laser exams and take over 1,000 measurements of your eyes. You must go on the first 14 callers right now. Good luck. Here is the phone number to get yourself a free laser light LASIK exam. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. Clear, cold temperatures again tonight. Clear and warm again tomorrow, like today, and a little bit warmer Wednesday on. This report brought to you by Walgreens. From Southern California for your regular traffic and other show places. Something still wrong.
Westbound at covered. That's where we have reports of a crash in lanes. Very low on details. Nursing delays backing up from the clay. If you see this wreck, you can always give us an update. Pound 250, keyword KFI traffic. Santa Monica, Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
And Angel looks like she's outside of the fan loading up just a little before the 405. Pretty tough through this city of downtown Los Angeles from there. Good at the closure on the 5, real easy part. The 5 southbound transition is a southbound left turn that remains out for about 2 weeks. Pretty much from a couple of turns ago. Now it looks like that's still close to the battle way back in the Griffin Park and just back that motor's normal point way back in the Burbank. Michael Bryan, KFI on the side.
After the American can be some heavy inspectors leaving downtown as we roll into Rialto. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Mr. Martinez.
Walgreens wants to make it easy to refill the Medicare prescription. That's why they offer 90-day refill by scan using your phone, and you can see the quick refill, so you can pick up all your prescriptions with ease. So save your rest at Walgreens.
Sponsored by CalHealth.org.
I need your opinion on
You know firsthand, the road to success is an uphill climb. Remember, started in the family business, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So this is 38,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a business office or expanding across country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit Uline.com. Here are some homeowners say 357. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments with a $129. Another one is more on-call wind drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drainman. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain care service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Get a fair conditioning and plumbing. CLE3DL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Over 1,000 new age gardens, which gives us the 8% off every garden. That was it. With a 405 to 22, what's the carry? Doesn't happen in the unit room. It happens where you live. The same places we live. With a region as large and diverse as ours, it takes one of LA's largest news names, the Cowboys Right. And Takeout is putting the more in the morning. Now, with 7.5 hours of news every weekend morning. Takeout News Los Angeles. Covering your morning. One thing to run a business, and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. With experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all. iHeartRadio has access to all of your favorite radio stations. You try and keep track. I'm going to tell you, hi, and I'm Paul. I'm going to my favorite access to all of the best curated playlists. My favorite music, and access to all the great podcasts. Everything happy stuff you should know podcast. The Daily Show podcast. The Hurdle with Colin Keller. And best of all, it doesn't cost a penny. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now. It's always available to record. I want to know what happened overnight. I want to know the music today, but I also want you not to be ambushed. I want you to get a gently have a coffee and let me tell you what's going on. Morning goodbye on KFI. KFI AM reporting sound myself. Keeping an ear open for anyone wrong. Coming out of Monterey Park and Marble City on Saturday. Another Marble City since 30 miles per hour. There was a truck happening. Hard day. Standoff in Long Beach, Magnolia, and Fifth Street. And that on since 11:15 this morning. And an 84-year-old man found dead in the Northridge garage after a fire was reported. Bravo and Gordo. And apparently the man who was in custody for these 7 people now killed in Northern California in the Happy
All right, here is absolute proof that payday and Tony would turn on forever. Eminem. And nobody knows why. But it was like five characters that got in line. On the inside and out, the six characters will have a reason on their personality and look. The launch company said in the press release, they're creating new looks for the characters to underscore the importance of self-expression and power of community. What do you think of the new changes? One of the most notable changes includes the once controversial green M&M's design. What do you think of the new changes? The character went from light heel go-go boots to sneakers, reflecting a more effortless confidence. I don't get that at all. The character went from light heel go-go boots to sneakers, reflecting a more effortless confidence. I don't know. Effortless confidence is sneakers is pretty effortless confidence. What do you think of the new change? What do you think of it? What do you think? The dynamic of the green M&M and brown M&M will now be a more friendly one, more supporting women. What do you think of the new change? All right, but these things you still put in your mouth, you chew them, and you digest them, right? That's right. Who cares about their personality? You get personality, no, the kids won't eat them. Like, oh, I don't want to eat this. You need personality. And while Miss Brown will now wear a heel at professional height, the red M&M will bonus fantasies will get a personality makeover. I didn't know the red M&M was a boy. The red M&M will show bonus fantasies. Bonus tendencies. The red M&M is the one in the commercial that usually has like that Nathan Lane voice. Yeah. Every time you really get a nauseous one, a lot of that is towards the other M&M. Yeah. And the people buying them. That's right. The red M&M will show bonus tendencies will get a personality makeover and be more kind to its counterpart. What do you think about the changes? What do you think about the changes? What do you think about the new changes? The redesign will also include characters in all shapes and sizes, moving away from only one body size. What do you think about the new changes? You see with you, and also I would have back to the South because of COVID. We take everybody's hand in church. You see with you. Not just oh yeah, just like random. Yeah.
To like a head nod a little bit.
Oh really? When's the last time you went to church? We went to that. Wow. Look at that. Yeah. Get out there, huh?
When was the last time you went?
Oh, I don't like to talk about my religion. I don't know. I don't want to alienate anybody. I used to say this to a friend of mine, and even though he knew I was joking 100%, it still sort of irritated him, where he's not Catholic. And I said, the only real way to heaven is through Catholicism. And even though just kidding, it's still a church. There's a possibility that your religion is better than mine. Irritates the hell out of you. Well, here's something that can wipe you out. And it's not smoking, it's not drinking, it's not drugs. It's office space. What? People are working with office. Well, guys, the snack today at work is heating up thanks to the head of marketing making headlines. After comparing office space to Catholic local, how about that? In California, to give a piece of cake at the office for somebody's birthday or retiring, it's been after comparing office space to Catholic local. Oh, come on! You said well, the two aren't identical. Oh, really? Oh, well, thank God. I thought they were identical. I thought you had a piece of fairly cake if they're buying a carton of cigarettes. And Tommy and others, quote, exactly the same. Okay, great. So there's going to be secondhand cake. Are they referring to like peer pressure? I don't know. Because it's there, you feel obligated to take it. You feel like an active willpower. Yeah, or every day is going to be cake. Quote, exactly the same as food. Especially when you use willpower and use something unhealthy. If you walk into a smoky bar, I like that they have the guy who said waist problems his whole life. Yeah. The question. Al, I know you had the left hand surgery and you started in the White House. Tell me about cake, Bob. Is a problem? No, because we do have a story. You guys know that story right in the White House, right? About Al Roker. You know that story? Because that's a true rep. Yeah, right. Well, he was at a huge dinner at the White House. Which administration? I think it's Obama. Yeah. And he, stopped to get a little party on. And, yeah, but a lot more snot. A lot more snot than going to the yeah, prisoners are getting out of the prison early. What did they say? Is this like in front of other people? Or like that? Yeah, they do the White House goes around people. What do you think? I mean, was it acknowledged? Well, he said it on the air. No, I mean, like, I don't know. But did his eyes go really big and he goes, yeah, he said it on the air. One last stupid for Obama. Right? First black president and John Grace, and this guy comes over and, then you're part of it. You walk into a smoking bar back in the day, when you walk into that bar and everybody's smoking, you're making a choice because you know everybody's smoking in the bar. Yeah. There's no hurry in your second time, too. You guys are idiots.
They would have to receive it like a baby bird receives food. Like some of them have to do that, and then it's crazy. I get it, it's a temptation, but temptation is everywhere. Celebrate the joy, they have fun. Yeah, I'm not one of those people that watch candy on my own. I eat it all.
All right, we're going to go back with all these stories working on the horrible Monterey Park, half moon day shooting. Is that right? The fan on the line beach, and then the guy who died in North Carolina, in Northridge, it's an unbelievable one day here in Southern California. And we'll try to get all the details of for them. We're live on K5. We're not frozen. Get by 2030. As you can hear, I'm Michael Hershey, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. And the TRILLIONAIRE takes place in a moment. We will take you live set as soon as it begins. Again, 7 people killed up in Happy Bay in Northern California. Person Eagle. The man credited for signing a Monterey Park shooter in Atlanta says he thought he was going to die. Brandon State says he was in the lobby of the Landline Club on Saturday night and then walked in and killed a handgun. Somebody had an area on the floor. It didn't seem like he was here for running into one of the lava when he was looking around the room. It seems like he was looking for targets. People with their arms. They says he fought with the band and got the gun. The man took off in a white van. LA County Sheriff Luna says the man had just left the shooting scene in Monterey Park minutes before he arrived at the Wildlife Club in Alhambra. But an incident recently decided the mass shooting in Monterey Park. He says the shooting points to a need for national gun reform, such as anger about the country not doing more to prevent mass shootings. This is what many people pay as respect when people killed and hurt. People place flowers and balloons in front of the dance floor where people were shot and hurt, as these 5 meters over flags flown at half-staff. The councilwoman is planning to call for an investigation into possible corruption in Irvine City Hall. During this type of investigation that resulted in Anaheim's mayor resigning, hosted Democratic consultant Bella Hatton admitted she tried to bribe 2 Irvine council members in 2018. Not only do we need to understand how that bribery may have affected our current operations for the city. Also, Malachi has been very involved with city government through this last election. He says including with current Mayor Sarah Khan. Khan says he stopped working with her when last year's investigation came to light. Taking jobs in California, U.S. News and World Report says the average art director in L.A. makes $146,000 and pilots can have an average salary of $229,000. Bay Area lawmakers, lawyers make around $231,000. Developers make around $167,000. IT managers make up $228,000. From 231 counts. The murder trial for the Tracy murder Alex Murdaugh has begun in South Carolina. He's a fatally shooting his wife in 2021. Prosecutors say they'll ask for life without parole if he's convicted. Prosecutors added Google and Snapchat representatives to their witness list. Murdaugh's son Paul reportedly sent a Snapchat video to his friend just hours before his death. People read that the defense filed motion to try and stop blood spatter and evidence from making it a trial. The defense says official damage to Murdaugh's future during the forensic testing. After Tuesday, the decision was kicked off. The IRS says 150 hearing returns are expected to be filed before the April 18th deadline. ABC business correspondent Rebecca Jarvis says this year many Americans will see less coming back from their refunds than in years past.
A lot of people are going to see smaller refunds this year than they did in years past, especially during the pandemic, because a lot of the credits that came along as a result of the pandemic are now rolling back.
The final tax credit and earned income tax credit are both returning to their 2019 level. We'll take a look at the 5 freeway. One of the biggest decisions you'll ever have to make is selecting a senior living community for a parent or a grandparent. Simply help you out with the community. Round-tree gardens. I just think Round-tree gardens are kind. I know people who work there, people with live there. And personally, Round-tree gardens is far and away the finest senior living community I've ever seen. I'll tell you why. The camp's is huge. Lots of trees, lots of gardens. The cottages and apartments, very spacious, very clean. And the food, resort-class menus, dining rooms are delicious. So the biggest reason is the staff. They're caring and active. With your loved ones here, it's helps with your search. This is the right place for someone you love. They can help you out. Visit them online, roundtreegardens.com. Mom and dad, grandparents, or virgins, you know, your search for them. Roundtreegardens.com. Roundtreegardens.com. We are waiting for a fresh topic to begin in a moment now on the 7 people killed in Northern California. For 7 shootings that took place this afternoon. The city's Metro Orange County about 72 and it's $100. It's still in Antelope Valley. Sunny and a little bit warmer Wednesday and pretty much like that the rest of the week. Right now in Irvine, 59, Fullerton 55, Irvine 57, Corn 57, by money support, Gas up to 54, NASDAQ was up to 24, S&P was up 47, the average price of regular gas in California 4.45 a gallon, these are 2. In Burbank.
This is the northbound side of the 5, getting away from Hollywood Lane, run breaking traffic all the way to the 14 freeway. We've got Mike O'Brien and KFI in the side.
And big trouble being Anaheim for the 91 East, the 57. Freeway itself. That's a full investigation going on in the two great lakes. Very, very tough to divide. It's really going to help you out a lot. If you use one store just short of the freeway. Further down the line, out towards Corona, 91 eastbound, you'll be able to right there. We're seeing a truck stands over to Green River. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
You know, let's also look at the Cajon Pass. It's been pretty busy. Northbound 16 from Penwood to the 130 clinic. KFI in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. As a walking pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling the medicine prescription. Like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refill, saving a trip, or using refill by scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, you got this, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Well, let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. So if you're away and sick, that's walgreens.com/medicine. The pharmacy first, prescription exclusive.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose bloating stool? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or extrasensory pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't use enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be in. Use the symptom checker on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by us.
For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know, Justin Power at justinpower.com. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio stations.
KFI, AM at 640, Conway Show. We're going to take your first comments here at any moment from Northern California, Half Moon Bay, where there's 2 separate shootings. They so far claimed the lives of 7 people. So as soon as that starts, you'll have that for you live here to find out what happened. The news reports, though, the suspect, 69 or 70-year-old Asian male, which is, I don't know if it's coincidence or what? Man. It's unbelievable. Then we also have covered Monterey Park. I know you're going to relate to what's going on there. The Long Beach standoff, according to Long Beach Police Department, I think that's still going on. Off of Magnolia and 10th Street. I think, let's see here, at least 100. Just a second. Long Beach Police Department. And it says the official account, a message from, this is us, the last night series. And so I think it's still going on, like Long Beach Police Department. So, and they're also dealing with something in Long Beach. People stealing fire hydrants. They're stealing fire hydrants, turning water off and then stealing the actual fire hydrants. Unreal, right? People are so desperate for money, they're going to steal a fire hydrant. You should not be worried. Man, how dangerous is that in case of a fire vehicle? Unbelievable. And then if you want to look at our Twitter page, we have this hero who wrestled the gun away from this military in Monterey Park. And it's great video. It's very clear, in color, and this guy fighting off his shooter in Monterey Park, and there's a ton of lives.
This is a duck that for Night on Dance Studio in Congress, serving the branding tables in the lobby, and the shooter sitting there with a gun, and so that's what it's the surveillance video from that lobby.
Wow. This is unbelievable. Alright, so the wrestling analyst at the who can't track is the guy's name, who allegedly got it right. So now that first comment says Apple Bay. As soon as that happens, we'll have that for you live. And then we also have Serenade. We have the resort in Rancho Palos Verdes. That's cool. We have a gift certificate for a luxury 3-day getaway for two at Serenade, one of the most beautiful resorts in the world. One line, I'm supposed to read that, I guess. Please do one line read the show, send that to Oscar, contact the John, Instagram. AFI give you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, TRILLIONAIRE Resort. Situated 102 acres atop the Palisades Nation. With endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Players will stay in an ocean view suite, that's cool. Play around the golf for two at the lake. And have dinner at the Catalina Kitchen. Wow! There's a lot of money. And also, you can unwind at Serenade's award-winning wellness center. Lounge, one of the 4 ocean-view pools, or dine at their 8 favorite on-site restaurants. Instagram and enter to win the stay at this luxury resort. So we got a ring right for you. It's right here at home. It feels like a million miles away, man. It's right here in California. Beautiful, beautiful resort. So go do that on our Instagram page, AFI 640 on Instagram. And again, as I said, we'll have that news conference for you as soon as that happens out of Northern California. In other news, Jeff Bezos, one of the wealthiest men in the world, but not the wealthiest man in the world, he owns a lot of Amazon. He's selling the Washington Post. The newspaper he's owned for quite some time. Why is he doing that? He's buying something else. Here's breaking news if it ends up being the case, okay? And the Washington Post and the Washington Commanders, and that name you see on the screen right there, Jeff Bezos, the New York Post, exclusively reporting that the Amazon founder, Jeff Bezos, will sell his stake in the newspaper, the Washington Post, and buy the Washington Commanders. Obviously, huge news impacts all football fans across the region, across the NFL, ahead of the Super Bowl. The impossible hiccup, though, that Snyder is apparently still mad over the Washington Post story about the toxic management and culture in the front office at FedEx Field in Ashburn. The spokesperson for Bezos says the Washington Post is not for sale, but right now the New York Post reporting that Jeff Bezos, the Amazon founder, is going to make a bid for the Washington football team. And I guess he's got to sell the paper. I don't think he can own a professional football team. It's the newspaper that covers it in the same city. I think there are a little conflict of interest there. So guys, this is something that we have been following and continue to follow, and we'll have to wait and see.
so many other things. Yeah, come out of that if that can be. But how do you get excited about it just because he doesn't like what's being said? I mean, there's been a lot of things that have been proven. So, well, I think that the money is there. He probably won't have much say. But I think following all that I see that, of course, we'll be following here on Fox 5, both on air and online.
That's right. And if I were the Fox News director, I'd say, Gal, can you get really excited on the air and just talk over each other?
There's so many others like that.
Perfect. Sounds great. Great, ladies. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 o'clock again.
There's so many others like that.
Unbelievable. Well, there you go. All right, so that is going to be happening, and looks like the Washington Commandos. They're going Commandos? Yeah. No, that's all Rothschild. It's now Rothschild. Oh. I'm going to White House. I'm going Commandos. All right, since we have a press conference, we'll have that for you out of Half Moon Bay. Also, if any more questions about our Monterey Park, we'll have it for you. And then standoff to that wraps up in Long Beach, we'll have that for you as well. What's going on here? We're covering it all. Right now it's frozen. It's like 24 minutes. Biden voted all U.S. flags, and Governor Newsom voted all state flags. He voted half staff at the memorial to the victims of Saturday's mass shooting. Minus 11 and injured 9. Poland says it's building a coalition nation ready to invade Ukraine to fight against Russia's invasion, but needs permission from Germany to send them all to non-NATO countries. And Spotify uses streaming services via the latest website to announce job cuts, saying it's getting rid of 6% of its workforce, or about 600 people. We're taking 57 freeway, and we'll get to a press conference regarding the shooting in California. Now that you in. All right, let's talk about legal documents. Right, legal documents is very important. In 2023, you make the right choices for your family. Right? And it's going to help you out here with legal documents. Consider screening for starting a brand new business for New Year. So you need a low-cost corporation or LLC. You can save thousands by not using an attorney, but a legal docs finding that can help you out and get those documents done in just 24 hours. No lawyers save money. Phone them up now. Now, pound 250 and say the keyword legal docs. Pound 250 legal docs. Pound 250 legal docs. It's a pricing diamond bar.
The streets at the northbound at Pathfinder, that's where Wreck has been cleared out of lanes, all the action's on the right shoulder. But the ways of backing up out of Brea, getting away from the Imperial Highway. Also slow in Bellflower for the 91 eastbound at Lakewood. Small cars clogging up the left lane. Delays loading up out of Carson, getting away from Avalon. Downloads can't check out the drive in Chino Hill, 71 southbound. That's pretty busy away from Pine Avenue to the 91. Pay up eye on the side. Help get you there faster.
This is the podcast in Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The deal for the Wizards today is they acquired Louis Hachimura from the Wizards for Kendrick Nunn and several second-round picks. Looking for an offensive coordinator, the Chargers have interviewed Lance quarterback coach, passing game coordinator Zach Robinson, and speak with senior offensive assistant Greg Olson tomorrow. The Mario family outfield not to sell the Angels franchise for the foreseeable future after deciding to win the exploratory process.
Runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz Ranger SUV. Every member is waiting to impress. Learn more at MDUSA.com.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples Print and Marketing is committed to quality and printing perfect every time. Now $1 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more. Offering $225. See Staples.com/store/print for details. From Staples and see the difference. Time to go. And now the top regions should go to Momondo.
Your business this week, and you earn 500 points on the reward card. The 30th and 31st.
Number 2.
George Clinton, my son.
And the number 1 reason.
Doesn't matter who you're rooting for. We've got food and drink specials, cookies and fun for everybody.
Momondo. Good time. For everybody. IFDillawyer.com. Are you their next millionaire client? Give them their millionaire clients at IFDillawyer.com. IFDillawyer.com is the way to go. Check out the Where you live is one places we live. With a region as large and diverse as ours, it takes one of LA's largest news teams to travel it right. And Takeout is putting the more in your morning. Now, with 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning, Takeout News Los Angeles is covering your morning. Weekdays starting at 4 a.m. Welcome to the Capsules, live from the 8th bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. It sure is fun. We've been flailing everywhere, struggling with this perspective like Michelle is especially the middle string trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. Oh my, it's snoring. Michelle throws an elbow. Now it's shove. She's leaving for the couch, taking a place within his 100-pound lap. Basking that's on track here. With all this struggle, you should keep inspired. Absolutely, first. Inspire the sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. It's right, a button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no home. Just sleep. Learn more at inspiresleep.com. That's inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
This hashtag is your way to help you solidify your faith and experience the story of the Bible through live, action recorded, and emotional, orchestral music. This is the Bible you told me you told us yesterday that this is what happened. And now they're telling us that this is what happened. That's because of my vast knowledge of the computer system of the FAA, which is essentially done by smoke signals. It's a second-hand crazy ass system. They'll handle the only thing that really matters are people's lives, and it's still an antiquated system. Now, live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AI supported television. We have $1,000 you can give away, right? Somebody might win it here in Los Angeles because we listen to KFI, and here's how we do it. Let's go. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the KFI keyword on our website. Green. That's green. GREEN. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Quick Games Accident Attorney. Together than accident. Winning is everything. Call the winning attorney this weekend. 300-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. There you go. The keyword is green. So KFIAM640.com/cash. And your keyword is green. Look at spell it for you. You knock that out. Well, $30,000 in and out. Yeah. All right. We're going to keep an eye on the press conference. It will start anytime. It starts. We'll have it live here on KFI. That's at Half Moon Bay, where 7 people are reported shot and killed. 7. There's Monterey Park, and then goes on there. We'll have that for you. The stand up in Long Island as well, covering a lot of news. And a lot of people are also talking about the price of gasoline. Real quick, give you a SoCal gas prices and natural gas prices, unbelievable levels, and we're all going to start to pay for this because we do it maybe a fireplace, or if you have 3 of them, you're in the Claremont, you have 3 fireplaces, maybe you're knocking yourself out, you care.
We do run our gas all throughout the winter, so it's rough up. It's pretty high.
SoCal gas warning customers. It's actually the women at Fox 5 years in Washington, D.C., what they think about that. Get back to gas prices. On to 2 other things, prices including higher demand for natural gas and for low in areas like the AV and beyond.
They did not see the deal.
If I lived in Antelope Valley, this would be one of my buddies.
Working 2 jobs, and you still can't afford it.
He knows the way around the racetrack. I guarantee you this.
Hard time.
It's fair. So, come up with it. Adding, speaking wheels at, what's the difference? And let's go attention. People complain, things are better off it is. With freezing temps night after night, some people even using alternative methods. By the way, his nickname in the Antelope Valley is Captain Avioso. And everything is just dead on this. Well, attention. So the more people complain, the better off it is. With freezing temps night after night, some people even using alternative methods to heat their homes to avoid being slammed with a gas bill they can't pay. AV residents like Mark Mangold and for people who don't know what he's talking about, AV is Antelope Valley. AV residents like Mark Mangold and Carl Lavelle fear some people might freeze to death trying to save money on heating their homes. They both have a message for SoCal Gas. So you can look at everyone's gas bill, see how it's just in here, but isn't this what you're doing? You're being responsible for hurting American people. You're hurting everybody. The County Fire Department warning of you, it can be dangerous or even deadly using creative ways to try to heat your home to burn it or a fireplace or safety. So when you want to try and heat your home, using the other open free devices can freeze constant gases and creating additional fire hazards. Right, but space heaters, some space heaters are we all saw with BBC 7 eyewitness news. All right, back to the gals at Fox 5 in Washington, D.C. What do you think about gas prices? Microsoft is spending a ton of money for AI. Find out what they're buying.
So Microsoft is convinced it's invested in ChatGPT to make it open AI. This is entirely a surprise. Some folks last week were talking about the idea that this could happen. This could be the third investment in about 3 years. They also made investments in 2019 and 2021. Right now, they're considering an investment of $10 billion. This, of course, is ChatGPT is a bit of a talk of the town, if you will. It's very impressive in terms of this AI technology. It's intelligent, it's content, and help folks solve problems. So again, Microsoft is still investment in ChatGPT, maker open up AI. What's so interesting about this, of course, it comes on the heels of Microsoft announcing layoffs, but they are boosting their investments here in their AI technology. And interestingly, also, OpenAI, a nonprofit, so Microsoft looking for a way to monetize this ChatGPT.
There you go. OpenAI, right? OpenAI. The one thing that bothers me with AI is when you go look for, I gotta get a car. My car is 16 years old. It's falling apart. I need a hammer to start it. I need to go under the car sometimes and tap on the starter just to get it started. I have tape on my window, on the button to roll my window down to remind me not to roll it down. And when I drive through, restaurants, McDonald's, Jack in the Box, whatever, and I have to open up the window, it's just embarrassing. I got to open the door to get my food. It's just embarrassing. I'm not 19. So I'm looking for a new car. I recognize you doing that. Oh, God. No, because they would think that's impossible. That guy's on in the afternoon on KFI and he's got to open the door and starts up. They would say that's got to be a joke. So that looks like that makes perfect sense. Yeah, maybe. But looking for a car, when you go on the car dealership website, the first thing that comes up is a little box, a chat box, where the salesperson says, "Can I help you?" And I always write, "Yes, right?" And I spell it out, and then they come back with, "Well, what kind of car are you looking for?" I'm like, "Wow, that guy, that AI is not that great, because he's missing what I just put over." But I can't stand it. I go to those websites that have to deal with salespeople at car dealerships. Because they attack you. When you go into a car dealership, you're looking to avoid those guys. Like, oh, there's one over there. Oh, the car. Let's see if we can get this in here without you seeing us. Absolutely. But why haven't they changed that if everyone hates it? There's got to be a reason. Work. It's got to work. Got to have enough time for them to. That's right. It works. Yeah, they have to wear you down enough to get you to buy something. And because otherwise, like CarMax is beautiful. I've been on the CarMax lot 1,000 times in my life, and nobody's come up and said, "Hey, can I help you?" Not a single. You can have for 30 days. Relying on KFI, let's check with Coke Pros. What's going on, folks? Flowers and cannabis have been placed at the Davis Club in Monterey Park where people will feel some hurt. Mayor Henry Rose has
organized violence in the city. We want to express our condolences to victims and their families, and moving forward, it is important that America has no easy there for them. Governor Newsom and President Biden both ordered flags and flown at half-staff. Congresswoman Judy Chu represents the areas that she wants to know about the student's mental health status and whether or not he got guns legally. This report brought to you by American Vision Windows. A man in Northern California sent Americans to arrest in connection with the fatal shootings of 7 people at 2 separate locations in Afternoon Bay. Shootings this afternoon happened at a mushroom farm and at a trucking company. Like shooter was arrested near its station. Strong Santa Ana winds have created a hazardous sandstorm throughout the Inland Empire. The chief says it severely reduced visibility on the Canyon Road around India this morning. The agency says 6 cars should stay off the Tella Valley Road during the storm. Winds around Palm Springs International Airport were going up. Still there, but not as bad. The state AG has been asked to investigate why SoCal gas barrel stores are record highs this winter. Consumer watchdog President Jim Ford says that
For the parent company and the made off this lack of planning on SoCal gas, which obviously has an incentive to make sure the gas companies make all the money.
Court says customers have seen their bills double and even quadruple in some cases. SoCal gas has an increase in prices due to the winter storms, which increased demand across the nation as we supply grows. Moscow's top diplomat says Russia was willing to negotiate with Ukraine in the early months of the war, but the U.S. and other Western nations advised to against the talk. Russia's foreign minister says by the end of last month, the 2 countries had agreed to settle the conflict, but Russia has repeatedly rejected Ukraine's demand that it withdraw its forces from the country. And actor Tim Allen has denied claims he flashed Pamela Anderson on the set of Home Improvement. Why? He said the interview suggested it had to be an excerpt from her upcoming memoir. He says on the first day of filming the 96th time, Allen was in the hallway wearing a robe. He claimed she said it was only fair because he had seen her naked. Allen says, whatever happened, he would never do such a thing. We'll take a look at the Ted Free. Really, just showing that a full head of hair is a real possibility. The band says 1-day treatment, virtually pain-free, right? And your hair starts to go back. Very nice day. The band says exceptional fan care always makes this the perfect time to do your needs. Do yourself a favor, schedule your free consultation right for your hair. 844-333-HAIR. Making that call is literally the toughest part. The dance hair is successfully restored by both spot and your new hair is backed by their industry-leading guarantee. 844-333-HAIR or the website advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com. Oh, tonight goes around 43 tomorrow and like today, and a little warmer Wednesday for the rest of the week. 56 will say 57 we're going to get all things are slow and Santa Monica.
This is on the plan, making the rail on that eastbound side. The rails are filling in from Central Maryland, taking you across the city all the way to the 5 and Boyle Heights. And the drive out of Woodland Hills remains slow, 101 southbound from Topanga Canyon all the way to the 170, 134 split. We're slowing in Hollywood from Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. Anaheim remains slow, 91 eastbound, breaking the 57th freeway all the way to the river. And in Rubio, eastbound road, that's at Rubio Boulevard. And that drive remains slow all the way to Central, past.
I'm Martin Coach, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's care filter. The Navage is powered such will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. And the Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Well, it's terrible, quote. My doctor wanted me to consider using for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a Medipod. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I'll have particularly bothersome relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and Amazon. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, knee pain, or shoulder pain in your hips or back?
It's very understandable, and you don't have to go through another year in pain. Next generation pain management has arrived. Here is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is an leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is an all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body, putting them directly into your aching joints and restoring and repairing that damaged tissue.
What causes promising lasting pain relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes have been doing this for years. Now you can too.
PT Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America and now they're here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at PT Kinetics for a free consultation.
3 locations, Glendale, Mission Diego, and Orange. Call 213-997-PAIN. PT Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN.
As a walking pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling the medicine prescriptions. Like taking advantage of Walgreens valuable refills to save you trips, or using refill by scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications. Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. So your way of saving at Walgreens.com/medicine. A pharmacy code prescription
Already spending within your bank account. All those fantasy things you made trying to buy the love and affection of your family name, Bill. Verify will give you a cash retail with $1,000 every weekly hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for viewers. Then enter it at TFI640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Playing your cash retail on TFI AM 640. More stimulating stuff. TFI AM 640. God bless you. Oh, lots of stories here in Southern California and in Northern California as well. Of course, we have the Monterey Park shooting, and more details come on. We'll have that for you immediately. And then we have the story coming out of Northern California, 7 dead, 1 injured in Half Moon Bay shooting. The suspect is in custody. 7 people were shot and killed in 2 separate scenes in Half Moon Bay on Monday, or today, this afternoon. 2:30 along the 12,700 block of Cabrillo Highway. And according to Sheriff's Office, another victim was transported to Stanford Medical Center with life-threatening injuries. Shortly after that discovery, 3 more victims were found dead at a separate scene in the area, according to the Sheriff's Department. The suspect, 67-year-old Half Moon Bay resident, VHAO, Daho Tunley, THUNLI, Dow Tunley, was taken into custody around 4:40 p.m.
This guy.
And he was found in his vehicle in the parking lot in Half Moon Bay substation at the Sheriff's Office. He was taken into custody without incident, and the weapon was found in his car. The victims are Chinese farm workers. Half Moon Bay Council member. Half Moon Bay Council member.
No, it's cool. Just use
A motive for the shooting is under investigation. The family identification center has been set up at 735 Main Street in Half Moon Bay. Further information is not available. There are local places in the world. And you think, never, ever think. When you walk around Half Moon Bay, you always think that you're a million miles away from danger and weapons and crazy. But it's not. And it can happen anywhere, right? Monterey Park is a perfect example. Just a really quiet part of Los Angeles, under 65,000 people. And I think that there was 80 to 85% of the community is Asian. And it's just a really laid-back community. I often go there on the way back to the racetrack. And if I want a couple of bucks to get a great meal, let's go to the best restaurant in the world in Monterey Park. It looks like somebody sent me an email, asking people what they can do to help Monterey Park. And the email said, just, go to one of their businesses. The business over the next couple of days are going to be quiet because of what happened there. And people can fly in there and send some money and just allow everybody out and support them. That's a good thing. Half Moon Bay in San Mateo County. And there's not much more. The shooting came 2 days, obviously, after 11 people were killed at a Lunar New Year festival in Monterey Park. And 2 hours ago, let's see here, according to the official continuing violence on Monday afternoon, for 2 hours ago, I joined my colleagues on the Capitol steps for vigil of victims of the shooting in Monterey Park, according to Mark Berman, California Assemblyman, said on Twitter. Before we've even had a chance to mourn them, there's yet another mass shooting, and this time in Green Bay, which is my district, postal. Scott Spencer, a state senator, on Twitter said, "Gun violence has come to our district today, and I'll do whatever I can to support San Mateo's county sheriff's department and Half Moon Bay city officials during this tragic event." Governor Gavin Newsom, said on Twitter that he had been at the hospital meeting victims of a mass shooting when I got pulled away to be briefed about another mass shooting. Tragedy upon tragedy, according to Governor Newsom. Green Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, said on Twitter that President Biden has been briefed about the shooting by Homeland Security. So as soon as that press conference happens, we will have that for you. And if we don't have it for you before 7, later with Mo Kelly, we'll have it for you live here on camera. I found myself following lots of crazy stories here in Southern and Northern California. Really bad couple of days here for our state. We're live on KFI AM 640. We're now close to KFI 24 News. 7 people is beginning of Houston County Jr. in Half Moon Bay in Northern California. State office in New Mexico is accused of planning a series of drive-by shootings of Democratic officials has been ordered to stay in jail in his file. The internal records for Twitter apparently show Elon Musk has laid off about 80% of his workforce. He's taken over last year with about 1,300 workers left. Take a look at the freeway. All right, what's up on the Lago? What a great place to get away, trying to go in and enjoy yourself. And Morongo always has something cooking. It's a big blowout. Doesn't matter who you're rooting for. Morongo is food and drink section, previews and fun for everybody. The Grand Master of Fun, George Clay's going to be there March 3rd. Wow! So just to the shout. Cinco Chef giveaway. Get 2 baking kits in your Chicago points on your work card on the 30th or the 31st of January. You get the room, get the tickets, the big game blitz. It's the big game on big screens in Morongo's big ballroom. Phone them up, 888 Morongo, 888 Morongo. $500 drawing, $200 to $500 cash every hour playing table games with the rewards card on Wednesdays and Thursdays, noon to 10 p.m. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa is good time for everybody. From the California places, the and one episode.
This one's on the 5 freeway, and it's moving away along the westbound side, coming up on Camino Capistrano. The vehicle just jumped out of lane to the right shoulder, but, take a look at that slow time. And everything's a problem there, and I understand that quickly. Good news, there's not too bad. Little crowded traps coming off the Pacific Coast Highway, nothing big. Now, beyond the scene of the crash, the drive moves well until you move into Santa Ana. There, you're on the brakes from the 55 freeway as you continue ahead all the way to Anaheim. So it's a very fun moving right now in the city. This is the time of westbound. That's where I'm seeing delays between Western and La Brea. Eastbound is going outside to downtown. Hey, app on in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I need 2 more minutes.
This is 11-year NBA Casino Mobile. This is the city from iHeart Sports Network. So you can invite that in the site. A beautiful Wizards today, they acquired Rudy Hudson Moore from the Wizards for Denver's none of several second-round picks. Looking for an offensive coordinator, the Chargers of Tennessee Rams quarterback coach, passing game coordinator Zach Robinson. They'll keep the team out with assistant Greg Olson tomorrow. The Marino family outfield left is selling the Angels franchise for the foreseeable future after deciding to win the exploratory process to find new buyers. I'm Frank Garrett.
Did you know 1 in 4 vet visits involve skin and coat issues? They are like 3-in-1 nutritional supplements plus key nutrients for your pet. Get a free probiotic booster with package of Dynamite for Dogs by using code DOG at Dynamite.com.
This report is sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or changing your address, have begun done online when it's convenient for you? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online.
Want a strong lean body but sneak fad diets and cardio workouts? If your goal is to build strength, lose fat, or increase energy without being injured, the perfect workout is safe, effective, and time-efficient workout. And we have 18 locations in the San Diego, OC, and LA areas. There's no guarantee. Call 800-882-2169 for a free no hard sales intro session. That's 800-882-2169 for the perfect workout.
Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous lands. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Are you tired of living with chronic joint pain, a knee pain, or shoulder pain, pain your hips or back?
Hey, Sherry and Shannon, and here is TC Kinetics.
TC Kinetics is an AC's leader in cutting-edge regenerative medicine. Now, regenerative medicine is the all-natural process that uses highly
with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Pro athletes that have been doing it for years now, you can too.
TC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in America and others here with regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you are sick of living with pain from arthritis or injury, call the local medical professionals at TC Kinetics for a free consultation.
Missy Diego, and Orange, call 213-997-TAIN. TC Kinetics. 213-997-TAIN. That's 213.
Access childhood free mental health resources offered through 317 or WhatsApp at household.org.
We know nothing happens in the newsroom. It happens where you live. The same places we live. With a region as large and diverse as ours, it takes one of LA's largest news teams, the Cowboys Right. And Takeout is putting them more community morning. Now, with 7.5 hours of news every weekday morning. Takeout News Los Angeles. Covering your morning. Weekdays starting at 4 a.m. And I really do like getting out. Just the smell of getting out is glorious. Oh, this is wonderful. Never go to rest. It's good.
Just got on by the yes.
Okay, let's do it right here. We're going to call up the press conference in Northern California regarding the USA. The press conference taking place right here.
It's probably that we hear about far too often, but today they put home here in San Diego County. Today at 2:22 p.m., drug deputies were dispatched to 12700 block of San Diego Road, Highway 92, in unincorporated San Diego County, on the report of a shooting with multiple victims. Upon arrival, deputies located 4 victims deceased with gunshot wounds. A 5th victim also sustained from a gunshot wound was transported to Stanford Medical Center with life-threatening injuries. The suspect was not immediately located. Shortly thereafter, 3 additional victims were also located deceased with gunshot wounds at a separate shooting scene in the 2100 block of Cabrillo Highway South. The motive for the shooting is currently unknown. During investigations, the suspect identified as Chung Lee Zhao, a 67-year-old Half Moon Bay resident. At 4:40 p.m., Zhao was located in his vehicle in the parking lot of the sheriff's substation here in Half Moon Bay by a sheriff's deputy. Zhao was taken into custody without incident, and a semi-automatic handgun was located in his vehicle. Zhao is believed to have acted alone, and there is no further threat to this community. This is a devastating tragedy for this community and the families touched by this unspeakable act of violence. I would like to thank our local law enforcement agency partners, allied agencies including CAL FIRE and EMS, the City of Half Moon Bay, and our federal and state partners. I would also like to commend the
the deputy sheriff for safely taking the suspect into custody. I will take questions at the end of this conference. Now I would like to turn it over to San Mateo County Board and Supervisor President David Kines, who would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Sheriff Porter. We dream tonight to serve the deceased members of our community. This is a very horrific event, one that we would never imagine would occur in San Mateo County. Gun violence in this country is at completely unacceptable levels. It really hit home tonight. Our hearts are broken. We are deeply grateful for law enforcement for their work this evening. But in the end, there are simply too many guns in this country. And it has to be a change. This is not an acceptable way for modern society to live and conduct its affairs. And we are doing everything in our power to make those changes. I'd like now to introduce my colleague, Ray Mueller, who represents this area on the Board of Supervisors. Thank you, President Fine, and I just first want to start off by thanking our law enforcement officers today for the bravery and efforts to make this quickly possible. I just want to thank you how much our hearts are broken tonight. There were far more affected tonight. There were children on the scene at the incident. This is a truly heartbreaking tragedy, and it comes on the eve. I don't know how they expect me to what happened just obviously yesterday. And then just weeks after natural hazard events, which have really struck this community. So the one thing I want to say out for the people who are out there, who live here, who are watching, is please take advantage of the mental health crisis counseling that is available out there. The amount of stress that's been on this community for weeks is really quite high. There's people out there who are suffering from this, who are feeling the effects of it. Please reach out and get help from that. You are not alone. There are counseling services available all the time. Here in Halfland Bay, if you want to reach out to the county hotline, but we want to make sure that people know that they are not alone and that we are here for you this evening. And then as Supervisor Khan said, in the days and the weeks ahead of us, we really have to come together and figure out how to go ahead and wrap our arms around to address the problem of gun violence, which has afflicted our state here in recent days, and has afflicted us here at home. It's something that's unimaginable to happen here in Halfland Bay, essentially here in San Mateo County. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and introduce you all to my good friend, Halfland Bay, Vice Mayor. I'll see you in a minute. Thank you. First of all, I want to send my condolences to the family of loved ones today, and to bring my to offer the support for all the families and the farm workers that were affected, that were put in the location of the shooting. And then I would like to thank for local law enforcement for the rapid response and the emergency team. The city of Halfland Bay, after being affected by the flood, as you know, at the beginning of the year, the whole community was affected. Now this, we are offering support, mental health support. Our teams of Halfland Bay, the Halfland Bay celebration with mental health teams of non-profit organizations, one of our local laws that we bring to the families. This is something that we get to watch on the news. Never seen. That's why I come and hit home. Today, we're on the news. Our community has been affected. And again, I want to thank our law enforcement. As soon as we heard about the shooting, we heard the silence, of our law enforcement and was done special. There's really not much I can say, about the thing that we're feeling right now. We know that the community is being very affected. We have been receiving phone calls, text messages from family members, wanting to know information with the family members, the relatives are okay. We hope they are. We hope they will continue to be reunited. And we are here to support them. Before any steps, especially the children that were present when the shooting happened. And hoping that there will be an eye-opener what is going on in the community about gun violence and gun violence. So let's think about this and how we're going to be responding to the families that have been affected. Thank you.
One thing I can tell you is that we know that he acted alone at this time, and that we're working with the district attorney's office at this time to interview the suspect, and as soon as we have further updates, we'll be able to provide those to you. He's going to be over. And what's been said to me is that found in the vehicle was that the only weapon that was involved. We believe that at this time. We believe that we don't have the exact connection at this time, but there are two separate locations. One with a nursery, and actually two nurseries. And what I can tell you is that we are working at trying to gather more information to figure out what the connection was to these victims as well. We're not able to release information at this time, but as soon as we're able to, we will. It's an active time. What I can say is that we have multiple victims, some who are deceased. We have one who is currently at Stanford in critical condition. There are 7 casualties, and the identification will be made by the coroner's office. They're on site on the property. They're believed to be workers, but we can't confirm that yet. As soon as we're able to do that. That was still, well, we can assume that that's what his motive was to come here, but we can't confirm that. So we knew what the vehicle looked like, and we had the license plate, and the deputy said located the vehicle, and we released out of the vehicle. No, the person at Stanford is the number 8, but I confirmed that there were 7 casualties, fatalities.
What they described was this a large, was there like thousands of people where these shots were fired, or was it more of a mass?
So it's a big rural location, so people are working, it's spread out. There's people that live at the location as well. So, it was in the afternoon, and kids were out of school, and there's children who are unspeakable. This is nearby and TRILLIONAIRE 82 Los Angeles, West and we have a collaborative investigation, and I have all the confidence that I'm operating with us. But it's tragic, wherever this would happen, especially here in North County. It's a tragedy that, we see on the news a lot, but when we get home, working in the community myself, what a tragedy to see these innocent people lose their lives. And right now, we just don't have the answers yet. Hawthorne Bay resident, and we believe. Yeah, deputy name is Deputy Lockwood. I can get you the spelling of that. Deputy Lockwood. Lockwood. He's the one that located the vehicle.
the FBI at the scene, the FBI was ready to deploy all the resources that we don't have here at the local level. And I've been getting calls from even across the country from sheriffs, but also thank our county executive Mike Cowley for his support and the board support. So we still, I still don't, I can't release that information yet. Yeah, that I can't, it's still, it's an active investigation, we can't release that yet.
How long did you feel for how long did the different locations one for the next and then you just got here? I don't know how long
Yeah, we don't have that, we're still gaining that information. Yeah, the location, yeah. They're not very, maybe a mile away from each other. That I don't. If you're interested in more than two investigations, I can't go into that. But as soon as we're able to provide you with more information, we will. What I would like to say is that at the IDF hall, there is a family reunification center for the coastal community and members of the Muslims, and that'll be open. And if anyone has any additional information that may know more about this investigation, they can contact the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. I can give you the address. That is still kind of the investigation. Yeah.
Okay, one more question, please.
A second mass shooting in just 2 days. I'm in live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
This is a devastating tragedy for this community.
7 people have been killed in shootings that occurred at 2 locations in Pasadena Bay, south of San Francisco. San Mateo County Sheriff's Christina Corpus says 5 people were shot at 1 location this afternoon.
Upon arrival, deputies located 4 victims deceased with gunshot wounds.
6 persons came to the hospital. 3 other people were killed a short distance away. The alleged shooter was found in the parking lot of the sheriff's substation and has been taken into custody. The man is 67 years old. LA County Sheriff Luna says the 72-year-old man who killed 11 people at a dance hall in Monterey Park fired off 42 rounds. The shooter then went to a dance hall in Alhambra late Saturday. The man there fought him off and grabbed his gun.
We have also learned that the firearm, which was wrestled away from the suspect at the Alhambra scene, was a 9mm caliber covered on the Rico 7.62 by 25 handgun from inside the suspect's cargo van.
The sheriff says the search of the man's home and tenant turned up weapons, a lot of ammunition, and evidence the man was making gun silence. 2 students and an adult have been shot and killed at an alternative school in Iowa. Des Moines PD Paul Heritage said 3 people are in custody.
We were able to get a vehicle description for witnesses. One of our patrol officers spotted that car about 2 miles south of here. We were able to get it stopped. 2 people stayed in the car, 1 bailed out and ran.
Tracked down with the help of the police dog. The Gun Violence Archive says there have been more mass shootings in 2023 than days in a year so far. It's reported at least 37 mass shootings in the U.S. It defines mass shootings as the past in which 4 or more people are shot or killed. Archive tracked more than 647 mass shootings last year, 600,000 in 2021. The numbers include the shootings in Monterey Park. Southland weather from KFI, clear and cold tonight, lows in the 30s and 40s, 20s and 30s for the Yellow Valley. Sunny highs in the mid-50s tomorrow, Tuesday, Metro LA, and New Sea. Low to mid-50s for the valleys and Inland Empire, mid-50s in Antelope Valley. It's 57 in Fullerton, 55 rain for Santa Margarita, 52 in Pasadena, 56 in Sherman Oaks. The market reports the Dow ended the day up 254 points. The Nasdaq added 224. S&P 500 up 47. The average price for gas in California $4.45 per gallon of regular unleaded. Let's check in now with Angel and find out what's slowing down in those fields. Southbound, the from Los Feliz was fortified to the 110 freeway. Where's the 5 south remains off limits taxes over your high releases and cleanup that you can make. Now, the drive beyond what's good recoil height, some more fun in college, fun 710 freeway, College 2 to 605. And in Hollywood, the winter rent house downtown, right on Sunset Boulevard, and full moving all the way to downtown LA. And High Hills, 91 eastbound. Cut back is slow from Imperial Highway, looking better by Green River. Culture Cotton Up in Brea, 357 northbound. Because getting away from just about California Road as you continue ahead to the 60 freeway. Hey, Abba in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm in for Martinez.
This hour is sponsored by Advanced Car Restoration. When you're in a serious car accident, it can be devastating. It's a more complicated case than you might think, and it's a specialized knowledge too. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner at Jacoby & Myers. When you're badly injured and your stakes are high, it's important to have someone fighting for your best interest alongside you. Jacoby & Myers has decades of experience winning these challenging cases, and we know how to get results. So when it's time to get serious about your case, choose Jacoby & Myers.
What's for dinner, burgers? Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach upset, and pancreatic insufficiency. PCI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't really connect digestive enzymes to break down food. But PCI can do that. Use the system center at identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com.
Bridgewater, the Heat Hot Gas Speed Test, a supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. Bridgewater Triangle. There is something in mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity. Behind the standalone concept, starring supernatural Lisa Cohen, The Walking Dead, Melissa Poggio, and Rosewater Alan Hewitt. Written by Lauren Tippin and created by me, Aaron Mason. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. More stimulating talk.
And iHeartRadio station.
It's later with most of it. AFI 824. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And if you've been listening to AFI, you know we are right on top of the story regarding the mass shooting.
We're halfway there. We're not going to have one day.
Witnessing the press conference. There's a suspect in custody. If you don't know, Half-Moon Bay is just south of San Francisco. And here are some of the details that we know for sure. 4 victims were found dead around 2:25 p.m. along the 12700 block of Rio Highway. That's what the sheriff's office said. And then another victim was transported to Stanford Medical Center with life-threatening injuries. Shortly after that discovery, 3 more victims were found dead at a separate scene in that same area. The suspect has been named 67-year-old Half-Moon Bay resident after he was found in his vehicle in the parking lot of the Half-Moon Bay substation. Again, according to his car, and if you're listening or watching your local television, watching the press conference, they indicated that he was cooperating. They did not elaborate on that, but they said that he was cooperating. The victims, from what we know and what has been divulged, are described as Chinese farm workers. Now, I know it would be easy to try to make some sort of connection to the previous shooting in Monterey and Alhambra, since it does involve the Asian community, but there has been no explicit connection made. Whereas, the Monterey Park and Alhambra shootings were around the Chinese New Year celebration. No such motive has
Depends on that. Now, there isn't nothing you recommend to that. It is interesting because you wonder, is it tied to the other news?
Yes, there's no specific evidence to that, but there's circumstantial evidence, and at least on the surface level, there is some degree of coincidence if you take into account what may be The shooters in both incidents just mocked the victims in terms of both incidents. But that's all circumstantial. That's not something specific which can be pointed at this point. And I know if you just came in and just getting home from work and turning on the news, you may be spending, I know, hours in the sense of what is it, wait, another shooting in California, seemingly in the same community. Yeah, it get a little complicated and it can get confusing. These basic details are still coming located. There are presently 7 deceased and 1 in critical condition in the hospital at this point. In regard to the Monterey Park / Alhambra shooting, that death toll has risen to 11 at this point. Now, we do not know if there are any other in critical condition or worse, but we do know that death toll has risen to 11 people in the Monterey Park shooting. So,
just wanted to add that you do know that there are some people who have been released from the hospital. Some of the injured in the Monterey Park, I believe 4 or 5 are still
over the course of this evening, and we'll do our best to slow down and make these distinctions because I understand how it could all sort of run together. Where you have 2, at least on the surface, seemingly similar mass shootings. You have comparable death tolls. They're both in California, but a good 8 hours driving away, there's Monterey Park, and there's also Half Moon Bay, which is just south of San Francisco. And we will try to give you all of these details as they come in and try to make it clear and concise so it's less confusing to everyone involved. So if you're just tuning in, you just listened to the press conference in regards to the Half Moon Bay mass shooting in which there were 7 confirmed victims, 7 dead, and one in critical condition, and also the death toll in the Monterey Park mass shooting has risen to 11. So keep it right here at KFI 640, and we'll have more on this over the course of the evening. Just later with myself, KFI 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now, so in the tunes, in the KFI 24 news.
You just heard no talking about it. 67-year-old Asian man has been taken into custody making a food execution at Mushroom Farm and a trucking firm this afternoon in Ashland Bay. Officials are saying that they believe he was a worker at one of those establishments. 7 people were killed. A candlelight vigil is being held at Monterey Park City Hall tonight to remember the 11 people killed during a Lunar New Year celebration. Candidates are being asked to eat candles and flowers. Vigils will be held at the arena. Says there's more work to be done and he remains committed to winning another championship. So showing the team is off the table. You just had 7 clear skies tonight with lows in the 20s to 40s, sunny with highs in the 50s and 60s tomorrow. This report brought to you by Blanchard. And condition the connection to the 110 North County downtown Los Angeles, going to the head towards Football Stadium and Norwegian Park, purchasing a black sitting out of the infield area for the runaway southbound. It looks like, first of all, there's a path on the northbound side, the southbound Boa, that's causing some spectator fun on the southbound side out of Rosanna from the freeway. Beyond the scene of the path, that southbound side of the runaway, you have more flowing ahead in the series and Cold-Hearted Family. 217 through the first floor. Hey, up high in the sky. Hope to see that blaster. I didn't pronounce it.
Affordable prices. Our lines are easy to install and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive professional. Do yourself and save big at Flyster.com. This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. Is it getting harder to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Before I started Rooter Hill Plumbing, I was an angry young man. Hello, I'm Jonathan Coleman, founder of Rooter Hill Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends and because I had to drop out of college. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said beyond time. He didn't like it when people were rude. He taught me to be polite, like something I lost, but encapsulated along the way. You taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. Now, peace and teaching values every hero comes. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And yet one of our heroes fails to live up to these values. Please call me. My private number is on the back of every Leader Hero business card. You can also reach us at LeaderHero.com. Thank you.
Need an actress with a burner by your side. All you got to do is call the accident guy.
You get in a car accident or at work, call the accident guy. Because unlike other firms that are trying to negotiate this case, not a illegal. I never read reviews, but the device is so amazing I had to leave it. Now they try to clear out my sciences as well. I'm blown away by how Navarre works. That interview was Perry, and it's one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Navarre. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navarre's nasal care, and I've talked about flushing out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Navarre's power something can help you breathe better. And how your nose is Navarre's air filter, and Navarre will clean it out.
These are all so good now. Whatever I did now.
Navarre has helped clear out my nasal passages every single night.
You didn't realize it.
Your Becky's gone, unquote. Navarre is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better, breathe deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navarre is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and online. Navarre, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
iHeartRadio gives you access to all. iHeartRadio has access to all of your favorite radio stations. He's writing secrets. I go by the name of Charlemagne John. Hi, and I'm Paul. Bobby down here. I clear this uncle. Access to all of the best free curated playlists. My favorite music. That's fine. We'll do everything. Access to all the great podcasts for every interest.
Stuff you should know podcast.
The Daily Show podcast. So heard with Colin Howard and Beth Ross. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now. I get up at 2:45 so that we can prepare until 4:59 so that you're ready to go for wake-up call. 4:55 on KFI.
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and right now we're following these top stories. The death toll in the Monterey Park mass shooting has risen to 11, and if you were listening last segment, we were telling you about the Half Moon Bay shooting, in which 7 people were killed. 1 person is still in critical condition across 2 different locations. The suspect is in custody in Half Moon Bay, just south of San Francisco. And I gave you the specifics and the details of the press conference where they found the suspect. He's in custody. He is cooperating with police. I'm not saying there's any particular connection to Monterey Park, but there are some superficial similarities between the shootings or multiple locations. But no direct connection. But I think about these mass shootings, and it's the same thing with every single time in which they happen. I think, not if, but when I may find myself in a similar situation, I have to proceed under that assumption. Because we have seen that mass shootings will happen and have happened everywhere. It does not matter if it's movies, church, mall, school, concerts, indoor, outdoor. It does not matter. They have happened everywhere. And I always think about it. When you think about natural disasters, we're always supposed to have a plan in this life, right? We may not know when the earthquake is, but we want to make sure that we have our earthquake supplies. We want to make sure that we have a plan if our family is separated, how we would meet or how we would contact each other. And I think we're at the point now, or at least I know I am at this point, where if I'm ever in a place in which there may be more than 15, 20 people, I'm always aware of distances and the possibility of something happening. When I say something happening, I'm getting from the city. Maybe something's going still from the city. I know that I can be in a restaurant, and depending on the clientele, there can be a drive-by too. So I'm also thinking about that as well. But when you throw into the mix The equation math and relationship. Then I have to think about other types of meanings and locations. I'm always conscious of when I'm in a crowd. And it's not fear, it's awareness. It's about preparedness. And I'm thinking about how I do respond in advance because this goes back to self-defense training. It's about understanding what could you do before danger actually avails itself. And it's a bad time that we have to even have this conversation, but we get maximums and Q-days in my community have safe and innocuous environment. Elderly, young people, does not matter. Does not matter ethnic community. Does not matter location. So I think it's fair to say that it could happen to anyone at any time of the week. But when you go up in the streets where there are drive-by, you are used to drive-by happening in burgers, where you all may be conversating at a house party or whatever. Then or start to start looking outside the truck. Largely start looking at people in the business who are working in the club and the nightclub at one point. I was a doorman and I was also the manager of the club. So I started looking at the crowd. Oh no. Another house and stuff before I had a conference. At a large conference where I was 20,000 staff a lot of most of these stories I see the same type of picture, but what was sounded like fireworks. And I know the difference in sound. I hear it all the time because of where I live, where I have lived. And if anything, it's a good honesty because I'm not waiting to figure out or find out. My assumption is, if it sounds like gunshot, it probably is. Just because I know what they sound like and been around enough situations where you hear the rhythm, the tuning, and you instantly respond. Just what you know about it. That it seems like more and more people are becoming aware of natural behavior of people walking around. I think it's like this. Or once again, when you see it's like when you have everything like this. So what does least expect mean at this point? Least expect it as in terms of preschool? Least expect it in terms of what happened there? It happened literally at every proposed least expected place. There's not a place that I can think of where a mass shooting has just happened, with the exception of maybe inside a major sporting event. That's about it that comes to mind off the top of my head when you think of loud, large crowds. Now, we've had these open air outdoor concerts, but we haven't had, knock on wood, a shooting of any magnitude inside of an arena or stadium as of yet. Not asking for it, don't want it, but that's not the only thing. I don't know what you run out of things to say because we were having this conversation a couple weeks ago about this or that. I mean, the half moon days didn't take place, and we've been talking about moderate parts, most likely. I mean, well, you know how we put the show together and had a half moon down. It wasn't the first day. And then all of a sudden the news started coming out about half moon days, and I know people, including trying to double take, are they talking about something that happened in the past? Are they talking about something that just happened recently, minutes ago? Minutes ago, you realize California as well. And you realize it's impacting the same ethnic community. And you realize it's another day in there. That's great with myself. I ain't before you realize everywhere. And that's how you have to just remember to update you on the latest in regards to the half moon day. With 7 people were killed, 1 left in critical condition, and we will also update you on any new information in the Monterey Park /Alhambra street. Now, anything has been
Concerned about talking about 57-year-old woman arrested in Northern California for arrested for killing 7 people. 2 separate shootings this afternoon. And Channel press officers, 4 people were killed at one business, 3 at another just minutes away. The council member said the people killed were Chinese farm workers. They alleged shooters found in a car in the parking lot of the Highland Sheriff's Station. Democratic Congresswoman Judy Chu, who served Monterey Park, says the mass shooting that left 11 people dead highlights the universal background checks on gun purchases. He says people can still get guns without proper checks because they still buy guns without that check if they buy them online or the gun sale or through personal sale. He says current gun laws, like the universal background check system, are working. He said in November, chicken breasts grown by Upside Foods was safe for human consumption. Cultivated meat is derived from a small sample of cells collected from livestock and grown in huge steel labs. It's been processed into something that looks and tastes like meat. Upside said it's hoping to bring its products to restaurants as soon as this year and to grocery stores next week. Several new studies have found credit card debt is soaring. One study says about 46% of cardholders are now carrying a balance from month to month, up from 39% a year ago. Finance scientists Joe banking rates says about 14 million Americans now have a balance of $10,000 or more. According to the Federal Reserve, the interest rate on most cards is at about 20%. That's the highest level in nearly 30 years. Southside weather can pay a 5 to the skies overnight. The low is ranging from the 20s to low 40s. Sunny tomorrow and right on through the week. Tomorrow in the 60s, Metro LA, then we go see in the valley, also the IE. 40s and 50s for the Antelope Valley. It's 53 in Anaheim, 52 in San Clemente. Slow in Hollywood on 101. Southside 5, very places down in one week. Santa Monica Boulevard, tapping into downtown Los Angeles. Advertising the city limits following the 10 eastbound from La Cienega to the 110. In Brea, 57 northbound reservation car canyon all the way to the 60 in Diamond Bar. And Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound, loading up at Weir Canyon, looking to watch out by Green River. Hey, FIU Sky, hope to get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Starting May 7, 2025, you may need a real ID to board domestic flights, and there's never been a better time to apply than right now. Give yourself the freedom of traveling when and where you want, from sporting events and family reunions to romantic vacations or even a weekend getaway with friends. Real ID is your ticket to fly. There's no need to wait. Visit CaliforniaRealID.org today to start the online Real ID application from the comfort of home. DMV Online. Ready when you are. Hey y'all, it's Steve Scott. Let me tell you the unfiltered truth about water softeners. They don't filter anything. They add sodium, they're old-fashioned, costly, maintenance heavy, but hey, there's a better solution. A life source salt-free water system. Filtered and delicious water from every tap, no maintenance, and perfect for areas spanning softness. Life source does more than a softener and better. Get this.
Tanya, Isabella, Frank. These are the names of everyday Southern Californians doing extraordinary things. Adjusting thermostats, signing up for eco-friendly rebates, using clean electricity in their homes and businesses. All the creators of Clean Energy California. And thanks to programs and leaders in Southern California Edison, we all have the power to ensure a clean energy future. Visit SCE.com/clean energy to learn more. You're baking cookies when you earn 500 points on the reward card. The 30th and 31st.
Number 2,
George Clinton, my son.
and the number 1 reason.
It doesn't matter who you're rooting for. We've got food and drink specials, freebies and fun for everybody.
Rwanda, good time for everybody. We always use if you are new green kitchen, now is the perfect time because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the kitchen store, is having its massive winter sale. Everything from conventional entry-level cabinets to literally any custom configuration imaginable, the kitchen store has got you covered. Imagine just one place to find every door, color, finish, storage option, vent, and hardware accessories on the market. You'll find it all and more in Southern California's largest kitchen design showroom, waiting for you right off the 405 in Culver City. And as always, it all starts with a totally free in-showroom consult with one of the kitchen store's expert kitchen designers. 12 months in, it's got financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, and happening right now, the huge winter sale. You start the new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen at 310 Kitchen, or find them on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Engaged in accident? Visit superwomanpickermedia.com.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI is giving you a chance to win a 2-night stay at Southern California's premier oceanfront destination, Carolina Resort. Breathtaking 52 acres atop the Palos Verdes Peninsula with endless views of the Pacific Ocean. Winners will stay in an ocean view suite, play around the golf or two at the lake, and have dinner at Carolina. You can unwind at Carolina's award-winning on-brand and enter to win a stay at the luxury resort that's right here at home and feels like a million miles away. That's KFI AM 640 on Instagram. Good luck from KFI AM 640.
North Freeway Hot.
The buffalo loved their people as much as the Kiowas loved them. Then the white man hired hunters to do nothing but kill the buffalo.
Radio folks, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And just remember, we've got you covered. I know you want to be able to get the latest regarding the happening today. Seven people are killed and one person is presently in critical condition. Just know when there is new information to give you, will give it to you. Either I will or any team will in the course of this interview. So if you don't immediately hear it, just know that there is no update at that point. So of course, every quarter of the hour, you will have the latest information on that and more. So keep it right here. I got a question, and this is rhetorical in nature, and this is about America, if I change gears slightly. What do you think America is more obsessed with, concerned with, or more appropriately consumed with, words? Do you think it's either, as ABC discussed, lab-grown meat, which should be at your restaurant table sometime very soon, or sexuality of internet? What do you think America's more concerned with or concerned with? What you are, ABC, because we are more concerned with making sure our immigrants are not too woke. And you may remember we talked about this a few weeks ago, and I was saying I like my immigrants non-binary. I'm just being off the cuff. I'm not being serious. It's a joke in the way we were talking about peppermint patties, possibly being lesbian because she calls Marcy her, she wears person socks. But I wasn't being furious. I wasn't actually mad at Charles Schultz for the subtle messages that were going on. It's what breaks me particularly today. I wasn't like actually making social commentary. People are making real social commentary. They're actually mad. Tucker Carlson, what's that shaming? Money and them. They're not real. They're not their fault.
And how can they be funny? They're all the same size, right? Except for that one are a little bit bigger.
I know they look, I'm going to stop both of you. Stop understanding. So, two great blogs, one down this yellow brick road of trying to actually make sense out of these arguments. When they're they are kidding. Now we give them the ability to talk and we're healed. Not more. Well, I'm glad unveiled the purple M&M was supposed to be the new addition to the cast. They had this, even though they did a whole music video. Listen to this.
Hey, Purple, sing the big debut.
I'm the new and the men sing. Do I have what it takes? I want to be the best, or even pretty good, which is great. I'm a little unsure, I have to admit.
Here's a good idea. Women can't sing in real life. They can't perform on Broadway. They don't have their vocal range. They can't sing opera. They can't do any of that. They can't dance. They can't speak rhythm. So why are we trying to ascribe all these other attributes to this? Now, I'm a capitalist. I keep saying this. That's to remind people. I am fine with free market society. If you don't like M&Ms and how they are portrayed, you don't have to buy them. You don't have to like them. You can speak up about it. But there is such a thing as being ridiculous. Okay, and the ridiculousness is also contained in M&M's response. If you want to introduce a new flavor, or new style, or new characterization, or new focus standards, then you just live with it. But to do so reactionary, because you get some criticism on maybe Fox News and social media, saying that M&M's have gone woke because you have this all-female, air quotes, all-female, quote-unquote, M&M packaging to salute women in history, we change the status quo, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. If you want to go down that road, then I think you went down that road. After a whole bunch of marketing meetings and focus groups and advertising surveys, if you invest that much money, then just go with it. But instead, they were treated, and in my mind, acknowledged that they didn't know what they were doing. I think the response really is like, that should have been their response. But instead, they were treated as if, well, we have decided to take an indefinite pause from the fake candy. That's what M&M said. In their place, we are proud to introduce a spokesperson America can agree on. So they're acknowledging the supposed controversy, and they say the beloved Maya Rudolph. We are confident Ms. Rudolph will change the power of fun to create a world where everyone has Maya Rudolph. Isn't that your favorite one where the guy has a big bite out of him? He's like, oh, this is awkward. But you understand my point was the ridiculousness is not only how outrageous of society, but how M&M tried to respond to it. You're making it bigger than it really is. You know what's that? I understand I felt very I leave Tony alone. You know, it's coming. You know, you can't call him Tony. Okay? You have a gender neutral. Yeah. Tiger. Tony. Tiger. It's like Tiger. Yeah. What about your rabbit? Your crazy. Your rabbit? And you'll probably call him the groomer. Probably. I'm people are gone. What about the leprechaun? Those drugs, yeah, totally pushing it on the kid. What's the third point? We can see whatever we want. We try hard enough to find what we want to see. We just want to be mad. We want to be bad. We want to be bad. It's freaking petty. It's a collective thing. That's not No. I'm with you. The collective we, I don't want to be mad. I really don't. It's like I dislike, but I'm not going to pay emotional attention to whether M&M has a green M&M or brown M&M is fine, or what the subtlety is. Yeah. That's as far as it goes. It's marketing. It's marketing. If you don't want to see a world in which there's green M&M or purple M&M, which may be a little rotund or out of shape, or you think that M&M is not welcome in this world, then you have a problem. Well, there's something wrong with you. First question you would have. I don't know. It's something profound. But there's no profundity there. You follow what's happening in Alton Gray and also Monterey Park. So keep it right here. 458 640. We're live everywhere on marked with unusual variation.
Investigators are looking for reasons the 72-year-old man opened fire in a dance hall in Monterey Park, killing 11 people. A search of who comes from home turned out a rifle, hundreds of rounds of ammo, and evidence of gun silencers. The shooter killed himself. A 67-year-old Asian man has been arrested following two separate shootings in Ashley Bay, south of San Francisco. 7 people were killed this afternoon. Officials say those killers were Chinese farm workers. Apple Pay has new competition. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Visa, and MasterCard have already gotten on board to participate. Here in cold tonight, sunny tomorrow, highs in the low to mid-60s, 40 for Christmas in Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by BlindStreet.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, let's go places. It's flowing down in Bar 57. It's nothing major, but it's over 91 eastbound from near Canyon, looking a lot better by Green River. It's slower towards the 241, and then it's just real after that. Mid-City, 10 eastbound, still loading up this time from Western to the 110, so that's a big improvement. And another problem in the White Oak area or Midtown Encino on the 101 southbound at White Oak. There's really a problem with backed up, and traffic still picking up away from Cedar Boulevard. Hey, up on the side. Let's get you there faster. I need so much in there.
Hi, I'm Kyle at ROTHSCHILD.com. I sell custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters that are easy to install and prices less than big box retailers. Blinds to blinds are custom-made for your windows, not guaranteed they'll fit. Come on, pro, do it yourself and save big at ROTHSCHILD.com.
This report is sponsored by Tire Rack. Nearly 3,000 drivers giant car packages each year. Tire Rack seats survival is designed to save lives. So one day, hands-on driving school gives you the skills in car control. Two exercises that include emergency braking and skill recovery. Find a class near you at TireRack.com/survive. If you're living with decaying machines, loose, crooked teeth, you don't have to. Dental implants can literally change your life. Dr. Misertani and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. He's my dentist, and he's my daughter's real dentist, and boy, he saved her. He has some really complicated dental issues. So whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group team of specialists will restore your smile. You can do it in one day and while you sleep. And if you already have implants that have gone south or complications from another dentist, Dr. Misertani can fix those problems too. Smile again, foods that you've missed. Now pound 250 on the cell and just say dentist. Pound 250 on the cell, say dentist. Schedule a free exam including X-ray and CT scan from ROTHSCHILD.com. If you test positive for COVID, have some medication. Visit you can see this call 823-422-4255. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. Brazilian Professional LLC seeks the graphic designer and co-resident California. Job duties include computer design status, interactive visual communications and concepts, including print, web, and multimedia. Creating new design, graphic concepts, and sample layouts for proposed projects, including but not limited to product packaging, advertising campaigns, and support programs. Determine the nature, size, and arrangement of illustrative material and copy and source style and size of site. Prepare and optimize graphics for visual applications by using a wide range of media technologies and computer-aided design CAD software. Collaborate with project stakeholders to discuss and understand goals, design ideas, and requirements while managing and meeting deadlines. Must have at least a bachelor's degree in graphic design or a related field, or equivalent is determined by a qualified credentials evaluation service, and at least 2 years professional experience working in graphic design within the consumer packaging industry. Must have at least 2 years experience designing, marketing, and communications concepts, including packaging design and production, corporate logos, banners, emails, digital, and social media assets, campaigns, websites, informational graphics, and multimedia presentations. Must have at least 2 years experience creating graphic design based on concepts and layout design, and production, typography, color theory, aesthetic design, and visual communication theory. Must have at least 2 years experience developing timelines, work schedules, and budgets for design projects, and supervising design team members, and contracting service providers to ensure project execution on time and within budget. Must be proficient in Adobe Creative Suite, Figma, HTML, Witness, and Step. Estimated salary $54,808 to $60,000. Please send resumes to CAC@BrazilianProfessionals.com. The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the
the gun for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was running that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
They spent the previous week cleaning up 10 cities here and around El Paso.
The president's people, and that doesn't clean it up because can you imagine the optics of a complete tent city with him in the foreground? It's like the optics of Karen Bass if he was playing as mayor and then cleaning up around LA City Hall.
Yeah, now live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio. This morning with Mo Kelly, KFI AM 240, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and some other stories that we're watching. Beyond the obvious, obviously, that the shootings are happening today and also Monterey Park. Get this, anything. Aretha Franklin's song Natural Woman faces calls to be removed from streaming.
No!
You know where I'm going with this. For being allegedly anti-trans. We're watching that story very closely. I'm not going to comment on it today. I'm going to see where the story goes and then comment on that because, I got a response to that one. I know that song well and I picture that song very well. You might get to that tomorrow. Spotify is laying off hundreds in its latest round of tech layoffs and pandemic jobless benefits fraud likely top March 14th. Not that much, by the way.
Oh, I thought they were one in the country.
No, this is TIE.
Okay.
Not TI. So this is
Well,
national.
no, that's my on Tiger.
The man in the railroad. Right. And I don't know how credible this is or authentic. They just made it up, but this is TIE. That's what TIE.
I'm doing great, Mo. How are you doing?
I'm outstanding. And when I saw the story, I thought of you.
You don't text me. Oh, because you're friends with my
True story. True story. Let's start with Aries. And as a rule, Aries folk are an impulsive lot, prone to betting big, getting large, and apologizing often. In time, the coconut cream pie was born from a debt owed and spiritually unpaid. Legend has it that in the 19th century, a Caribbean businessman sent a Philadelphia flour miller a shipment of coconuts to settle the squirrel between them. The miller took to shredding, drying, and selling the coconut meat for bakers and homemakers, and before long, the people of the fledgling nation were famous for coconut cream. Taurus. Your pie is pecan pie. Taurus folk love an unholy indulgence that requires a little effort to produce or procure. And in the pecan pie, or better yet, the chocolate pecan pie. Pie AF on corn syrup. I don't need to translate what AF means.
I'm definitely not correct.
I do. I wish it was mine. Well, soon enough to make the cheap eggs, the southern staple can be made with less than 2 to 10 ingredients in a pot and ready in under an hour. Gemini, rhubarb pie. Yeah. Emotionally unpredictable, flavoring wildly, and barely complete to recalcitrant. That's accurate. Gemini is the sour patch kid of the zodiac. In kind, the rhubarb pie is a balance of the vegetable and the candy, the earthly and the sublime, the sweet and the bitter, and edible, a metaphor. Cancer, you're up. Apple pie. Comfort seekers and nest makers. Cancer rules the fourth house of home and roots for fruit and nothing recalls as wholesome childhood or our commercial concept of it, white rice apple pie. The cancers who prefer crumbs, the lettuce, lattice. Get out there and hold the stripes. Orthodontist is on the best apple pie. That's more in line with pie. Leo's lemon meringue. Meringue is the pie topping what a lush that Leo season roars during the high heat of summer in the northern hemisphere, and lemon meringue Pie tastes like late July and it's known to be yes, you're going to take your lemon meringue pie and rub it out of your chest. Yes.
That sounds like
Let it unset. Yes, sticky pie. Unset. Tell us about American pie movie. No, but no? You never thought to do that? Thank you. Cherry pie. Rick accredited with inventing the cherry pie as an offering to the in real life Virgin and Apex Virgo herself, Queen Elizabeth I. No word on whether this pie was intended as a pun. In that time, it was in this case, the sugar was now less than after it turned most of it black. To clear that funky dishes from your mind's eye, I recommend a good researcher look at the young 1900 innuendo heavy donor cherry pie. Libra will rich loses 3 calories and becomes a bit unsuspect. That's because what happens when peanut butter thin and cocoa cookie crust. Consciousness myth, crack and days are made. The crack in the dream is at the end there really sounds like a touch like Burning Man wedding vow. It's absolutely in line with the rule of the 7th house of partnerships and joint forces. Scorpio, I know we got Scorpio here. No one revels in revenge more than Scorpio, and no sign is coming of age tale stand by me. Wherein a bullied teen triggers a blueberry pie barbarama as payback for life thing. Now, let me just skip it again. We'll have to post it at KFINation.com. Shepherd's pie. That's right. Roll pie? Yeah. Exactly. Roll by Lucky Planet Jupiter, Sagittarius is the secret optimist of the zodiac, not a spirit. I am the eggs are sunny side up on the right scramble, lemons, spaghetti, lemonade, and lastly, boiled potatoes and leftover scraps. I don't eat leftovers because so long. They're all done. So I'm still a Sagittarius. Well, it becomes the mix for the palatable password while it's shepherd's pie. BS, it's wrong, and we'll do it again. It's not anybody's pie wrong. No, it isn't. He lied. Yeah, do whatever. He was one to break. Otherwise, he'd have to argue about this longer. Play with no better. Secretary Blanco for sport society. Can't buy anything for you live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KSI.
KOST,
Los Angeles and County.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
One in custody, 7 dead. I'm Nadine live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A 67-year-old Asian man has been arrested in connection with deadly shootings at 2 locations in Half Moon Bay, south of San Francisco.
You have multiple victims, some who are deceased.
Is that what it was?
San Mateo County Sheriff Christine Corpus said 4 people were killed at one location this afternoon, 3 at another. The alleged shooter was found outside a sheriff's substation.
That was taken into custody without incident, and a semi-automatic handgun was located in his vehicle.
He says it appears the man acted alone, but it's not clear why the site was targeted. The man grabbed a handgun from the shooter in Monterey Park because he thought he was going to die.
Brandon Clay says he was in the lobby of the Lilac Club in Alhambra when I even know walked in. He says he heard the front door creaking and then the sound of metal clinking together. When I turned around, he just saw that there was an Asian man holding a gun. My first thought was I was going to die here. Yesterday, they said he and the man got into a fight that eventually got the gun and threatened to shoot the man. He took off. Only County Sheriff Luna says the man had gone to the club in Alhambra Saturday night minutes after the shooting in Monterey Park.
The death toll from the shooting has grown to 11. Governor Newsom has visited Monterey Park to pay his respects to the people killed and hurt.
The governor called the shooting horrific and heartbreaking. Newsom says the shooting points to a need for gun reform at the national level. How wrong with Houston is one of many people that say their respects to the people killed. Flowers and balloons have been placed in front of the dance hall where the shooting happened. In Monterey Park, Blake Stroller, KFI
News brought to you by Mike Diamond and Bill this summer. A watchdog group has asked the state attorney general to investigate why SoCal gas bills have exploded to record highs this winter.
We're hearing either double or in some cases quadruple. Consumer watchdog President Jamie Court says, sure, gas is expensive now. He thinks it's very suspicious.
other prices, SoCal Gas pays top dollar from Yahoo.
Parent company and their subsidiaries, and those parent companies and subsidiaries are cleaning up and making a lot of money off of it.
SoCal Gas says prices went up nationally because demand for gas hit record highs. Right when supply was low. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI.
A new study suggests the UV ray machines used for gel manicures could lead to cancer. Researchers say using the machines for a 20-minute session killed 30% of human cells. They could also cause DNA damage to the remaining cells with patterns seen in skin cancer patients. The study is published by Nature Communications. Physician in chief at Orange County said people should put sunscreen on their hands before getting their nails done to practice this preventive care. A guy who entered McDonald's for a sausage McMuffin left with thousands of dollars in cash in his bag. TikToker Josiah Vargas shared his reaction on social media. He says, of course, he would return his prize.
Why would you guys do this to me? You know how bad I want this money? Why put me in this situation?
The video from last week was viral and showed Vargas returning the money, asking employees if they are money launderers. The workers prayed for blessing from God that the guy returned it instead of taking off with the money.
They were just all hugging.
If you tell stories, yeah, definitely. I'll eat it.
For a month, I guess.
Southland weather from KFI, clear and cold tonight, lows in the 30s and 40s, 20s and 30s depending on our valley. Sunny times in the mid-60s tomorrow at the beaches, Metro LA, and then the cities, low to mid-60s for the valleys and Northern Empire. Mid-60s in the valley. Later warmer for Wednesday, high top out around 70, then we'll see sunny skies and highs in the 60s for the rest of the week. It's 56 in Dayton Point, 55 Long Beach, 54 in Ladera Ranch, 55 in Costa Mesa, 50 Soto in downtown LA, and 110. Heading northbound, leaving the 23, but it's pretty heavy as you roll towards 3rd Street. And left without passing the 101 and heading into a Region Park. Now, it's also going to be a little crowded. Region Echo Park on the 101 southbound. This is away from Alvarado, traveling back towards the 110 freeway. And safety forecasters in Ontario. This is along the 10. It's crowded away from there, looking better by neighboring. If you see problems, get to their faster. I'm in Martinez. At Ellie's Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with this 3-day reset. Sign up today at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running, or more than 20 years of great time to jumpstart your fitness routine. Any good can be your way to start fresh at LA Fitness. So stop into one of our hundreds of locations across the country. Get your free 3-day pass and try something new. From yoga to zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodybuilding classes, your muscles may get tired, but your workouts never will. Started today at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available from a discount date. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply. Adopt US Kids again. What to expect when you're expecting. I see you there. Learning the lingo.
Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jelly. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly that you're beautiful.
You don't have to speak to be a perfect parent. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
I hate the struggle of how blue matches on my stove top. So I just print it, wipe, and I'm done.
When I'm frustrated with stubborn bathtub soap, I just print it, wipe, and I'm done. Connected Clean Clean delivers an innovative cleaning experience with a powerful deep cleaning mist that starts working on contact to break down tough muscles in seconds. Just free, wipe, done. California just made solar more expensive than you can walk in today's great rates at sunluck.com.
More stimulating products.
And I have
Please care for Mark.
Because of the HIV virus that I had to change, I will have to retire from the Lakers today.
I agree with National Olympic Committee approved the recommendation from its own ethics committee to ban
John the Boston with Jackie Webb.
so premium is viewing records or still paid less than our account.
John the Boston with Jackie Webb.
Let's go.
KFI 640 will live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you later with Mo Kelly, some of the top stories that we're watching, told you about Aretha Franklin's song "Natural Woman" was in the station called to be removed from streaming for completely allegedly anti-trans. Spotify was part of the happening day with those mad singers. You see it right here. And first, Jackie Ray joins us in the studio, as she does every single Monday. She is a reporter for the Long Beach Post and also a correspondent, an NBA correspondent. Good to see you, Jackie Ray. How you doing this evening?
Good to be here. I love that new intro.
Well, you know, we're going to keep things down. Jackie heard some of what I was talking about. Now, or at least when I go to events, I'm always on guard. I'm always aware of my surroundings. My associate is something's going to jump off sooner or later if I'm in a crowd of 15 more people. Any place in which we haven't as of yet, and I think it's knock on wood, a mass shooting is inside a 40 event. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to start there. First, how do you go about preparing yourself, conducting yourself in light of these mass shootings, and does that carry over to sporting events?
It absolutely certainly carries over to sporting
All right,
events.
Jeff, that's the whole.
Even when I'm not covering news, I go a lot of events by myself. So I have to keep my head on the Twitter with my dad, because I have to know what's going on, especially at alcohol and that element, it becomes problematic. And I live for just 6 miles from where the Floyd County Junior shooting happened. The Monterey Park. So yeah, I'm literally about to go get ready for that. So when you think about that, and I've always felt like, especially when you see the way that fans are voting after they've been drinking for 3 hours, especially if their team lost, or even if their team won, and they're opposing fan is feeling themselves. I don't think that we'll have a mass shooting inside the stadium.
What are you doing, kid?
That happens outside the stadium in a parking lot where people take their weapons and then just take it out on whoever they see fit. They feel that
What's going to happen?
it's not going to happen, right? So I just think, we're in this society now where unfortunately there's a plethora of things that people can be mad about, and they can take it out on whoever they see fit when they see fit now.
Well, we know there have been a number of very serious, if not deadly, fights in stadium parking lots. Escalated to shootings. I have no idea. I'm not asking for that. I'm not looking for that. I'm just amazed of being a man, and that's very different from a woman. What are some of the things that you take into account that maybe a man does not?
First of all, I have to know who's on all sides.
I don't know, Olympic Mars, last year.
Like I said, I go by myself. So I talk a lot of trash as well. I don't know if you know this about me, but I talk a lot of stuff. So I also have to be very aware of when it's time to cut that off. Because the gentleman behind me, or maybe even the woman behind me who's with the gentleman, is starting to take that a little too seriously. But I have to know when it's time to cut that off. I also have to know that this is just a game that I don't get paid for, and if it feels unsafe, it's better for me to just leave that situation completely. I can listen to the game in the car and at home. But you have to know your surroundings at all times, and I definitely have to know situations. I don't game. I'm from Denver, so I used to go to games as a kid, and we literally had to get out because Raider fans would throw D batteries at children, and then they would
What is the best thing about
South fans, so it's one of those things where, a mass shooting might not happen, but a full-on brawl where several people get hurt, that's always a possibility.
You touch upon some of the things there, and I wonder, when I look at what happened in Qatar as far as Budweiser not being able to sell alcohol because of the religious law in Qatar, I wonder if America is going to get to the point where they already cut off alcohol sales at a certain time during, baseball games. I don't know, maybe it's the beginning of the fourth quarter of basketball games, where we're at least looking at limiting the amount of alcohol, the availability of alcohol at sporting events. Do you think we get to the point where we start eliminating it?
No, because where there's a will, there's a way, and we're always going to find a way to get alcohol into an arena if we want it. If it's not sold there, it's going to be there. That's it. So, there's no, you might go profit from it because it's going to get in there anyway.
Now, I don't know if you're going to tell all your business, but I'm going to put you on the spot here. You have, let's say, a method of enhancing your safety.
I do.
When you go to some of these sporting events, I'm not going to say where. What do you do to protect your safety quotient?
I make sure that I am able to defend myself with things other than my physical being.
What does that mean?
I mean, it means.
Yo, baby.
Well, how little do you want to tell me?
I'm not going to be caught out in a situation where someone who's bigger than me is putting hands on me.
Hey,
All
Shimon,
I'm
you
not
probably
doing, I will be able to,
I'm a
in some way, shape, or form. It probably would if I didn't put a thought into
My
it.
friend, his name is Joe.
So, no, I'm good.
There's Santos.
I'm just going to leave it right there.
Let's
come back on the other side of this break as we talk about the intersection between sports and society. I know you've seen the video in which Fox personality, Gary Sharp, NFL Hall of Famer, got into a verbal confrontation with multiple NBA players on the Lakers floor. You lost from courtside seats.
How you like that?
It turned into something. It wasn't quite everything, but it turned into something. I apologize for today. On the other side, I wanted to get thoughts.
After being shot at a Lunar New Year celebration in Monterey Park, police say they searched the shooter's house today and found a rifle, ammunition, and evidence he was making silencers for guns. At least 4 people remain in the hospital. The shooter killed himself. 2 teenage students have been killed and another was injured in what police are calling a targeted shooting at an alternative school for at-risk kids in Iowa. 3 people have been arrested. More than 1,000 volunteers will be standing out around Riverside County Wednesday for the 2023 point-in-time homeless count in an effort to accurately record the number of chronically homeless in the county. Last year, the number was 3,300, a 15% increase in 2020. Later with lows in the 20s to mid-40s, sunny highs in the 40s to a stalled bridge on the southbound side of the I-10 coming up on Sepulveda Boulevard. It's blocking the right lane for a little while longer. They're just waiting for a tow truck to get out there, hook it up, and haul it away. So lots of some activity and some sudden slowing. Also taking a look at the driving downtown Villanelle. It has shaped up nicely, but you know with the range from the 5 south. Any problems? County 50, 2 words, KFI traffic. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. Obviously, if you are not alone, you always have a place at Mad. Call our 24-hour booking hotline at 877 MAD HELP or visit mad.org.
In Southern California, New Year, another massive rate increase. Declare your energy independence from the utility company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. Got done with a screen decor and honor. Imagine no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Silver Solaris. Worried about Rhinehouse, Tesla Powerwall, and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Silver's and Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off of military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest, and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SilverSolaris.com. If you have friends or family members that live on base or need frequent access to federal facilities, getting a real ID should be on your to-do list. Starting May 7, 2025, you'll need a federally accepted plastic light. And by going online, you can conveniently start the Real ID application process anytime and anywhere you like. Don't miss out on visiting your friends and loved ones in uniform. Start your Real ID application online today at realid.dmv.ca.gov.
Bridgewater, the Hit 50 podcast Truth Snap, a supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio.
Bridgewater finding there is some kind of mystical force in the freezing that attracts monsters and paranormal activity.
Starring Supernatural, Lisa Cohen, The Walking Dead, Melissa Cargio, and Rogue One, Alan Green. Written by Lauren Tippin and created by me, Aaron Mason. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. It's the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the kitchen store is having its big sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of SoCal and the big sale by dialing 310 Kitchen. 310 Kitchen on the web. 310kitchen.com. 50 years. Maybe a lifetime to build trust. One form, but nothing can desire more. Jacoby Myers, daily trust.
It's just hard to admit. When I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I cried. Hello, I'm John Cornyn, founder of Rooted Hero Plumbing. I was named Ogama after my grandfather. But as a kid, I was teased for having no money.
How about you put a clamp on this thing?
John. John is the English version of
Oh,
Obama.
here you go, John.
And it maintains the honors to my grandfather. My family is
Look,
unfortunately
you slide your hand on that?
on the back of every Louisville common business card. Call us at 866-377 and we'll cable your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you.
Pins on it? You can have pins on anything, baby. You can have pins on anything. I like how it's just over the line.
Experience and stories of Bible through live action recordings and personal or visual you know, my routine, right? I have a Girl Scout outfit, and I walk by and they're like, you want to find me? I'm like, I got my phone down. But still kind of like you yourself. You know, part of the bond for the Girl Scout outfit, but now, live 4 to 7
Yeah, yeah, I'll get it.
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Headlines are following. The latest in Afternoon Bay, 7 people killed, 1 released, and also the death toll in the Monterey Park mass shooting of the previous day has risen to 11. And M&M says it's taking a pause from polarizing folks' choices.
Whatever.
As you just tuned in, I'm sitting with Jackie Ray, who is a WNBA correspondent and also reporter for the Long Beach Post. Jackie Ray, before the break, I was talking about Shannon Sharp. He is I would say, a very entertaining personality on Fox Sports 1. He hosts and co-hosts the show Undefeated with Skip Bayless, who is very polarizing in his own right. Shannon Sharp got caught up in, I don't know how to describe it, but it's on record. He was standing up at this point, right before halftime, against the Memphis Grizzlies, and they had to be separated by players and security. No punches were thrown. Shannon Sharp was escorted off the shooting area to let things cool down and let him come back to his feet after halftime. I said to say no one was thrown out, no one was ejected, no technical fouls were set. He was apologizing profusely today on his show for a good 2-3 minutes, apologized to everybody and their mama. Yeah. But what do you make of that within the matrix of what's acceptable behavior for a fan at a game?
So this is a very interesting conversation for me because I have been on this train of we should no longer have courtside seating. And the reason for that is because when you have fans that either say racist things or someone who gets too drunk and do something as simple as spilling their drink. But courtside, that could end up being a career-ending injury if I slip on that. So I've been a huge fan of saying this is just getting ridiculous. You shouldn't have that much access to a player anyway, in my opinion. And I don't care if you're a star or not, because you're still human, you can still have a real crazy. That being said, I was thoroughly entertained by the whole entire thing. And I know that's kind of hypocritical and I don't want courtside freedom, but you know, Shannon Sharp is just one of those people. I'm from Denver. When I was a kid, he was just like, we were just often fighting and fighting. Yeah, some typical things that y'all couldn't know. One was with the rape and stuff, but that's fine, you know, nobody says it. But, you know, for him, he's got this big personality, and I think sometimes for him, because he talks about this sometimes, when you are that big, people want to test you, and he's just not today. And so, I do think it got blown over, you know, overblown a little too much, but I thought it was funny. You know, no harm, no foul, and let's not act like we haven't seen this type of behavior before.
Okay, I'm going to push back on that, only because I'm old enough to remember the malice at the palace. Yeah. I remember how something can get out of hand very quickly, and forever seeing not only lives, but seeing in NBA, the sport itself. I like that one. I agree with George. I don't need to do that damn close to the players. But it's about selling tickets and, you know, if you need something when you get to find Denzel Washington, Brad with them, and any other star, including Shannon Sharp, doing right now, courtside Chris Rock, Lil Wayne, King Never, And it brings in not only the guilt of therapy, but it brings in money. It brings in a peace. Specifically the Los Angeles Lakers. I don't feel comfortable with fans that quote. Now, Spencer did apologize, but as far as I'm concerned, once you start getting into a back and forth with the player, the fan is wrong. That's how I feel. Because you're not cheering, you're not actually, talking about the game. You're going at him or her.
Yeah, it's personal. It was definitely personal. And it's interesting what you say that because I agree with that, but I know there's probably a lot of, specifically men, not to say to anybody, but you can't just catch me like that. You can't just I'm talking to you any kind of way. We hear that narrative a lot. And so, yes, I think it was very personal. But the Chinese defense, no, you didn't start it.
He did not. He did not start it, but he did escalate it because one player said to him, F you, and he said, well, F you too. And then you say, like, you don't want me to be problem. That's the reality challenge. And if you try and got to with John Moran, one of the stars, and his daddy. They carry it afterward, but it could have turned into something very, very clear. And you got all that testosterone in a moment like that, and you're trying to take advantage of. I think it's hard to walk away from something like that. And if one person makes the wrong decision, or makes the wrong calculation, they talk about the wrong family member, we're right back to the malice of the past.
Yeah,
Look, it used to be all fun and shit that way, and yeah, they let burn incident, and then Kelly comes in, and it's like, now it's that. And, oh my God. That's anyway, that another way, which guy's with that guy?
Football player. He's not afraid of contact.
He's not.
I'm not afraid of violence.
And that's what he told him, come here.
Right.
Don't say it over there, come here.
That's my point. It's over. And that's an escalation. It's fine if you can laugh and joke about it right now, but I know that the immediate narrative we're hearing is let's be honest. Yeah. Like, again, be honest, the basketball game on national TV for everyone to see.
Yeah, they would have been started together with,
No, White, Granite State, Granite State. Granite State's the white guy. Granite State. The other guy, sorry, Granite State. I couldn't fucking see how it just randomly gives you a little bit of video, and it's like, oh, well, we're going to take it supposed to be rest, but people see it both ways. Granite State's first, I thought that. You're exactly right, Rabbi. But, yeah, you never know. Yo, dog. I was used to become a motherfucker.
To a number of people on a platform that says day after day after day.
Yo, dog.
Right, just
Look, that's
my
never
platform
done.
is 150. I can't get caught. You know, it makes it justified movement. Well, man, we talk about this all the time. You're supposed to be some hot ass. Folks don't know.
Oh, I don't.
They just don't know. There's no excuse.
I'm going to stop.
Because the implications of research are greater.
he had responsibility not only for
Well, 10 killed, 10 hurt. But now that 11 died, doesn't that mean one less was hurt, so now it's like 9?
Before we go to break, more and more conversations about back very quickly. More discussion about what's going to happen when LeBron James breaks the ball record. There's more conversation about whether Kareem's going to show up, whether he's going to be gracious or not. I don't think that all the is that something or is it nothing?
I don't see Kareem showing up personally. I just don't know if that's something that he might. He might surprise you.